Their fellow helldivers rage against the enemy's tyranny. Jewish.
Coordinates locked.
Development other than Wendy, and her character arc is just turning up the dial on the girl boss machine until she becomes this ludicrous, overpowered character. And interestingly, I did see a lot more criticism of the finale than from people who I heard from a lot of people who were like, I liked the rest of the season, but this finale was super disappointing. I don't really know how that works, because pretty much every problem with this finale was built. The building blocks for the problem were all in the previous episodes. But I think it was just unsatisfying because so many things that people expected, like the eyeball alien finally getting to talk, like some resolution with Weyland-Yutani coming in, like anything other than just Wendy saying we were going to rule and then Pearl Jam playing. Like, I can see how even if I had actually somehow liked the rest of the season, that this ending would be pretty disappointing. But really, it was just the whole season was dog shit. So let me know what you thought of it if you watched it down in the comments. Be sure to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell, and thank you. Peace.
I will admit they subverted my expectations on who the real monsters were. I don't think I thought it was going to be the kids.
Or if it's actually just the humans like we thought. I don't know if it's actually a subversion, because the people who got punished, the real monsters, were the humans.
The winners were the children, who I think are the monsters, because they all suck and they've been murdering people. I'm interested to see what the public perception is, but that was a very, very stupid episode.
And it didn't feel like a finale.
Not at all, not even a little bit.
The weird little cliffhanger of Yutani coming to the island, that sets up not a season 2, but a season finale.
It's just weirdly unsatisfying in pretty much every regard. It doesn't deliver on the promise of the premise. It's called Alien Earth, and yes, the alien is on Earth, but like the idea of Earth is that there's people on it and there's infrastructure, innocent people, like people going about their daily lives.
Yeah.
Predator 2.
I was thinking Predator 2.
Predator City.
That is a great metaphor. The difference between Predator 1 and Predator 2.
Episode 2 kind of does that for about 3 seconds, or at least alludes to it, because it's, actual people with a xenomorph nearby. But not at all. Instead, we go to an island where the only people on the island are our hero children, the evil adults that are holding them down. They don't hold them down at all. Their whole job is to build them up and make them perfect beings. But the kids hate that. And soldiers that are fodder, which is basically every other Alien movie. And it just doesn't wrap up any of the arcs. It wraps up people in the way that it puts them all together, and then I guess something can happen from here, because again, this isn't a finale.
No, this is... Someone wrote like a really long episode 1 and then divided it into 8 pieces.
Realized it was 7 hours and he's like, let's just do it.
Yeah, there was no arc, not even really for Wendy.
She changes.
She changes, and she found who she really is. She said it herself. She's not Marcy, she's not Wendy, you know, she's someone completely different.
But isn't that the turning point of an arc, where it's like, I need to discover who I am?
Yes.
Not at the end of the story. They're like, I don't know who I am.
Yeah.
She does change. She goes from being a nice young girl, I guess, who just wants to learn, to being an evil... She turns into Mithrigan.
Yes.
Because she's like controlling technology and like haunting people. She's Mithrigan by the end of this.
But also, even though she's a child who's all about saving her brothers and sisters, she's completely fine with killing human beings.
Not even fine. Encouraging it.
Encouraging. She was a human being for 12 years and she's been a cyborg for 2. But because this feels more like her family, she's fine with them killing whomever she wants. I really hated that conversation between her and Joe, where I'm like, Joe, tell her that Nibs was killing people and that it was about to kill her friend. And he did. He started saying that. I'm like, oh, thank God, a smart character.
Yep.
But then she just shuts him down with more logic.
It's her version of, this is my truth and this, whatever I say goes.
And he even said to her, God, you're really acting like a child. And it's like, he needs to explain to her. And people are going to say, but she is a child. It's like, yes, children can't just do whatever they want because they talk louder than you.
It's arguing with a brick wall.
Yes.
They're not trying to get across a message. There's no existentialism here where they're like, oh, what is a human? This is just like, if you argue with a child that disagrees with you and is just like, no.
Don't you understand, Dan? This is what they were fearing. They gave children the bodies of gods.
But then forgot to give them an off switch, gave them Wi-Fi so that they can insta-hack everything.
Gave one of them literally the power to mess with all technology.
And then connected all technology, including his robot manservant.
Slash dad.
That is the closest thing we get to a reveal this whole season, I think. And even
Good
then,
reveal.
that moment was you going, oh, he's a robot. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
it was you kind
cool.
of calling it as it's happening. But then nothing happens with that because the second you find out he's a robot,
He's suddenly strong.
he's very strong. But I guess he never had to prove it before.
That's the thing. He's not a robot up until he's revealed to be a robot.
Yes.
You could rewatch this whole series and nothing changes.
Because he gets just halted.
Immediately. All him becoming a robot does is mean he's easily defeated. So basically, him and Marcy walk into a room. In scenario 1, he's not a robot. He's a normal manservant. She kicks his fucking head off. Scenario 2, he's a robot. She pauses him and is like, oh, this is dramatic. Like, the two options that we had presented to us are stupid.
There should have been a invincible moment. There should have been like a moment where she like crushed his head or something as a human.
Yep.
And then she was like, I thought you were stronger, because he just like wallops the shit out of him.
Yet another weird thing about Marcy. Marcy hasn't committed any atrocities herself. She's been asking other people to do them. So she gets the alien to kill countless people.
People who aren't the bad guys, by the way, they're just wages. They're people on the...
They're just following orders.
The brother, Joe, him and his team just ended up on the island because they got saved. And they're like, well, we're just going to work here.
And Wendy doesn't care that Joe's friends are in danger. She cares that Joe's in danger, but his friends all deserve to die just as much as anybody else.
Well, they pointed guns at
Did
them.
she blow them up in an elevator?
I think it's just her showing that she's messing with all the people. Because like she made the lady go crazy because she was playing the videos of them being kids. She was gonna blow up the elevator. She was messing with boys' technology, so he was like, meh.
It's not like she used that to save them by getting them away. Like, she didn't lock them in a room and be like, I'm not going to kill you, but you're going to foil my plans. I'm going to keep you there. She legitimately just kills so many people.
All the guards. There's like a montage at the very side.
And it's not making more of itself. It's doing what Marcy bids, which is kill everyone. So she's stupid and not likable, isn't our protagonist, even though technically she should be. Yes, you can have a protagonist that you don't like and does naughty things, but she isn't at all. And none of the kids are. The rest of the kids are empty enough that they don't really have an arc at all. Like, Arush gets angry enough to knock out Morrow, but never actually gets revenge or kills him. Disappears apart from that. Curly, her whole arc is basically, I want to be the favorite. No, you're not the favorite. Okay, I'm going to turn on you when Marcy tells me to turn on you. Like, she's on and off. Nibs is just like a psychopath, but does the exact same thing of, is normal, goes crazy, joins the revolution. Isaac dies. Isaac is probably the only pure one.
Yeah, he was uncorrupted.
Yeah, we liked Smee up until he, like, turned on Kirsch, even though, again, Kirsch had been relatively nice to everyone.
He helped them with their smuggling. They were like, boys, the elevator's this one.
Yes, he didn't get them in trouble. Kirsch that they were building up the whole time turns into nothing.
He's now just disabled.
The way they were setting up Kirsch the whole time was, oh, he's doing his own thing. He's got an evil plan going on. Oh, what are we doing here? No.
No, not at all.
No. He's also a fucking moron because the way everyone breaks out, we should talk about how everyone breaks out. We hard cut from last episode to this episode. Everyone's been put in a cage. So we got Joe and Morrow in one cage, and then we have all the kids in the other cage. These cages are not designed for synthetics.
They tell us that 1 second into the episode.
We don't know how long they can stay in there in a voiceover. But that doesn't matter because Wendy hacks her way out of it just like she would have hacked her way out of anything. They know she can hack. They watched her hack multiple episodes ago. They also watched her release the xenomorph. So they should have just turned her off.
They have that ability, by the way. When they wiped Nibs's mind, they put her into the bed.
That would be step one, is to wipe their memory. So wiping Nibs's memory also turned into nothing because she was told at the next episode. This is just a really badly written show.
It felt like it was a jumbled mess.
Not only in a plot perspective, because we've got nothing going on for most of the time, but like the characters don't really do anything. But she breaks out using that power that everyone knows she had. It could be solved by having a guard watch her.
They reference it in the first or second episode. Wendy's literally in her cell, hand like fed through the bars, flicking through screens, changes it to Bergenbeard, starts watching last week's Alien review, subscribes, and she found the member option. Did you know you can pay us? Thanks, two guys.
But they don't do that. And also, Morrow and Joe are in prison. They have literally one guard in there, and Marcy lets them out as well. Because why not? Like, That's what we do in this show. We lock them up just to let them out in the next scene, changing nothing. Like, all this did was get everyone together so they could have some, like, little dialogue time.
Wouldn't she think that Morrow would hurt Joe?
He should have.
He says that he's going to kill everything, kill everyone. Joe is Prodigy. He works for Prodigy. And he shot it before, even though he says, I saved you.
And Wendy has never spoken to Morrow. Like, everything she should know about him is that he's a bad guy. Harush at some point would have said, hey, that guy is the one that threatened my mum and made me get low sperm count killed. Instead, no, she sets him free. We were speculating this. We're like, okay, they're going to do a cool Captain Hook thing where they broke his hand into like a hook or like bent his blade so he can't do anything.
Yes.
But they put a metal bollard on it so that it looks like Hellboy is what you said.
Look at that wormer. And they just put a padlock on it.
Yeah.
Or like a little key lock. They're in a scientifically, technological, advanced island. Imagine his entire left arm was just disabled for the rest of the episode.
And that would have been interesting. But instead, the one key is on the guard in the room with him. It's like putting the armory next to the jail cell so you can walk out of the jail and like immediately get kitted up because it looks cool in the shot. Stupid.
And then we cut to Boy. Probably the most he's in any episode, he's in this one.
But he still manages to do nothing.
And talk about how he's the smartest. And talk about his achievements, but prove it zero.
And that is another unfulfilled thing from the season. Boy Cavalier was meant to be a genius the whole time, never proves it. In one of the episodes, he misquotes Isaac Asimov for Arthur C. Clarke.
Asimov said above a certain level, technology is indistinguishable from magic.
So everyone was like, holy shit, is he not actually a genius? And he's like, he's been lying, he's been doing some weird schemey thing because like, you can't misquote that. But now I'm wondering whether the script actually just had it wrong.
Well, in this episode's script, they said that he built his first synthetic at 6 years old.
Yep.
An entire man, a distinguished gentleman who was strong enough to kill a human.
If he's doing that at 6, he is a genius. Up until the point he says that, you could have that whole like headcanon-y theory where you're like, okay, he's been lying about being a genius.
He was like a nepo baby.
Yeah.
And like it was his father's company, killed his father.
Because he's actually stupid. But no, he's actually a child genius who built a robot that has been with him his whole life. But then Wendy has decided that he is actually just a mean, grown-up man.
Wendy bullies a kid with ADHD.
He does. I'm not saying we won't have ADHD in the future. I'm just saying that Kirsch is treating his ADHD exactly the same way you treat it now. So no, he's just a genius. So that's completely, like, anything interesting about Boy Cavalier where it's like, oh, he was a trickster. He's not. And 3 episodes ago at this point, he's like, I want that sheep's eyeball in a human. But not for a little while. I'm not going to do it. At the end of last episode, he decides it's going to be Joe that gets the eye. But he doesn't do that.
He doesn't do anything.
He just sits in his chair.
He gets angry when his internet starts conking out.
Because of the hacker girl he knows can do that. And he has Joe locked up in a cell. So instead of when they arrested Joe, bringing him to Eyeball and putting Eyeball in Joe, he instead locks up Joe with the worst person?
Yeah.
Not any of Morrow's men. None of Morrow's men are able to be seen. He broke into this island with like 5 other guys.
All dead.
They're all gone. He let them go because it's just Morrow and Joe, the only 2 main characters.
The other 2 humans.
Yes, literally. And again, nothing happens with Morrow because Morrow gets captured that episode. He walks around this episode, punches Kirsch a little bit to break Kirsch's spine. In a decent fight, if it had any kind of cool resolution, that would have been a cool fight. Because you're like 2 super strength people. But as soon as he cracks Kirsch in half, I'm like, oh, so Kirsch's story is over. Like, Kirsch doesn't do anything like genius level intellect. He's not working for himself. He's just down now. And then Morrow also gets put down. So I'm like, okay, so the 2 most interesting people, Morrow and Kirsch, are now doing nothing. Explain yourself, Noah. I don't like blaming creatives behind things, but like,
You have to.
it's...
Because we can't blame the set designers.
Oh god, the set designers are still smacking it.
I've seen some people who are like, yeah, the sets look great because they're just copying all the other Alien stuff. Like they have like almost like a
Right.
source material to work on. But I think we have to give them a bit more credit to them.
Yes, it is just a evil island base. An island base filled with mold killers
Yeah.
that did nothing.
Oh, don't worry. That's a mystery box.
Like, episode 1, I think we see this random mysterious mold guy.
He's one of the first things you see.
He's got to fight an alien. He's got to do anything.
Or it's like it's not actually killing mold. He's holding back another different beast.
Yeah, like something's
There's a
happening.
predator in there or
But
something.
it really is just Thailand is pretty humid. So there's mold and like rust and shit. And this guy, that's his job.
Dan, let me pose a question to you.
I love questions.
What would you rather be stuck in the woods with? A man or a xenomorph?
Oh, definitely a xenomorph, because a xenomorph is honest.
At least I know what its intentions are. A literal, almost 99% accurate quote from Marcy.
It's too close.
Yes, she essentially says she knows what a xenomorph's intentions are, and that's why she likes them so much.
Definitely puts a point in the category of the show doesn't know that the kids are the real monsters, because they're basically saying, no, the kids are telling their feelings and like saying what they think and doing their truth.
Kids are honest. That's their flaw.
And the xenomorph is doing so as well. Therefore, the monsters are the liars. So the liars are the bad guys. So I would like it to be that the kids are the monsters, but I could be wrong. Again,
No.
tell us down below.
Okay, so after Boy freaks out, he goes and visits them. Marcy shows him that she can open the door. Also, they should have locked it and then cut the power to the cell so that she wouldn't have access to it. But anyway, they would have bent the bars. Doesn't matter. So Boy goes down there and he's just like flexing his knowledge on them and his masochism or his assholeness. And he's like, you know, I killed my father because I was so smart and he came from a long line of assholes and he birthed the Messiah.
Do the voice. Do your parody.
Oh, and so he walks into the cell, all right, and then the boy genius looks at Marcy and he says, my father was a drunk. You want to know how I got this synth?
Legitimately. That's exactly
Literally.
what he does.
My father was a drinker. They do the dumbest thing ever of just walking into the cell after they find out that they can open the doors and that they are super powered kids.
And the security guard has one of those close range guns.
Close range guns that misses all the time.
That only works at close range.
Correct. If someone was running directly at me, I'd definitely shoot here and there. But he panicked. Firstly, Nibs just kills a guy. Just punches straight through his head, I imagine.
And
We
again,
didn't see
no
it.
one cares.
No one cares, especially not our superhero protagonist.
Smee does have second thoughts. He's like, was that kind of fucked up? But then like 2.5 minutes later, he's like, they are the bad guys, I suppose.
Our moral high ground, Wendy, is completely fine with it. Anyway, she's like, it's your turn to run now. You know, like, this is the part where you run. Like, very tropey. We've seen that before. And then so...
But a good guy would say that. Like,
Yeah.
like Batman would say that.
she gives the kids their jobs. So Curly has to go after the guards.
Nibs has to go get Dame Sylvia.
I like your bandana in this episode.
Also, we open on Dame.
During a lockdown that she knows the xenomorph's out, by the way.
She's not even going to look for her husband, who
She should be looking for her
disappeared.
husband.
Her husband is on the beach. He's technically what we open on. But then we cut to Dame Sylvia just going to the graves and being like, sorry, kids. I feel bad for trying to help you in a transition from a deathly sick state to immortality.
Moving apart the side of the whole thing is immoral and wrong, even though they saved their lives. You know, it's a 50-50.
Yep.
You know,
Devil's advocate.
Devil's advocate. She's the only human in this episode, her and her husband, who have been like there for the kids and actually thinking about them.
Yep.
Like when Nibs had her first breakdown, she was like, no, we need to go at this with therapy first.
Curly comes and cuddles her last episode when she's scared.
She should have been the mother.
Like in the text, she is. Like she blatantly says, "You're my children." She's not evil enough to kill, but she's still a real monster, so she gets locked up in a cell with the rest of them. But she goes out in the middle of this lockdown that has been going on for almost a full day at this point. There's no way all this happens in the space of an hour. So like it's been a while of lockdown.
It's enough time for her husband's body to go from inside that cave and then like out and around and wash up on a beach, and for crabs to start eating him.
Oh yeah, because they wouldn't have carried him halfway and then dropped him.
No, they just dumped him off the raft.
Yeah. So yes, legitimate time has passed.
Time has passed.
But at least he landed somewhere cinematic, so good for him.
He washed up on that
and,
shore.
And Crab, always got to give an extra point for Crab. And then, but she's out in this lockdown, and she just wants to say sorry because we need to be reminded she exists, because she hasn't done anything in 3 episodes, maybe more. Nothing actually.
Not since the therapy session with Nibs.
And even that was her just going, oh, you're crazy. So she's done nothing this whole season. Her plot was pointless. Then the alien toys with its food like it does for main characters. So it is this far away and is just like...
Instantly murdered every single other person.
And then it gets shot by the mercenaries that are friends with Joe, who have also had time to take Joe back from the boat and then go back out looking for more high-value targets. So, again, time has passed. So she snuck out legitimately, and no one was like, hey, don't go. But they shoot the xenomorph, and instead of massacring them, the xenomorph leaves completely.
They make the xenomorph flip-flop, because 1 minute it's an untouchable serial killer who just goes after anybody, but then it is also a sneaky, I'll hide behind you until you turn around at the last second to go bah,
It knows drama.
you know, and then not just kill you straight away when you turn around.
And they hit it as well. Like,
Yeah,
the
but it
fact that
goes
they can even hit it. And it's like, it's baby / brother, cousin, the other egg, the recent chest burster. It does nothing this episode. It just hangs out with the bigger xenomorph later on. Like, we see them together. Why do we do that whole thing? It doesn't need to be efficiency, but it needs to develop someone or change a character at the very least. Instead, we just have another xenomorph now on an island that is only filled with a small group of the real monsters and then a bunch of kids that are actually shitheads and I hate them. And then Wayland Yutani is coming, which is the big ending. So, like, all they've done is set up season 2, where more troops land on the island. Wendy kills them all.
No xenomorph pets and the other robots.
Like, what is season 2?
Season 2 is going to be Joe, because at the end you see him kind of being like, oh, it's him coming to terms with, like, morality.
But that's not a season. That's not even like a setup. This is a setup for a finale at the very least. But that's what I mean. Like, we've gotten nowhere. This gives you nothing.
Yeah.
And it's frustrating because the other episodes were stupid, but you could at least do something cool or wrap it up. Like, we've had our problems, but I think we've said at least some positive things about the other episodes. But this one, apart from the general atmosphere and all that.
And it was jumbled. I felt like things were like out of order, or like that really shouldn't have been next. You know, you'll fade to black on one scene and then it'll come back to the next scene and it's with that character again.
Yeah, like Morrow escapes, cocks his gun.
Next scene is him walking in on Kirsch. And I'm like, no, we just saw him.
Yeah.
There needs to be inserted a scene in between to show that time has passed.
Like, what did this look like in script format? Because Wendy goes from the cell to Boy Cavalier's office back to the cell. Like, that's all she does this episode. That's all pretty much everyone does, is they start in the cell, leave the cell, end up back in the cell. Morrow starts in a cell, leaves the cell, punches Kirsch in the face, ends up back in a cell.
Curly doesn't even get the middle bit. She gets cell back to cell.
Yeah, she walks off screen to go get the guards. This is why this is a 44-minute episode. Because they front-ended the season with like 4 or 5 hour episodes.
Yeah.
And they can barely scrape 40 for these.
Yeah, it was 2 45-minute episodes.
That includes intro and credits. Like, these aren't scraping by.
Arush and Smee are going to get Kirsch. So many names.
On so many names. The fact that you wait till the finale and then you change half the characters' names. That is a stupid
You
idea.
start, you use their dead names, and then it's like some characters had 3 names now. Slightly and Smee are walking down the hall to get to the science lab, and then Arush says, remember, we didn't do anything wrong. People made us do it. No. Arush, you made Smee do bad things.
You threatened him.
You did bad things. Yes, Morrow was like coercing and threatening him, but Morrow was like, I'm not going to tell you what or how to do it. Just do it.
Yeah.
He decided he cherry-picked a human and killed him. Arush, you're a bad guy.
It's the same thing with Marcy, how it's like, oh, I didn't do anything wrong. The xenomorph killed everyone. It's just this weird lack of morality, and I don't know whether it comes from the writer not understanding what morality is.
Yes. Let's go to our most important and final character of the episode, Eyeball Monster.
What's that? Yet another character that had a lot of promise and was the coolest fucking thing ever. I think fan favorite. I haven't seen a single bad thing said
No,
about
people love
Eye.
Eyeball Monster.
Wham bam, thank you, man. Eyeball monster does nothing.
What are people calling them on that?
I like Eileen personally.
Eileen's nice, like a sexy lady.
Yeah, because they do say it. They do call it a her.
Eileen gets battered in this episode, and I'm like, this thing is durable. Like, synthetic Wendy kicks him into like a piano or something,
Yeah.
and it's like,
It has a comical sound when it hits. Yeah. But Bold Synthetic hangs out in Joe's room just to lead him back to the eyeball monster, who is just like out of the cage. And he walks in the room, and there's like an open door of the cage. So it's like, obviously whatever was in the cage is out. But then he's just like looking around. Like, has he never played a video game? So Eileen then tries to get inside of Joe. You would think that Eileen would be good at getting inside people's eyes.
you think someone's done this?
Yeah, well, Nibs does this, but you can be like, oh, Nibs has super strength, so this is fine. But no, he also blocks it for multiple times and is like, you're not getting in me. And then Wendy, of course, rocks up right at the right time. And then instead of us getting a cool scene where the eyeball gets to infect someone, anyone, I'll take anyone at this point. Apparently I get someone at the end. She just kicks it around for a bit, and then she does the hacking on Baldy. But then Eileen just leaves. Like, Eileen just slips through the drain in the floor, because none of this facility is secure. Everyone keeps escaping from everywhere, crawling through things. The alien gets into the facility via a pipe on the beach.
Why would it go all the way to the beach? Do you know how many dead security guards it would have passed on the way?
Oh god, so many.
Because we see a montage of dead security guards.
You're right.
It would have passed somebody or another human being.
But you see that drain in Cavalier's office pops out right next to the dead corpse of low sperm count.
Of course.
Because, again, yes, you were completely right. That is stupid, and I hate it more now.
They
Thank
can
you.
reanimate a dead body?
Not just a dead body, a day-old dead body.
He would have bled out. There wouldn't be any more blood circulating to fuel his muscles.
Yeah, the way they made it look was that it needed a live host, and it would crawl into that live host. Basically, while the host is going, it would hack into the brain and then just take complete control.
Yes.
And, like, you could do something creepy, how, like, Shmuel was alive and, like, thinking that whole time, but he can't control his actions because, like, Eileen is messing with his brain.
Puppet mastering.
Puppet mastering.
Please. Men in Black 2.
Yes.
With the guy.
Like,
Orion's belt.
it can reanimate a corpse now that, yeah, doesn't have brain functions, doesn't have blood.
A lot of interesting things could happen with that eyeball monster.
The whole show should have been a backdoor pilot for Eyeball Monster.
Well, it's going to be the third protagonist of the next season.
We still don't even know if he's a good guy. Like, we know no more about anything. There's one more thing that they didn't do anything with until the end, I guess. The plant that was following around Isaac the whole second episode. At some point during the Kirsch-Morrow fight, the one alien we hadn't seen do anything yet, the plant thing, turns out he's like a bat jellyfish, kind of like...
Victory Bell.
Victory Bell. He will scoop you up and eat you. There's nothing interesting about him apart from he does that.
We don't see how it does that. It literally just covers you in like a Batman cloak, and then
Yeah.
it just goes munch.
That's what happens to Red Braids, and she's just dead now. Curly attacks the other remaining friend of the team, and they do the dumb thing that I hate where, like, a guy gets attacked and then his bullets kill everyone else in the room, which they've done in this show at least 2 or 3 times by this point.
It never gets old.
It's just lazy. I don't think I liked anything about this apart from, again, it looks pretty. I guess the acting was good. I just don't like anything that they were given.
I wish Boy Cavalier was like he's getting somewhere. He should have started like this.
At the risk of sounding like we like billionaire douchebags with ADHD, he's more likable than the kids. Like, he has a personality, I guess.
This character definitely wasn't based off someone in real life, were they?
No, yeah, I legitimately don't know where to go with this because every other episode it's kind of like, oh, there's some problems. If you fixed these problems, this would have been a cool thing.
Some things are forgivable because, like, you know, there is some good stuff that holds it
Yeah,
up.
like, we were watching it. We weren't, like, actively, like, hating it the whole time. Last episode stretched that probably to its limits. But this one was really stupid, and, like, nothing they did here changes anything. It was kind of like everything they did this episode was wasted opportunities. And we're going to have to make a series wrap-up where we call it wasted opportunities or something, because damn.
It has not been renewed for a season 2 yet.
I kind of think I want it to be so that they have a chance to redeem themselves. Realistically, everything they had in episode 1, they still have, and they've still done nothing with. So there's the same amount of potential. There's just a bunch of bullshit in the middle there. But also I want bad shows to be punished so that other creators look at bad shows and go, oh, I shouldn't do that.
I think season 2 is going to be Alien Earth. I think Yutani will capture at least one of the xenomorphs, and then Wendy and her xenomorph, and at least one of the remaining kids and Joe, and maybe Eyeball Monster, are all going to have to go into the city to fight Yutani and get the other xenomorph back.
I just hate that should have been this season. This show shouldn't exist. Like, they did nothing with this show. They spent 6 episodes setting up nothing, and then the 7th episode paying off nothing.
Each season needs to be its own contained story. As well as leading into a second season, you need to be able to watch one season of a show and be like, wow, I loved how those things they were doing at the start wrapped up at the end. This character was developed. We saw their true colors. XYZ happened. There is no payoff, and I will never go back to watch season 1 of this show. I will watch a 45-minute recap before season 2 comes out, because I'm sure it'll go season 2.
Watch our 45-minute recap coming next week, probably.
In episode 1 or 2, I was talking about the difference between disappointment and hate. And I want to revisit that because I am disappointed, but it's different with a season finale. I've now put just under 7 hours into this show that didn't pay off anything. It's not rewarding. Yeah, a show, I give you my time, you give me good story.
It is now a waste of your time. And there were several comments along the way of you can't say it's bad until the whole thing's out. I think that's stupid because otherwise why would they release it weekly? But the whole thing is out now and it's bad. So thank you for watching. Hopefully we gave you more value and paid off our story arcs better than this show did. We've developed as people, I promise.
At least you know what my intentions were.
I don't know if I promised you guys this for being members, but thank you, Timothonathy, and I just saw a messy.
Thanks. We appreciate you guys a lot.
Thank you very much.
We have arrived at another pop culture phenomenon episode. Odds are you've somehow heard of It's a Good Life, even if you've never seen it. The signature lines, characters, and premise are probably as well known as The Twilight Zone itself. This episode has been parodied, homaged, given a nod to, remade, and allowed a rare sequel in another Twilight Zone series. It's a good thing you did clicking on this video, guys. It's a real good thing you did. Rod Serling opens this installment on screen to set everything up. A monster lives in Peaksville, Ohio. This monster has either destroyed the rest of the world or isolated Peaksville completely. It has the power to read minds, create, combine, or obliterate matter, and send anyone or anything it doesn't like into the town cornfield, never to be heard from again. If anyone in Peaksville even has a bad thought about it, the monster knows. It's totally and utterly unstoppable. This monster is known as Anthony Fremont. He's a 6-year-old boy who has an entire town under his thumb to the point where everybody always treats him nicely. Or else. Just ask his Aunt Amy, who at one point in time had the boy under some sense of control. But after singing aloud one day, one of the things Anthony hates most, she was turned into a smiling, vacant shell of a person. If everyone else isn't careful, they could be next. Or worse. Director James Sheldon re-teamed with child actor Billy Mumy for their second and final collaboration on this show. Their first was one of the best of the 6 videotaped episodes in Season 2, Long Distance Call. Mumy played another creepy kid in that episode named Billy Bales. Here, that's all pushed to 11. Mumy gave a career-defining performance under Sheldon's direction in what Bill now calls his favorite episode. This is still one of the pieces both creatives are best known for.
I hate anybody that doesn't like me. Don't make any noise when the music's playing.
The rest of the cast is spectacular. The different levels of horror they play on their faces, always subdued with a smile and happy thoughts, seamlessly show the viewer what perilous danger they're all in on a daily basis. John Larch, the recently late multi-generational talent Cloris Leachman, Don Kiefer, Alice Frost, Max Showalter, credited as Casey Adams, Janine Bates, and Tom Hatcher are amazing as they interact with Anthony and each other across the installment.
Well, howdy, Anthony.
There's a silent panic to every delivery, of varying degrees, of course. A great scene shows this off non-verbally when Anthony is making TV for the people in his house to watch. I loved how this played out. Only thing we didn't need was actually showing what was on the TV. Those sounds, left to the imagination, are much scarier than the dinosaurs shown fighting. This is really the only case of showing too much, as they keep most of the gory details Anthony creates off-screen. While Sheldon and the cast made this installment a classic, the script deserves plenty of credit too. Rod wrote the teleplay as his first to be
I
produced
think I'm gonna need to start kicking out low levels when I'm
1953 short story
doing
by
certain
Jerome
things.
Bixby. Some details are changed here and there, most notably the age of Anthony from 3 in the story to 6 in the episode, but most of it was left alone. You can't argue with the results. Shortly before his death, Serling was trying to adapt this story into a feature film. In 1974, he was interviewed by Marvel Comics where he described being on the 3rd draft of the script. It's too bad we never saw that film, but I'm not so sure it would have been better than the episode. It's commonly ranked among the best of the series and recognized as one of the best episodes in television history in a 1997 TV Guide issue. Although, in 1983, this story did get adapted for a segment in Twilight Zone the movie. It was directed by Joe Dante, featured a familiar face, and went bigger and more abstract with what Anthony created. I like it, but it just feels more 80s, which isn't a bad thing. In the 3rd Twilight Zone series that started in 2002, they made a sequel to this episode called It's Still a Good Life. It centered around the same situation 40 years later and saw the return of Bill Mumy and Cloris Leachman in the same roles. Anthony has a daughter in that story, played by Mumy's real-life daughter, Liliana Mumy. Outside of those official continuations, this installment has been referenced in some way across all types of media. One of my favorites is the Johnny Bravo segment, Johnny Real Good.
If you think bad thoughts, I'll make you go in the cornfield.
What a brat.
What the? If you've ever ridden the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror at a Disney park, you've seen some of this episode in their pre-show video.
Tonight's story in the Twilight Zone is somewhat unique and calls for a different kind of introduction.
They got voice actor Mark Silverman to replace Serling's vocals, but they did use a few of the lines from the intro to It's a Good Life and placed Serling's on-screen appearance in front of the elevator.
Expunge the squids from our territory.
At a birthday party for the local Dan Hollis, Anthony becomes angry as the birthday boy gets drunk and starts talking back to the kid. Dan tries to keep the boy's attention so someone would
Take a lamp or a bottle or something and end this!
But no one is brave enough to attack Anthony, and Dan is turned into a grotesque human jack-in-the-box. Mr. Fremont begs the kid to send what was once a person to the cornfield, and his son obliges. It then begins snowing outside, courtesy of you-know-who. Mr. Fremont almost snaps at the boy, saying it'll ruin half the crops, but his wife holds him back, and Fremont praises his son by saying he did a good thing by making it snow.
And tomorrow's gonna be a real good day.
The episode ends with this little monster still in complete control, as everyone around remains powerless to stop it. So that Jack-in-the-Box sequence is probably the creepiest of the entire show. They smartly don't show us everything, but it's just enough to absolutely freak me the hell out. The shot of Dan pleading with the other people just before his transformation builds the tension perfectly. The underlighting was set up in the previous shot by having him accidentally knock over a lamp, and that gives his final moments a dose of visual horror. Don Kiefer's performance here is incredible.
It was good as fuck.
Monster, you dirty little monster. You murderer.
You're a bad man. You're a very bad man.
Nightmare fuel for sure. If you haven't seen It's a Good Life, it's time. It's well past time. It's one of those influential pieces of TV history where you'll point and go, oh, that's where that's from. Or if for some reason you've never heard of or seen anything about this story, it just holds up 60 plus years later. It's a quintessential part of this series and cannot be missed. In addition to the direction and acting from all parties being striking and layered, the use of diegetic music, background details in the set, and overall atmosphere can be enjoyed on repeat viewings, so rewatch it if it's been a while. I'm not sure if there's a perfectly executed episode of this show, but It's a Good Life may just be it. And that's a good thing they did. A real good thing. Just, make sure you keep it inside the Twilight Zone. I've teased this episode for a while, and now we can finally fully delve into the disharmonious history between the Twilight Zone and legendary author Ray Bradbury. I Sing the Body Electric was the only writing credit Bradbury received for the series, but his shadow loomed large, and his influence undeniably affected what we saw across this whole show. To tell this story, we have to go back to the beginning of the series. Very soon after getting a green light from CBS, Rod Serling approached Bradbury about being heavily involved. At the time, Serling wasn't really a sci-fi writer. He had made his name on deep, realistic dramas and was upset that networks kept censoring the real-world issues he often tried to bring into his stories. Using the guise of the Twilight Zone, he was able to put a lot of those societal commentaries out there. But at this point in the late 1950s, he was looking for writers to help out. Bradbury loaded Serling up on essential reading to get him more familiar with the sci-fi genre and suggested to immediately hire two of his protégés. Those protégés were Richard Matheson and Charles Beaumont. Later, George Clayton Johnson was also brought on board through his association with that group. Even without writing a ton of episodes, Bradbury's impact on the series was huge. Besides just being a highly influential author across science fiction, he directly supplied Serling with a writing team that had credits on 45 episodes in total. So, why didn't Bradbury write more Twilight Zone stories? Apparently, he tried. According to Mark Zickery's The Twilight Zone companion book, Bradbury submitted a script right away titled Here There Be Tigers, based on one of his short stories. It involved a team of astronauts traveling to a sentient planet. The teleplay was too ambitious for the show, and Buck Houghton was said to have admitted shooting the whole thing just wasn't feasible. Another script was sent in called A Miracle of Rare Device, again based on Bradbury's short story of the same name. This time it was purchased and received a production number. Director Tony Leader was tentatively assigned to direct, and yet it never happened. From what I dug up, the reason is not specifically known. Then we got to season 3, and I Sing the Body Electric. Rod wanted to get a deal done with Bradbury and finally get an episode of his made. Bradbury already wasn't the fondest of the series since he was supposed to be a major contributor and wasn't used. Plus, there had been some negative circumstances that piled up for the author. It came down to Rod saying he'd do a few things for Ray that just didn't get accomplished. But now, they were finally going to produce a script together. Bradbury had only one condition. Not a single word of his teleplay was to be changed. The terms were agreed upon, and I Sing the Body Electric started shooting in October of 1961, with James Sheldon directing. Things did not go smoothly from there. The production team wasn't happy with how the episode was shaping up and decided to reshoot almost the entire thing in February of 1962. Bradbury was supposedly brought back in for some script revisions. Among the significant changes, William F. Claxton replaced James Sheldon, and the small role of Aunt Nidra was recast with Doris Packer playing the part. This is why I Sing the Body Electric is one of only a pair of installments to be credited to two directors. The other was Season 1's The Mighty Casey, where Alvin Ganzer and Robert Parrish shared the title. By the time the episode aired on May 18, 1962, Bradbury was said to have been excited to see it. He had some friends over to watch, but he was not happy with what he saw. Because of time constraints, they cut one page out of his script. Little did they know it was Bradbury's most important section. He claimed it contained the whole reason he wrote the story in the first place. The author was furious, and it led to negative feelings toward the Twilight Zone for the rest of his life. He declined to be interviewed for Zickery's companion book and refused to talk about his full experience for many years. One of the only quotes we have from Serling on the matter was from shortly before his death in 1975. He said, quote, "Ray Bradbury is a very difficult guy to dramatize because that which reads so beautifully on the printed page doesn't fit in the mouth, it fits in the head. And you find characters saying the things that Bradbury's saying and you say, wait a minute, people don't say that," end quote. Much can be lost from page to screen, so I understand Rod's point, but he had access to Ray Bradbury, who was ready, willing, and able to work on the show. It's disappointing that didn't come to fruition. It doesn't sound like Rod had any ill will toward Ray. He was one of his favorite sci-fi writers, and Rod of course threw an homage the author's way in Walking Distance, Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up, and To Stop at Willoughby. There's even more to this very complicated friendship, including accusations of unconscious plagiarism and additional details. You should check out the Twilight Zone companion scribe Mark Scott Zickery's YouTube video on the situation. He's obviously an expert on Rod's dealings within the show and was friends with Ray Bradbury. He told Zickery the whole story firsthand, so if you want a more full picture on the matter, watch his 24-minute breakdown. Now, let's dive into the Twilight Zone's 100th episode, I Sing the Body Electric. Titled after the Walt Whitman poem, this installment sees widower George Rogers and his 3 children in the midst of grief after losing their wife/mother. After an extended stay, the kids' Aunt Nidra is just leaving, with George now unsure what to do moving forward. His son, Tom, brings down a magazine called Modern Science and suggests checking out a company named Facsimile Limited. They manufacture electronic data processing systems that are built into human female-looking robots. Their main objective is to care for children and look after families. George brings the kids to the company's factory, where different body parts are laid out to choose the appearance of their robot. The eldest, Anne, runs out of the building after not wanting a replacement for their mother, but the 2 youngest proceed to pick their favorite parts that will make up their new nanny. Soon after, the robot shows up at their doorstep where Tom and Karen quickly take a liking to the charming humanoid machine. Referred to as Grandma, she fits in with the family perfectly. However, after the robot's been around a while, Anne still resents her and runs out of the house. Grandma chases her down the street where she attempts to get to the bottom of Anne's hatred. For all the anticipation Bradbury garnered for finally writing an episode, this unfortunately wasn't that great. You can see that there might have been production problems as it's inconsistent and not as tight as most of these shows usually are. The format strays from the standard a bit and not in an advantageous way. Where sentimentality was a strength in many of Bradbury's works, the jump to the small screen, in this particular case, didn't land. But we can hardly blame him since that missing page was evidently so important. It does have the Twilight Zone sense of mixing the uncanny with heartfelt sincerity, yet there's something clearly missing, and the pacing of this story may have something to do with that. The acting in general isn't too shabby. David White was a welcomed presence as the dad after seeing him in Season 1's A World of Difference. Vaughn Taylor had such a wide range spanning his 5 episodes, this was his 3rd. While it's not as enjoyably wacky as Teague from Still Valley, his salesman scene is the freakiest thing here.
Eyes, soft brown, vivid blue. Any color you choose. Slender or sturdy?
Listen. I sing the body electric. Her voice is too high.
I celebrate myself and sing myself.
Dana Dillaway also returned after One for the Angels as the middle daughter, Karen, and the uncredited David Armstrong had very brief parts in a total of 5 TZ outings. While Josephine Hutchinson is fine as the featured player, portraying a robotic grandma in a sort of Mary Poppins role, the real shining star of this one was Veronica Cartwright as the oldest Rogers daughter, Anne.
She's not real. She's a machine. Nothing but an old machine.
She had some chops. This part called for a few emotional scenes, and she really pulled them off.
She let herself die. She shouldn't have done that to me. She shouldn't. She left me.
It's no wonder she's had such a long career, and everything from The Birds to Alien to stuff as recent as that Gotham Knights show on the CW. James Sheldon partially helmed his last of 6 episodes. He was one of the directors who covered a couple of the videotaped installments from Season 2 and has It's a Good Life to his name. With the exception of The Whole Truth, his episodes were of pretty darn good quality.
Come on.
As for his replacement, William F. Claxton, his 4 shows were a little more mixed, highlighted by The Last Flight and The Jungle. Point is, both these guys were very talented, and neither of them could fit the pieces together to make I Sing the Body Electric work as well as it should have. Anne admits to Grandma that she hates her mother for leaving. The death of Mrs. Rogers has hit her oldest daughter the hardest, and Anne doesn't want to go through that pain all over again with another motherly figure. George arrives just in time to see a distraught Anne walk out into the middle of the street with a van whipping around the corner. Grandma speeds to push her out of the way and is hit by the vehicle instead. After not moving for a moment, Grandma springs to life and comforts Anne. The girl then accepts her, knowing she's indestructible and will never leave her the way Mrs. Rogers did. One loving montage later, all the kids are of college age, and Grandma's job is done. The robot says her goodbyes, looking to return to Facsimile Limited, where she'll either be stripped for parts or used to help another family. But first, her mind will go into a room of voices, where she'll share her experiences with similar machines. Grandma's one hope is that after a long while, she may actually gain true life. With her final farewell, she sends the 3 adults she helped raise upstairs and emotionally goes on her way. Rod's narration, taking us home. The last scene without a doubt feels rushed. The father character isn't even there, which might suggest he passed away or something, but it's never brought up. Grandma says they're all going off to college at the same time. It's just a clunky finish all around. Rod doesn't even end his final narration by saying the Twilight Zone, although he did narrate the montage before the last sequence, a rarity that outside of here only happened in Time Enough at Last, Walking Distance, and I Shot an Arrow into the Air. The big problem here is that time jump. It comes out of nowhere and really wasn't needed. You can tell where that extra sequence might have gone before the scene in the street. There's really nowhere to go after that unless this was a feature film and could be fleshed out more. However awkwardly it was handled, Anne accepted Robo-Grandma and there's not much else to say. Cartwright does a good job with the material. I just thought that confronting the real reason she hated the robot was the whole story, with a side of strangely compassionate singularity. The structure and tone seem to be the main culprits holding this one back from being a heartfelt favorite. Or maybe it was Hutchinson's weird robot run. As subpar as this was, Bradbury would get another shot at seeing his story adapted in the 1982 TV movie, The Electric Grandmother. That version was about an hour long, which may have given the story the room it needed. It's definitely the more widely praised iteration, receiving multiple awards upon its release. So perhaps this was a winner all along. It just didn't hit its jackpot in the Twilight Zone.
You'll never die?
Never? I know you're thinking I'm not a robot.
She's not a robot. She's a woman.
A robot.
Were so fucking terrified of saying something because they were fearful of the repercussions. This created an environment where only right-wing voices were heard. That's what,
like, if what Hassan is saying is true, it's only true to the extent that the only fear that's been created in these spaces comes from left-wingers. Because the fear is that if you talk about anything that's not Israel-Palestine and you don't have the maximalist position that every Israeli should be, then you're fucked. You have absolutely nothing to contribute to the zone. So insofar as anybody's scared to say anything at all, it's because people like Hassan push the most important topic, something that very few Americans even care that much about, is the maximalist position on fucking Israel-Palestine. So if this even is an issue, he has nobody but himself to blame on this.
I was fucking out here 1v25ing motherfuckers because the only people that spoke were right-wingers that said, this is all awesome.
I don't know who he thinks he's 1v25ing. Motherfucker won't even 1v1 conservatives in debates. Like, this guy's a pussy. This guy will not have a confrontational conversation with anybody. So I don't know where this, like, delusional fantasy comes from, but...
ICE deportations, sign me up. I'm gonna do fucking Pokemon hunts. And anyone that spoke out at that time would be pushed aside, would be fought back against, would get doxxed, would get fucking harassed endlessly. So it would get doxxed, be pushed aside, would be fought back against, would get doxxed, would get fucking harassed endlessly.
Like, that's what you do, little bro. And you did it to liberals. You're the one that watched the Bad Empanada videos doxing everybody on the left. You're the one that watched Bad Empanada read through the Progressive Victory FEC findings to dox every single liberal on Twitch. That was you, little bro. That was literally all you.
So it created an asymmetry. You didn't get to hear, for the apolitical people on the outside looking in, it created this false sense of security and a false sense of popularity for right-wing ideals and right-wing values. I tried behind closed doors to talk to people, to say, look, you guys have to say something. I know you don't agree with the...
Begging people, please, can you please cover me publicly? Asmongold is crushing me in viewership. I'm like getting so ass pained by this. Please, please, please do more political streams with me.
Shit, you have to fucking say something.
The enemy has
They didn't because they were worried. I don't
like. They're not worried about Asmongold. Like, do people even complain that much on Twitch? I don't even know who does politics there. But even me, I get a lot of like homophobic shit from Asmon's audience whenever like Awk tweets about me. But I don't know if they like harass and dox me. That's always been like KF and then like all the weirdo fucking lefties that are obsessed with me. Like, I feel like the most active, like, violent community right now, at least in my particular political sphere, are my Kiwi farmer people and then all the lefties that support them.
I don't fault those people for being fearful. The expectation is not. The expectation from me was never going to be for those people to just like put themselves in the fucking crosshairs in the line of fire. But we are here now. So find that courage within you.
You're such a fucking loser, dude.
If you're watching, if you're a content creator, if you're an artist.
Wasn't this dude's dad a rich stockbroker and he claimed to have come from poor and dirt? Bro, this guy's family was fucking loaded. I didn't go through all the streams, I'm lazy, but somebody sent me his mom's like fucking blog from when she was younger. And his mom like traveled the world. It's like she was gonna be like a fashion model or some shit. And had multiple houses like all over the world. It's just like, his family was like fucking insanely loaded. It was crazy. I don't know if they were like, yeah, I have no idea.
Find that courage within you now because we do have the numbers.
His dad was VP at the biggest company in Turkey. Yeah, but I don't think it was just his dad. I think his mom comes from like an extremely wealthy background as well. I think his whole family is like insanely wealthy.
My understanding is in the last 24 hours, you locked the accounts and shut down the accounts of two guys, Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones. They have big followings on the American right. I think it's better if you just unlock those accounts and let the guys be heard. And I say this not because I'm some particular fan or vice versa. At least one of them, Nick, is probably not a particularly big fan of mine. No more than Jimmy Kimmel is, by the way, for very different reasons. That's beside the point. It doesn't matter. The reason I'm asking you to do it is that censorship isn't good for America. It's antithetical to our culture. And we're the country on God's green earth where we're able to talk to each other.
Is Vivek as bad as Trump, though? He seems slimy, but if he's still following democratic norms, he might be an improvement. I think one of the big issues that you have... Oh, I'm trying to think if this might apply to the Democrats, too, maybe. One of the big issues you have with Republicans is the fact that they'll go along with anything. Like, that just can't be. We should expect more leadership from our leaders, I think. Yeah, I don't know.
Each other in the open. And I want to credit YouTube and Google and your parent company and so much of your competitors in Silicon Valley for creating the first instance of the free and open internet with searching. It's a beautiful thing for democratizing speech. But I think we take a step in the wrong direction when we choke those same technologies that allow us to access open debate and open ideas. It breeds discontent. It breeds frustration. It actually breeds mistrust. If you tell people they can't speak, that's when they scream. And if you tell people they can't scream, that's when they tear things down. So I think free speech is a precondition for peace. It's a precondition for the scientific method. It's a precondition for our shared unity, our shared national identity as Americans. Now, I can understand why you might think that certain types of speech or certain things that are said that are hurtful to other people or that may spread misinformation or may they count as violent or dangerous threats shouldn't be allowed on your platform. I personally take a broad view of what type of speech is an expression of an opinion that's protected, but that's a separate discussion about whether somebody says a particular thing that you think doesn't belong on your platform. That's one category of speech moderation. There's a different category of saying that you may
I think like one of the biggest indicators of whether or not our like democracy will ever recover is going to be if we ever have like better discussions on freedom of speech, because the discussions of just like everybody should be able to scream at each other, like everybody should be able to scream into the void, and that's going to produce the best system, is such a naive, retarded childlike view of speech, because even children aren't that fucking retarded. When we recover from the sickness where a whole bunch of snake oil salesmen and peddlers of lies and disinformation are forced to actually have conversations and are forced to actually have like open debate and dialogue and stuff, and not just create these weird echo chambers where they can just lie with impunity on their own platforms, I think maybe that would advance us more. But the CDC is being forced to get rid of studies that oppose the Trump agenda. Look at the note on the top of this study. For a court order, Health and Human Services is required to restore this website as of 11:59 p.m. February 11th, 2025. Any information on this page promoting gender ideology is extremely inaccurate and disconnected from the immutable biological reality. There are two sexes, male and female. This phrase right here is anti-philosophical and anti-scientific. This is just like a politically loaded phrase. The Trump administration rejects rejects gender ideology and condemns the harms it causes to children by promoting their chemical and surgical mutilation, and to women by depriving them of their dignity, safety, well-being, and opportunities. This page does not reflect biological reality, and therefore the administration and this department rejects it. What a weird thing to have on a CDC page. Okay.
Under the previous administration, a review panel was convened to determine whether soldiers awarded the Medal of Honor for their actions at the Battle of Wounded Knee should keep their medals. Now, upon deliberation, that panel concluded that these brave soldiers should, in fact, rightfully keep their medals from actions in 1890. The report was concluded in October of 2024. Yet, despite this clear recommendation, former Secretary Lloyd Austin, for whatever reason, I think we know, he was more interested in being politically correct than historically correct, chose not to make a final decision. Such careless inaction has allowed for their distinguished recognition to remain in limbo until now. Under my direction, we're making it clear without hesitation that the soldiers who fought in the Battle of Wounded Knee in 1890 will keep their medals. And we're making it clear that they deserve those medals. This decision is now final, and their place in our nation's history is no longer up for debate. We salute their memory, we honor their service, and we will never forget what they did.
I think apparently this was a battle in 1890, I guess, where we were trying to disarm a bunch of natives and then basically ended up killing a whole bunch of them. Up to 300 Lakota people were killed and 51 wounded. 25 U.S. soldiers were killed and 39 were wounded. 19 soldiers were awarded the Medal of Honor. So brave, epic. Yeah, nobody's alive from that battle anymore, but...
Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up is absolutely a fan favorite Twilight Zone episode. It's got one of the most famous twists that turned into an iconic image for the original series. But putting its popularity and memorable status aside, is it one of the higher tier installments of the show? Or is this a case of style over substance? Two police troopers investigate the crash of an unidentified flying object in a snow-covered forest area. It's thought that the aircraft plummeted into a local pond, but fresh footprints lead out of the water and to a local diner. Outside the diner, a bus is parked. The travelers and their driver are currently stranded as the bridge they need to cross is not drivable. The troopers inform the patrons and the man working behind the counter of the situation and that they believe whatever was in the UFO is in the diner at that very moment. Suspicion increases when the bus driver says he only picked up 6 passengers, but 7 claim to have been on the vehicle. When the establishment's jukebox starts spontaneously playing music and the lights begin flickering, an ominous tone fills the air. One of these people may not be human, but who? And what's their scheme? Rod Serling wrote the original draft of this script in 1958. It was called The Night of the Big Rain back then, and the big twist involved a stray dog at the diner turning out to be the Martian. That obviously changed since there is no dog in this episode. The title of the installment also changed one more time before settling on Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up. Nobody Here But Us Martians was the second name for this episode. None of these are great titles in my opinion, but it's hard to imagine it being called anything other than what it's known as today. I'll say that I thought heavily of The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street upon my latest rewatch of this episode. The basic concept at its core is similar. As the stories proceed, the characters get more and more suspicious of each other, making outlandish claims of even their spouses. This is a lot more tongue-in-cheek and less serious than the important moral in Maple Street, though. However, those comparisons are easy to make. Like the previously mentioned episode, this had a pretty big cast for a Twilight Zone story. Many of the actors made multiple appearances in other episodes. William Kendis, Morgan Jones, Bill Irwin, Barney Phillips, and John Hoyt took several trips into the fifth dimension. Hoyt was last seen in The Lateness of the Hour, which was one of the videotaped installments, so seeing him in full film glory was appreciated. He gave a strong performance on several fronts. Phillips is very recognizable to Zone fans for his 4 roles, but I think his turn as Haley the bartender is what he's most famous for within the fandom. Even with all this well-known talent involved, one actor totally stole the show.
That's a good one. First he wants snowshoes, then he wants a lawyer.
Jack Ellum plays this wacky old man, and I loved him. Any line he's given is a home run.
6 humans and 1 monster from outer space. eye in the back of your head, would you?
You got identification, Grandpa?
Left it down in the pond in my spaceship. Take me to your leader. Take me to your leader.
Honestly, he doesn't even have to say anything with those fantastic facial expressions. Ellen was blind in one eye and clearly got some use out of it for these kinds of roles over his long career. He was only 40 years old when they shot this, but because of a convincing performance, makeup job, and lightened hair, he's more than believable as this unhinged old coot. He brought energy and comedy to a story that blended tones.
She's just like a science fiction, that's what she is. A regular Ray Bradbury.
That was one of a few times author Ray Bradbury got a shout-out in a Twilight Zone episode. Serling was always a fan of his, even though they had a bit of a complicated relationship after this series started. Still, Bradbury came in to write I Sing the Body Electric in Season 3. It would be his only script produced of a handful he submitted for the show. This was the first of 5 installments directed by Montgomery Pittman. Pittman is unique for being the only director to also write a few of his episodes. This started with his next, funnily enough, called 2. We'll get to covering that one sooner than later. His directing work here is solid. I enjoyed the shots outside in the snowy forest before they head in the diner for the bulk of the story. It sets the tone nicely with a certain atmosphere. Rod literally walks out from behind a rock to deliver his opening narrator lines out there. The fake snow also stops while he's talking. It's kind of funny, but also can be taken as a bit creepy. Sort of a microcosm of this episode. I like that. After the strange occurrences continue inside the diner and paranoia sets in for quite a while, a phone call relays to the troopers that the bridge has been approved to travel on. Not being able to hold the people there any longer over the absurd-sounding notion that one of them is a monster, they let everyone on the bus, with the police leading the way over the bridge. Sometime later, Ross, the businessman, returns to the diner and informs Haley that the bus sank into the water below after the bridge collapsed. No one, including the police, survived. Ross then brings out a third arm and reveals that he is indeed a Martian, a scout sent to begin the colonization of Earth. He menacingly states his friends are on the way. However, Haley's demeanor changes. He admits that's not his real name, and Ross's Martian friends were intercepted by his people from Venus. Their own plan to colonize Earth has been long in the making.
And if you're still alive, I think you'll see how we differ.
The surprised Martian stares ahead, defeated. The Venusian, cackling like a madman, ends the episode. That double twist really elevated the story. It would have been decent enough with just the Martian reveal, but adding the Venusian turn lifted this one into a higher status. It also created an emblematic visual with the third eye reveal on Haley's head. Knowing that both Ross and Haley have ulterior motives makes for a fun rewatch too. Trying to spot Ross's little tells in what he's doing rewards the viewer on a second or third screening. The simple but effective Martian third arm works great because of precisely timed movements and prop work. It looks pretty flawless in the scene. A stagehand was placed behind John Hoyt for this shot, and while an obvious technique, it doesn't take away from its visual appeal. Haley's eye was a little more complicated. Double exposure was an idea that they attempted but weren't able to execute properly enough, apparently because you could see through the eye too much. Instead, the makeup department attached the eye to Barney Phillips' head with a wire hidden under his hair. The wire was supposed to move the eye around, but it's barely perceptible in the final product. Maybe not the best looking makeup effect this team was responsible for, but it became an image that has represented the show for decades, so I think we'll call that a win. Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up isn't one of my personal favorites, but it has to be required viewing for how well known it is. It has its flaws throughout, but a few charismatic performances and a phenomenal double twist ending make it a popular destination in the Twilight Zone.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying helldiver.
Dropping package. Calling in reinforcement. Requesting connection. Requesting fortifications. Got it. Engaging terminal.
Finally, we've made it! 3 years into the Twilight-tober zone, and at
The
long last I get to
obsolete
talk
man.
to you about my absolute favorite episode of this entire show, The Obsolete Man. This is a piece of classic vintage TV that is still as relevant today as it ever was. The themes and morals aren't unique, but the execution of this story in every facet, from the visuals to the performances to the writing, are top of the heap for me. It's brilliant from the bottom up. Let's talk about why. Romney Wordsworth functions as a librarian in a totalitarian nation known only as the state. He's called by his government to be judged and is found to be obsolete by the presiding chancellor and the other drones who inhabit the courtroom. There are no books or libraries left in the state, thus no use for Wordsworth. When the chancellor declares Romney useless and compares him to a minister in the society because he says the state has proven that there is no God, Wordsworth argues the opposite.
No man is obsolete.
Regardless, Romney is sentenced to liquidation within 48 hours. Through the rules of the state, he's allowed to choose the method of his execution and when within the 48-hour period it will occur. He decides, and is allowed, to tell an assassin the way he'd like to die, while keeping the details to himself and his state-appointed executioner only. Another appeal he has is that his death be televised for all of the state to see. His pleas are granted, and the following evening, Wordsworth waits in his room for the end. As a last request, 45 minutes before his death at midnight, Romney asks to see the chancellor, so the judge visits the condemned man in his room. The chancellor expects Wordsworth to beg for his life, but instead, he informs the overconfident officer of a hidden bomb as his choice of death, and soon he reveals the chancellor has been locked inside with the librarian. One of the customs of these liquidations is to isolate the obsolete citizen before their death, so no one is around to release the chancellor. With the whole nation watching, Wordsworth taunts that the state won't be embarrassed by sending someone to retrieve their high-ranking official, and begins reading a copy of the state-banned Bible. It becomes a game of dignity in death. Who will crack under the pressure and beg for his life? Wordsworth and his rebellious spirit, or the chancellor and his staunch government ideology? I love everything about this episode. There are so many things to say, even outside of my admiration for it. The Obsolete Man is an important part of the series since it was the finale of Season 2. This was the last time we saw this particular introduction, and Rod appeared on screen at the end of the show for one of the rare times. Although, in his opening and closing narrator shots, he doesn't seem to be on set like he usually was during this era. They tried to fit in the camera movement that always revealed him in the opening, but it comes off a little clunky here. For the closing, they wipe/dissolve back to the narrator as he delivered the last few lines. Story settings that involved dystopian, oppressive futures were nothing new in 1961. George Orwell's 1984 and Ray Bradbury's Fahrenheit 451 may have influenced Serling here. Wordsworth being a librarian and direct mentions of books being destroyed and outlawed definitely sounds like it derived part of that concept from Bradbury's story. Did this upset Bradbury? Maybe. When we get to the episode I Sing the Body Electric next year, I'll finally dive into Ray and Rod's rocky relationship. On the flip side, you can make a simple argument that Serling was just building off the infamous book burning in World War II-era Germany. He often called back to that time period, and since he was a veteran of that war, it's no wonder why. The back-and-forth debates from Wordsworth and the Chancellor are all incredible. They're essentially debating the worth and definition of humanity and individuality, freedom of expression and religion, pursuit of knowledge and critical thinking, the effect of a tyrannical government's rule over its citizens, and more.
You have no function, Mr. Wordsworth. You're an anachronism, like a ghost from another time.
I am a human being.
You're a librarian.
I exist. And if I speak one thought aloud, that thought lives, even after I'm shoveled into my grave.
Delusions, the narcotics that you call literature, the Bible, poetry, essays of all kind, all of it an opiate to make you think you have a strength when you have no strength at all.
This is the Twilight Zone at its best, as it's all accomplished in a very digestible manner, making the situation just exaggerated enough to not have it feel like we're being beat over the head with the messaging. While those morals aren't subtle in The Obsolete Man, they're implemented in an entertaining and compelling way, leaving the viewer's minds more open to absorb the material. In addition to the knowledge that books can bring to the masses, religion becomes a central theme.
Since the state has proven that there is no God,
There is a God.
the state has proven that there is no God.
You cannot erase God with an edict.
Later in his room, Wordsworth reads from the Bible as the clock ticks down to his demise. This has a double meaning in my interpretation. Since it's been banned for over 20 years and a crime punishable by death, he's throwing its words in the Chancellor's face. It's an act of defiance, but he's also trying to get the state official to crack under the weight of their impending deaths. Many people would turn to some kind of faith in that situation, some kind of hope against hope that we'd survive the scenario. That's part of what makes us human. Romney is showing the Chancellor that he's not some higher power unto himself, and the state is not a replacement for God or the natural order of the universe, or however you want to define it. What's really clever about Wordsworth's plan is that the whole nation is seeing the ideology of the state crumble under humanity itself.
Let the whole country see the strength of the state, the resilience of the state, the courage of the state. Let the whole country see the way a valiant man of steel faces his death.
The Bible verses we hear Romney read from in the montage are all from the Book of Psalms, and they weren't chosen extemporaneously. He starts with Psalms 23, a well-known passage.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
This establishes the confidence Wordsworth exudes as a man of faith. He's truly not afraid of death in this moment because, among other reasons, with his last act, he believes he's making a righteous stand against his oppressors and exposing them to be the same as the people they hold down. As he mentioned earlier,
True.
Death is a great equalizer.
The second passage read is from Psalms 59.
Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from the bloody men.
This is about asking God to protect the innocent who are under attack and punish those who do unprovoked harm, a clear parallel to what the Chancellor and the state have done to the population of this nation. Next is Psalms 14.
What is it with all these low levels?
Said in his heart, there is no God.
The Chancellor's denial of God's existence and the consequences of that denial are hammered home by Wordsworth here. Finally, Psalms 130 finishes the show's readings.
Lord, hear my voice, and let thine ears be attentive to the voice of my supplications.
Not a lot of it is read, but there is a bit of hope here. Crying out to God, asking for forgiveness, waiting for redemption. Considering what follows, it's appropriate. And I think that all leads to what Wordsworth is attempting to get out of this set of circumstances: dignity in death, and how that's delineated in this scene. Romney is resigned to his fate and accepts it with grace. The Chancellor? Well, we'll get to that in a few minutes. I can't understate how amazing the performances were in this episode. Burgess Meredith gives one of the best of his whole career and speaks Serling's sometimes wordy prose with an effortless elegance, inimitable poise, and cunning charm. He knocks out a towering grand slam as Wordsworth.
You cannot destroy truth by burning pages.
It's also funny how Meredith continued his association with books in the Twilight Zone, considering he played bookworm Henry Bemis in Season 1's classic Time Enough at Last. Brilliantly playing off Burgess was Fritz Weaver as the Chancellor. This character was a total 180 from the heroic William Sturka in another Season 1 classic, Third from the Sun. Being his only 2 Twilight Zone appearances, these installments really showed off his range, portraying a believable protagonist and antagonist in different stories.
Delusions, Mr. Wordsworth, that you inject into your veins with printer's ink. You have nothing but spindly limbs and a dream, and the state has no use for your kind.
You can see he's drawing from some real-life dictators when he's orating behind his podium. The defiance of Wordsworth begins to get under his skin in that scene, but it's not until he trades barbs with Romney later that we see a more personal side.
You've got a worthless, miserable little life, but you've also got an instinct for survival. You're not facing the camera, Mr. Wordsworth. You're cheating your audience. They want to see how you die. Face the camera. That's right. And don't stifle your emotions. If you feel like crying, go ahead and cry. Or if you want to plead by all means. Some high state official might take pity on you.
It's a multi-layered characterization that gets better as the story proceeds. He was able to show off a wide range of emotions and excelled at all those sequences. Weaver was just the perfect foil to Meredith's lead. In a smaller role, Joseph Ellick does a nice job as the subaltern. He represents the cold rule of the state with his 1,000-yard stare and emotionless delivery.
Romney Wordsworth, step back to await the finding of this board.
His voice was supposedly based on Senator Joseph McCarthy. Elliot Silverstein made his Twilight Zone directorial debut with The Obsolete Man. He had a background in theater that translated well in this episode, with that opening scene in the courtroom as the prime example. Everything is huge, and it looks like a stage play set. Just a massive room with harsh shadows, 25-foot tall doors, a single long table, and a giant podium for the Chancellor to stand behind. It's probably my favorite set from the whole show. According to an interview with Silverstein, those doors were the tallest ever built for a TV show at that point. You can see the influence of German expressionism here. It's not as stylized as something like the Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, but one could draw the comparison. The creative visuals continue in Wordsworth's room, where we get a great-looking montage of time ticking down to the bomb exploding. It's perfectly paced out and creatively edited. Speaking of editing, Silverstein had a big problem with this episode's editor, Jason Burney. We'll talk about that after the twist. After an agonizing 30 minutes and no one coming to save him, the Chancellor pleads with Wordsworth to be let out of the room.
Please, please, let me out in the name of God, let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Let me out!
Yes, Chancellor, in the name of God, I will let you out.
Wordsworth gives the Chancellor the key to escape with a few seconds to spare. From the stairs below, the official sees the room explode, killing Romney inside. Sometime later, the Chancellor enters the courtroom and discovers that he has been removed from office and declared obsolete for being a coward and disgracing the state.
You are obsolete. Obsolete. You are obsolete.
When he attempts to run, the people nearby turn into a mob and violently swarm him. He's consumed and torn apart, ending this story on a terrifying note. Silverstein had the people who surrounded the Chancellor start a slowly rising wail that increased in intensity until Weaver's character began running.
I want to serve the state.
He conceived of this guttural, disturbing noise through a dream he had had. It was very important to him to have the full sequence in the show, but Silverstein and Jason Burney disagreed heavily on the cut of the final scene, to the point where Burney refused to edit it the way the director wanted. Producer Buck Houghton, trying to please both parties, made a compromise, but the resulting cut still wasn't what the director wanted. So he decided he was going to do something about it. Silverstein got together with other Twilight Zone directors like Buzz Kulik and Lamont Johnson and shared his experience, which the other directors had also gone through a similar version of. Together, they put new rules in play with the union, where editors couldn't do something like that again. They'd instead be fired on the spot, giving the directors more power and say over the final cut of their projects. While I believe the Silverstein idea of that scene would have included more of the wailing, I don't think what we got lessens how creepy it turned out. It is an uncomfortable final sequence that sees the Chancellor begging for his life. His faith in the state has failed him, and the mob that encircles the former official feels like a visceral nightmare. Weaver again kills it with his confidence switching to pleading, an impeccable and versatile acting job that created one of the most memorable antagonists in the series. A couple of other quick notes that I found interesting. As always, Rod advertises another episode at the end of the broadcast, but since this was the Season 2 finale, they talked up the series premiere, Where Is Everybody? It aired the following week as a rerun. I just thought it was a cool tidbit that the first episode of the show does have a traditional preview out there. Also, Serling peddles more cigarettes, which is always fascinating to me.
It's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Case in point. Before we meet again, try Oasis. You'll know what I mean.
For my money, The Obsolete Man is the finest the Twilight Zone ever got. As I said earlier, the messages and morals aren't as subtle or even as fun as other installments, but the phenomenal filmmaking, writing, and acting put this one in a class all its own. If you ask me to recommend one episode of this series, it's always going to be this one before any other. Needless to say, I recommend it in the strongest of terms. This story is anything but obsolete.
Any state, any entity, any ideology that fails to recognize the worth, the dignity, the rights of man, that state is obsolete. A case to be filed under M for Mankind in the Twilight Zone.
True. Oh, bro, what's happening? Ah!
You are obsolete.
I just got destroyed, bro.
Ready to liberate. Dropping a pin. North, 200 meters. How about a nice cup of liberty? Injury? What injury? Squid! Calling down a sentry. Calling down fortifications. I've got this one. I got the German. Mission map updated. Activating jump pad.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
My life for Super Earth!
Objective critical stratagem available.
Out of stems.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Objective critical stratagem available.
Forgot I don't have a knife. I forgot I don't have a knife. Fuck. bro. Please just die.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down fortification.
Sending down fortification.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 200 meters. Calling in extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down supplies. Requesting advanced weaponry. Backpack inbound. Requesting sentry. Requesting fortification.
I helped.
Ну а мы переносимся в США, Вашингтон, на прямой связи. Собственный корреспондент РИА Новостей Игорь Наймушин. Игорь, здравствуйте. Давайте мы начнем, тем не менее, про томагавки и разрешение бить по России. Сутки прошли с момента скандального заявления Кит Келлога, спецпосланника Трампа по Украине, и намека от Джей Ди Венса. Никаких других комментариев на эту тему не существует. Как разобраться? Это все же официальное сообщение, официальное заявление. Им разрешили, украинцам, или не разрешили? И что сейчас с томагавком?
Ольга, здравствуйте. То, что касается ракет «Томагавк», то здесь нет никаких заявлений от Пентагона либо от Белого дома, которые бы свидетельствовали о том, что Штаты склоняются к поставкам Украине подобных систем вооружения. По поводу «Томагавка» здесь сейчас в американском информационном пространстве и вовсе несколько поулеглось. Градус напряжения спал, и после заявлений на выходных, сказанных в отношении поставок возможных Украине, никто больше об этом не вспоминает. То, что касается разрешения на нанесение дальнобойных ударов с украинской территории по территории России, то здесь Келлог, опять-таки, он не дал однозначного ответа «да». Он сказал, что если посмотреть на действия американской администрации, на слова и на решения президента Трампа, то можно сделать вывод о том, что подобное разрешение есть. Но при этом президент Трамп ни разу не сказал, что он дал подобное разрешение. Таким образом, Келлог мог просто играть и на публику говорить то, что выгодно Киеву, с одной стороны, а с другой стороны, после того, как он это сказал, сделать паузу и ожидать, что со стороны Белого дома, со стороны президента США последуют дополнительные действия в поддержку этих слов. Опять-таки, Келлог в данном случае лишь транслирует желаемое со стороны Киева и всяческим образом добивается от президента США уступок по всем направлениям касательно поддержки Украины. Ольга.
Спасибо большое, Игорь. Собственный корреспондент РИА Новостей Игорь Наймушин на прямой связи Вашингтон, США. Ну и что касается спецпосланника Дональда Трампа Келлога. Келлог утверждает, что европейские союзники способны самостоятельно справляться с военными вызовами без опоры на Вашингтон. Ну, то есть, пожалуйста, сами, как бы сказал представитель Дональда Трампа, сравнив их, европейцев, с ребенком, который более не нуждается в поддерживающих колес. Итак, НАТО стягивает войска к России. По Эстонии продвигаются огромные военные эшелоны всего в 100 километрах от российских границ. На кадрах видно, как поезда перевозят танки «Абрамс», боевые машины «Брэдли». При этом Финляндия и Швеция создают у российских рубежей совместную ударную бригаду. Также премьер-министр Финляндии Орпо заявил, что Москва – прямая угроза Финляндии. Россия несет ответственность за обрывы подводных кабелей в Финском заливе. Этой же паранойей охвачена Франция. Во Франции 95% телефонных коммуникаций, 99% интернет-трафика проходит под водой. На морском дне проложено около 600 электрических и телекоммуникационных кабелей, перерезав которые можно, например, парализовать банковскую систему страны.
Американцы ждут, что немедленно поднимется в России волна недовольства. Только не войной, а слабым ответом. И вы не хотите, что называется, ответить им по-настоящему, не хотите их по-настоящему смести, вот на что рассчитывают американцы.
Я правильно понимаю, чтобы предотвратить всю эту эскалацию, вы предлагаете, наконец, продемонстрировать Дональду Трампу, что мы не бумажный тигр, и шарахнуть?
Нет, я предлагаю для начала хотя бы выйти из соглашений, официально, в которых мы обязуемся не применять первыми ядерное оружие.
Товарищ адмирал, прошу.
Я во многом согласен с предыдущим докладчиком. Вот единственное, что я хотел бы несколько расставить акценты. Томагавки на самом деле это уже очень серьезно. Это высокоточное оружие, которое позволяет бить практически по крупным нашим промышленным центрам.
Если его передадут украинцам,
если его передадут, да, если
украинцы должны будут отвечать за его применение. Есть технологии, чтобы и ответственность возложить на Украину, или наведение, пусковые все системы все равно будут в руках США?
Вы знаете, сейчас, ответственность, естественно, объективно будет на Соединенных Штатах Америки. Те, кто поставит, кто обеспечит разведданными, но расчет на то, что мы не развяжем Третью мировую войну, не будем инициаторами, не нанесем удар по территории США. Ситуация сложная. Надо исключить, конечно, обострение обстановки нанесения ударов по территории США, на что США и рассчитывает. Но в любом случае наш ответ должен быть очень решительный и сокрушительный. Потому что вот это вот не по США. Пока не по США. В 2014 году наш президент очень честно и объективно рассказал Запад, что его ждет с учетом наших возможностей, нашего стратегического вооружения. То есть мы реально, сейчас реально, мы можем уничтожить
can destroy
Европу
Europe now.
и нанести так невосполнимые потери Соединенным Штатам Америки. То есть мы можем эту задачу решить. Здесь вопрос не нашей технической готовности, здесь вопрос нашей решимости. А мы готовы на это пойти, мы готовы это сделать. И вот на каком-то этапе Запад поверил, что мы на это не пойдем. Мы как бы не решимся на это. И вот началась, отсюда пошла вот эта дальнейшая эскалация конфликта, которая на определенном этапе уже загоняет нас в угол. И нам надо будет принимать непопулярные, но сильные решения для того, чтобы исключить дальнейшее обескровливание нашей страны. Вот здесь говорится о Калининграде. Там, мы не можем открывать еще какой-то фронт, допустим, Прибалтийский фронт, там, 2-й, 3-й, 4-й. У нас не та обстановка. Поэтому ни о каких еще фронтах речи быть не может. Это первое. Второй момент. Я хотел бы обратить внимание на вот сбор генералитета США. Это беспрецедентное такое событие. В принципе, в новейшей истории никогда такого не было, когда собирался весь генералитет в одном месте, начиная от бригадных генералов. Здесь надо очень серьезно к этому отнестись. Я думаю, что, скорее всего, Министерство войны, министр войны будут ставить задачи генералитету на подготовку к войне.
Ну, то есть, резюмируя,
то, что обстановка...
мы должны что-нибудь эдакое предпринять, чтобы они поняли, что мы настроены максимально решительно. Осталось придумать, что предпринять, чтобы не случился ядерный апокалипсис.
Человек военный, я хочу сказать, что все давно придумано. Просто это надо реализовать.
Осталось предпринять.
Просто реализовать, да.
Вернемся через минуту на этой оптимистичной ноте. Реклама.
Все подряд говорят, надо изъять, захватить вот эти сотни миллиардов российских активов, которые заморожены в Европе. Financial Times сегодня выходит с редакционной статьей, где восхищается вот этой схемой, которую Мерц недавно озвучил. Какая креативная схема! Значит, заморозить, под долговые расписки дать Украине деньги, а потом, когда Россия вынуждена будет платить репарации Украине, мы, значит, вот тут все и проведем взаимозачет. Я, насколько помню, я историк вообще, да, но репарации платит проигравшая сторона. Ну вот с какого перепугу Россия будет соглашаться на какие-то репарации Украины? И хочу спросить европейцев, а если мы в итоге скажем Украине, вы нам должны репарации платить, да, и будет вполне справедливо, кстати, в том числе за разрушенную инфраструктуру Донбасса. Вот, и последнее, вы знаете, когда они там, вот вы показали сегодня газовую сделку по газе. Многие газеты западные вышли с первыми полосами. Историческая сделка на века. Я смотрю на фотографиях всюду Трамп и Нетаньяху и думаю, неужто это они воевали, да? Две стороны заключили мирное соглашение по газе. Хамас там спрашивает, слушайте, может, покажете хотя бы эту сделку, что ж вы там подписали? Они в итоге говорят, значит, источник угроз для Израиля должен быть ликвидирован и так далее. И Уитков говорит, хороший сценарий для Украины. Я согласен. Слушайте, давайте так же. Путин и Трамп подпишут соглашение по Украине на условиях ликвидации первопричин конфликта, чтобы угрозы для России были ликвидированы. Я считаю, что идеальная сделка.
Звучит как план.
So for the first time ever, it looks like Russia is going to start importing gas, and I never thought I would say those words. Russia, that's been described as a gas station masquerading as a country. This is like a vodka distillery running out of potatoes. The entire country is in a state of total chaos. Belgorod last night looked like this, cars crashing into each other because the traffic lights have no power, because the power is out. And this is because of what this country is doing to Russia. They're firing drones into oil refineries, into supply routes and pipelines, and they are causing supply chain chaos. And it's seriously working. Over 20% of their refining capabilities are currently been stopped. And this is happening all across Russia. There are queues for gas stations for miles in every single region. And all this has led to organized crimes, mafia siphoning gas from other people's cars. And Russia started throwing people in prison for filming the oil refineries being hit. And it wouldn't surprise me if they start throwing people in prison for filming these queues to try and cover this up. But it's almost too late because news has spread on Telegram in Russia and everybody seems to know what's going on. And that doesn't mean that this is going to be the end of the war. That doesn't mean that Russia's going to collapse tomorrow. Russians are happy to live in squalor. They did during the Soviet period, and they'll adapt. They'll adapt to having nothing. But what it does change is the fact that Russia is still at war with this country. And that war is extremely expensive. Paying hundreds of thousands of soldiers $2,500 a month, which is 10 times the average salary in Russia. And if Russia starts getting financially hit, seriously hit, then those salaries aren't going to be paid. And we've already seen the introduction of something called the e-ruble, which is basically monopoly money at this point. And I'm basically talking about all this because there is a genuine and real possibility that Russia will not be able to afford the war in the way that they're waging that war. You know, Russia could go into economic collapse. It could go into recession. People could pull back. They could stop buying luxury goods. They could change their lifestyles. But soldiers are not going to fight for free. People in Russia don't do anything for free. And those soldiers would drop their weapons in seconds if they didn't think they were going to get a paycheck at the end of the month. And to top it all off, we've had unprecedented arrests and people disappearing who are high-ranking government officials. These were people that were sat just a few months ago at the Victory Day parade in Moscow. People that are now gone. People that have been found thrown out of windows or hanging from trees. And this is happening at an unprecedented rate, not seen since the Stalin days. I know people have gone missing in Russia in the past, but not this fast and not people as big as they are. So again, Russia's not going to collapse, but the war will not be able to continue in the way that Russia's been fighting it if things continue on this trajectory. Just look at this graph from 2015 to 2025. In just 10 years, every single region's oil reserves have been depleted, every single one. And there's a feeling even here in Ukraine that something is going to change because this wasn't in the plan. The plan was to take this city in 3 days. And to see where all this is going, I chatted to my friend Hamish de Bretton-Gordon. He is an expert on what's happening with Russia and Ukraine. And I wanted to find out where he thinks all this is going and how long this can last.
So Russia have basically said that they want to lower the import taxes on gasoline to 0 until 2026. And it looks like Moscow might actually be gearing up to be in a position where they have to import gas. How significant is that if they're going to be, if that's going to start happening?
Well, thanks very much for having me. I mean, this is incredible, phenomenal. If somebody had asked me if Russia would be importing gasoline, petrol, if you like, some years ago, I'd say they're bonkers. This is what Russia gets all its foreign currency from. This is what feeds the war
selling
machine.
it at a discount.
It's the production of hydrocarbons or really the turning of oil into gasoline, into petrol. Now, we've discussed and everybody has seen how incredible the Ukraine attack on the Russian refining business, in particular refining oil into petrol, has been. Now, this admission that Russia now has to import petrol and pay for it is phenomenal. I mean, it is. You would have thought it would be coals to Newcastle, but it's not. Where Russia used to earn billions of rubles a week from its oil, from its petrol exports, it's now actually going to have to go the other way around. So I think very, very significant. And let's hope that eventually, you know, these many cuts that Ukraine is managing to do deep into Russia are making them bleed and having a real impact.
I know it's quite a big question, but if these deep strikes keep happening and if it keeps knocking out Russia's oil refining capabilities at the rate it's going, how much do you think it will impact the war as it's currently going, at the rate it's going, how much it's costing Russia?
Well, I think it's pretty finely balanced, and I think it's more balanced against Russia than perhaps a lot of people conceive. I've just been speaking at the Global Security Summit in London, a gathering of intelligence experts, defense experts from admittedly across the West, across NATO, across Europe. And there is a sort of quiet confidence that actually things are potentially on the move. And the fact that Russia is now having to buy petrol is hugely significant. The fact that some of these deep strikes that Ukraine has done, and ostensibly it's doing it with organic capability that it's created itself, you know, its own cruise missiles, its own long-range drones. Now for sure that Ukrainians have a lot of American HIMARS missiles, they have a few British Storm Shadows, but not to the extent that they've done it organically themselves. And I think the really significant news over the last few days, and the confirmation by General Kellogg today, who's the President Trump's advisor to Ukraine, that it would appear the Americans are now giving or have given Tomahawk missiles to the Ukrainians with no restrictions and with the intelligence to use them. Now, the significance of this is that hitherto the sort of HIMARS and the others we've talked about have a range of a couple of hundred kilometers. You know, Tomahawk is 2,000 kilometers plus, and although they've been around for a long time, they have probably been the single most effective long-range precision guided missile that's been around and has had a huge impact. Now, if these are now available to the Ukrainians, yeah, I think one can get slightly more confident that they're on the front foot. And with the petrol and everything else, you know, crikey, this might be a time when Putin is going to have to consider some sort of peace deal and some sort of ceasefire, unless he, you know, he's fed up with his time, as it were.
Why do you think Trump did such a U-turn? Why do you think he took the shackles off Ukraine?
Well, it's very difficult to unpick this. You know, from the big story, of course, in the UK is that it was King Charles who convinced Trump to do this. And, you know, I suppose we would say that in this country. We know how President Trump, with all his various idiosyncrasies, does seem to have a very strong affinity and feeling for the United Kingdom. And perhaps the King of Great Britain is the only person who can influence. But I'm not entirely sure. I expect there are a number of things. But I would say, as I'm sure you as an observer would countenance as well, Trump is a bit like the wind. He does change direction fairly regularly, and we have seen this before. Having said that, his change of direction has been pretty solid for the last week or so, which is quite long in Trump terms. But I think perhaps he now realises quite what damage has been done, and being such a thick-skinned person, he has been telling Putin what to do for some time, and Putin has been giving him a stiff two fingers now for really almost since Trump was in power. And for somebody like Trump, I expect he finds that rather difficult to take, and he realises actually that he does have the instruments of power, he does have the strategic capability to force Putin to do things, rather than Trump's flashy rhetoric that no doubt has earned him a lot of money building buildings. But I think he hopefully is now realising that doing business deals in real estate is very different from doing military deals to try and save people's lives. So let's hope he's realised the situation and realise that actually peace in Europe is something that will benefit the American economy, and having Putin out of the way will also benefit him. And maybe it's that he and his advisors realise that China is the big commercial threat to America, and they need to put Putin to bed, as it were, so that they can focus on making sure that nothing explodes in the middle and the further east, as it were, China, South China Seas, etc., etc. But eventually, who knows? You know, quite frankly, I don't care. As long as this gets a just peace for Ukraine, then so be it.
What do you think the feeling is? What do you think? How do you think people are feeling in Russia right now? I've always said in my videos and reports that everyday average Russians, generationally, they've been used to living in squalor. In the Soviet days, a lot of people will be willing to make cutbacks, not eat meat as much, pull back and basically handle a massive recession. But what about the sort of oligarchs, the wealthy Russians, the people within Putin circles, Moscow and St. Petersburg? How do you think they would be feeling?
People that actually matter?
Given that these gas station queues have now reached these cities, it's almost encircling them.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting. I was speaking to a Russian person today in London, trying to understand the psyche, and the Russian people, as you say, you know, are
Russian
used to
person
suffering.
in London.
However, they are now seeing what that suffering, why they're suffering, and where it's coming from. And it's not just the fuel. I mean, the petrol is a big deal. Most people do have cars, and petrol used to be, you know, cheaper than cheap can be, and not something that concerned them. But it then went up in price, and now they can't get hold of it. So, you know, they're sort of, I'm sure they're thinking, well, we're suffering. But then again, you know, also it's the price of food. I understand, trying to get even basics like potatoes are difficult and they're hugely expensive. And although the state does control a lot of the media, you just have to read some of the, some of the commentators looking at Russian newspapers. And I understand today, when you look at the BBC assessment of it, they are saying people are now getting really hacked off with not being able to get any petrol. They're getting really hacked off that the airport in Moscow is shut down because there are Ukraine drones flying around and they can't get off for their last bit of sunshine in Sochi or somewhere. So I think it's really starting to impact people. And the oligarchs themselves, even they cannot go and visit their ski lodges in Zermatt and their super yachts in the Mediterranean. Things are pretty tight. So, yeah, one just gets the feeling.
Who the fuck is this loser?
Weeks, streamers across the platform Twitch have been expressing concern about showing up at.
Let me go check my cat.
at TwitchCon, with many of them worried about being harassed, citing lack of security or previous incidents at the events. Asmongold weighed in on Twitter, speaking about how last year a fellow streamer had someone approach him and lick his nipple in order to bother him or harass him.
Oh,
Keemstar
yeah.
spoke about how a friend of his accidentally got roofied, and many more stories in this video.
Sounds like
but
bullshit.
additionally, Hassan weighed in and decided that he will not be showing up at TwitchCon. His reason being that he's worried about the current climate, saying he's not concerned for himself, but he's going to put others around him at risk. Welcome to the internet versus TwitchCon. It starts when Testudo Smith posts on the livestream fail subreddit, Pokimane, Valkyrae, and Cutie Cinderella.
Bro, they've
afraid
always been
to attend
harassed. Just
TwitchCon
they
due to
just
safety
don't want to go this year.
concerns.
That's
And in
it.
this
It's
article,
all
they
right. I
attach
mean,
a
it
couple
happens.
links to two different clips.
It's
This
okay.
first one is Cutie, Cinderella, and Valkyrae talking about TwitchCon. Here's that clip.
I'm kind of afraid to go to TwitchCon.
We're in a bit of a conundrum with TwitchCon.
I've been so anxious and scared and sad this whole past week with everything that's been going on.
Listen, it's not. I have.
It's not you. It's us.
It's not you. It's us. We're supposed to do Wine About It live at TwitchCon. Love Twitch for supporting our show. I have given them a soft hey. We're in a bit of a panic mode right now.
Will we ever stop panicking?
That's the problem. I don't know if we're being because I don't feel. The problem is right now, respectfully, I don't feel irrational about it. I feel very.
I think it's valid.
Scared.
Yeah, it just takes one person.
There was a Japanese streamer a few months ago that got on her live stream by a stalker. When that happened, I almost pulled out of all my obligations. I was like, I don't think it's for me. And then, you know, I got kind of talked off the ledge. Like there's gonna be lots of security or whatever. Horrible things have happened this week, and there was also security, and I don't know.
Security
It's
and
just-
an armor not gonna protect you. It's just scary. We will keep you guys updated, but if we don't, we'll make it up to you.
I'll take my top off.
Me too, in solidarity.
And then Pokimane also reacted to the situation and spoke about TwitchCon herself, and here is that clip.
Saw Cutie and Ray were thinking of canceling, and I feel like they're kind of scared just of like the tension that is happening online. And of course we know that if we were to have any sort of safety issues, they're most likely to occur somewhere where like people know we're gonna be. So it does worry me that it might not be safe, and maybe better to, I don't know, dip out on it. I think it's based, okay, here's the way I view it, especially with all the recent news surrounding Charlie Kirk. And of course, a lot of political talk happens on Twitter, and also for us, people like me, Ray, Cutie, other
Everybody forgot about that bitch
the
that
people
got
who feel the most
Cutie Cinderella got her
negative
house
and most
broken into. Nobody
passionately
give a fuck.
hateful towards us also
What
tend
about
to be on
Cutie
Twitter,
Cinderella?
and
Didn't
the
her house
streaming
get
and
broken
Twitter
into?
communities have a lot of
Bitcoin stolen?
overlap. So sometimes it's just scary. And when you see that kind of negativity, you're like, do I want to tell people where I'm going to be in person? I actually don't know. I don't really like using Twitter too much because I don't. When I look at the replies, I'm like, who are these people talking to? I sure as hell don't think it's me. Like, I'm like, you guys are not my community. How do you even know me? Where you post a selfie, people start losing their shit. And then when your actual community comments, they get flamed from toxic peeps. How do you care? How do you hate someone enough to hate on people who like the person?
Then back over to Livestream Fail, Economy Meat replies to this post by saying, it makes sense. Given the current climate and Twitch's laughable security the last time when Kick streamers harassed a lot of streamers there. And Goldfish Muncher replies, people also seem to forget it wasn't that long ago when some nutcase tried to attack Valkyrae and others she was live streaming with. And Outcast says, didn't they serve alcohol by placing a shit ton of red solo cups on an open table for people to just grab too? That one stuck in my mind for being insanely stupid. Feller says, well, some dude literally licked Nick's nipple last time and didn't get banned or removed until like 6 hours later. As much as I dislike Nick, he doesn't deserve that. And just for context as to what this commenter's talking about with Nick's nipple, Corax later in the thread posts the clip, so we're just gonna play that for you so you know what we're talking about.
We'll see ya. Okay. Oh. All right, let's not do any more of that. Thank you. Nice to meet you, big brother. I think. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Have a good day.
You guys are incredible. You guys are the best streamers.
Yep. Thank you.
OTK on top.
Bye.
OTK on top.
Back over to Reddit though, Uber Tanks replies with this clip in the caption, he makes too much money to deal with that.
No, it's just you guys need to be respectful because
I've literally been here before you were even here, so I don't understand what the deal is. I have my badge. I'm a competitor.
No, it's not. It's not about that. Coming underneath or across the line. That's the whole point.
No, I make too much money to be dealing with you. Excuse me. Hey. Oh my. Jesus Christ! What the hell?
Is that supposed to be
That's
cool?
Not me. I didn't say anything. What did I say? I didn't say shit. Hello? Dude, I literally didn't say anything. Okay.
And Risk Agile responds to this clip by saying, "This clip made me never watch Nick again. I know he was an entitled little shit, but goddamn, acting like that to someone who's only doing their job is some next level man-child shit. For someone who's made a career out of being Soda Poppin's black friend." Extension Dance replies to the original thread by saying, "The TwitchCon San Diego venue barred Amaru from bringing her favorite bodyguard Dave because he made physical contact with someone just doing his job. I don't blame them at all for not wanting to go, knowing that security is going to be afraid to protect anyone because they may lose their job doing so." And the Kappa Overlord replies, "Streamer security often isn't official security. This is why. Most of the time, streamers' personal entourages are consistent of private security. We kind of saw this with Speed's security team reacting to the security guard. They were all private security. A lot of the time, venues don't really acknowledge private security personnel as real bodyguards, and so there's this disconnect. Events such as TwitchCon want legit bodyguards with company credentials as to minimize liability." Remote Geologist says, "I'm afraid too, but that's because I would have to be around terminally online weirdos." And Dio My Senpai replies, "Mate, people that stay on the sub are the terminally online weirdos. I don't understand how the people of a community shit on that community. Whatever complaint you have about Twitch or TwitchCon, you are probably a part of it." And Rester replies, "Twitch is a bunch of terminally online weirdos." Guy who comments on various subreddits
He's
hourly
right,
for
though.
16 hours straight. Yeet then tweets out that Dan Clancy himself responded to it by captioning it, "Dan Clancy responds to streamer safety concerns regarding TwitchCon. Says the platform has a zero tolerance policy." Attaching first the quotes from the clip we just looked at of QT
Yeah, but what
and
about
Valkyrie,
Hassan?
and then this response that says, "I want to be very clear. We take security at our events like TwitchCon extremely seriously. Every year, we build on successful approaches to TwitchCon safety and security, particularly as we become aware of new or emerging security or safety challenges. We have teams focused on this year-round, including keeping creators and community members safe on Twitch or at TwitchCon. We have rules and standards regarding TwitchCon attendees, and we limit people who have been indefinitely suspended off service violations. They are not able to attend." And that's the end of the quote, but the article continues. Clancy went on to explain that TwitchCon has a zero tolerance policy for harassment and claimed he is taking care to make sure the event is as buttoned up as possible. Asmongold replies with the clip that we looked at earlier and captions it by saying, "Last year, NMP Lol and Wake were SA'd by a streamer and Twitch didn't press charges or pursue any form of legal action against him. Here's the video of the incident. If I was a woman, I would never go to TwitchCon." Tectone replies to the post by saying, "I think I'll pass on going to HouthieCon." Madam Savvy says, "What a load of horse shit given their own staff are problematic. Plus, at least pre-pandemic, there were druggings at every event. The last one I went to, an official Twitch-sponsored party, had open served drinks. Cups of who knows what just sitting open, full of alcohol. If they actually cared about safety, they would ask Hassan not to come and ban him due to his constant violent language." Tectone also makes a separate individual tweet about the situation, where he says, "For anyone actually going to TwitchCon this year with the current climate of the world, if Twitch can't even moderate their own website, why do you think they can moderate an IRL event where documented attempted murders and SHs happened with no one suffering real consequences? Please proceed with caution, guys. To me and many others, it's really just not worth the risk anymore." And Nicholas Light replies, "I'm looking forward to the race/religion tier lists at TwitchCon. I might go to support my local terrorists." BS Warren says, "Reminder that Adriana Chechik broke her spine at TwitchCon a couple years ago because the foam pit wasn't padded right." Old Draggy replies to Tectone by saying, "Still safer than being around you or your dad." Keemstar also weighs in on the situation by tweeting out a video in the caption, "TwitchCon is not safe."
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. There's a conversation going on online about TwitchCon not being a safe place for females. And you have multiple female creators that are saying they're not going to TwitchCon this year. Asmongold said if he was a female, he would never go to TwitchCon. And that's based on safety concerns that these people are bringing up. I mean, we've seen it throughout the years, like just sexual harassment and deviant things that happens at these TwitchCons. And I wanted to share a story that takes us all the way back to like 2013, 2014, because before Twitch came out with TwitchCon, they did a test run for their TwitchCon by having these massive parties attached to PAX East or PAX West. And in 2013, 2014, I don't remember the exact year, at PAX West in Seattle, they had this massive Twitch party. This ain't no little thing. There's like 1,000 people there. It's a big facility. It was massive. It was like a mini TwitchCon. And I attended that event, and I was there with Seattle's own Only Use Me Blade, which is an old school Call of Duty YouTuber with a drinking problem. You know, Blade gets drunk and he acts like completely out of control. Now, a lot of times it's funny, and some other times it's absolutely horrible. And in this case, he got wasted pretty fast, and he was doing this thing where he'd go up to these girls at TwitchCon, go to shake their hand, and when they go to shake the hand back, he would take their drink, slam the drink, and give them an empty cup back. Now, most people just laugh because this is, you know, a Twitch party, it's open bar, the drinks didn't cost anything, and it was just like this funny thing, but definitely a dick move. Later that night, I couldn't find Blade. I Ubered back to my hotel, and the next morning, I found out Blade went to the hospital. And Blade didn't go to the hospital for drinking too much alcohol. Blade ended up in the hospital because he had multiple doses of roofies. He inadvertently, by being a jerk, has saved a bunch of women from being date raped. So these things aren't safe. They've never been saved. There are literally rapists that go to these fucking things and prey on the women there. I don't know. Just thought I should say. I can't speak. I'm getting tongue-tied. Made it all the way through this story.
Sounds like bullshit.
But yeah, I just thought you guys should know that.
And Lols replies, I always knew Blade was a hero. Ethan then tweets out this clip with the caption, Hassan confirms that he will not be attending TwitchCon this year due to safety concerns for others.
I miss the social Hassan era. There is unfortunately an obvious setback there because of, one, all the political incidents that have taken place, and two, how those political incidents have had some pretty significant consequences in how much I can go out in the real world and socialize with other people. As I said already, I'm not going to TwitchCon, not because I'm worried about my own safety, but I'm literally not going to TwitchCon because I'm worried about the safety of others. I don't want to put them in the fucking crosshairs if some psycho freak decides, like, I'm going to go there. I'm very publicly not going to TwitchCon for that reason. So,
and then he
do with that information what you will.
Plain Rock TV replies, it's safe now without the terrorist. It's a Gundam says, from let the streets run red with their blood to I fear for my safety. Tectone says, Hassan, you're the one who's causing these consequences the most out of any streamer on the platform. Now you're too afraid to show face. After saying everyone was overreacting, what a lying pussy bitch-made man. Kazuhano co-tweets the clip by saying, bro went to the LA riot, but TwitchCon is too much for him. LM replies, what does he know that might happen at TwitchCon? Kingman Lee quotes it by saying, Hassan Piker, quote, kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the streets. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist blood, end quote. And another quote, you need to be shanking these motherfuckers. You need to be gunning them, end quote. End quote, if you cared about Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, end quote. Now he's scared of the very problem he helped create? Give me a break. Destiny also responds to the situation by posting the same clip that you did and captioning it, this guy LARPs as a revolutionary but wants to stay home during TwitchCon so he can stream and make more money. A tale as old as time. Rick replies, a tale as old as time. Twitch has only been around for like 15 years, dumbass. Voice of Freedom replies to Destiny by saying, you literally called for the deaths of conservatives from the comfort of your bedroom. Think before you sleep quote tweets each clip by saying, I was right when I said in my video that when Hassan saw Charlie Kirk get murdered, he was realizing in real time that someone might shoot him too. Maybe stop telling your audience to kill people then. Willie Mack Show quote tweets the clip by saying, this is the same reason he didn't want to go to Gaza. Wasn't scared of getting hurt. He was worried his presence would get other Palestinians hurt. Hero of our time, Hassan Piker. The Quartering quote tweeted by saying, the only people attending TwitchCon are either apolitical or leftoids. Why be afraid? Oh. Legal Mindset quote tweeted by saying, once again, Hassan contributes to the problem and takes zero accountability for the consequences. Stunning and brave. Jimmy the Rib quote tweets the clip by saying, I wouldn't attend any cons if I was a streamer. You guys are fucking weird. Dexerto also makes a post about Hassan backing out of Twitch's San Diego event, and Tectone quote tweets it by saying, Hassan and people like Hassan have been pushing violent rhetoric and supporting terrorists for years. He knows the danger he has caused for others. He's now too afraid to face the very beast he's created. He knows if he live streams there, he'll broadcast his own audience that will be there, exposing the exact type of viewers he's creating, exposing the exact type of dangers he'd be bringing with him. This is not a noble act. This man is a coward. This man is delusional.
Terminally
And Twitch is a
online,
pathetic
that's for
platform
sure.
allowing this type of
Terminally
violent rhetoric to
online,
go on
that's for sure.
unpunished for years, nearly a decade. Pathetic. Over on LSF, Ignignoct also posted the Hassan clip with the caption, Hassan will not be attending TwitchCon this year because he fears he may put himself and others in danger. And DogFB replies, whatever you think of Hassan, all it takes is one mentally ill person to do something. It's 100.
Today is September 29th, 2025. Back on the 30th of April, the Nintendo Switch family of systems was updated to firmware version 20.0.0. This was the update that introduced the virtual game card system into the Switch families. Now, for a number of reasons that many people have highlighted over the past few months, the virtual game card system kinda stinks. It's given people just tons of headaches while they're trying to figure out if they have a game on their console or one of their other consoles, or if they're trying to game share it with a family member and they don't have connection on the internet, and it's just a giant headache from top to bottom. Now, Nintendo did give people the option to turn off that setting and to use the original method of game sharing that was available throughout the past 4 or 5 years of the Switch One's life. Actually, I think it was introduced in 2019, to be honest. But of course, when you revert back to that old style of game sharing, the biggest feature that was available during game sharing is no longer there. And that feature was true game sharing. It's what allowed you to buy a single digital copy of a game and play it with 2 Switches at the exact same time, sometimes even being able to play online together if it was a multiplayer game. Quite a few people made a pretty big stink about this prior to the Nintendo Switch 2's launch. This was actually the point in time where I decided to go pretty hardcore against Nintendo. I was already really ticked off about a lot of stuff leading up to this moment, but now they were affecting my Switch 1 experience. The Switch 1 experience that I used to share with my family members, the Switch 1 experience that I had convinced 4 or 5 other people close to me in my family to go out and buy that Switch, because of this feature that was clearly advertised directly on Nintendo's website, allowing you to have 2 people play the same digital copy at the same time. So when that update hit, it dramatically changed the way that I game with my family members, because all of us didn't want to get ripped off and go ahead and buy another game just because Nintendo decided on a whim that they were going to take away something that they had been giving for 5 years. Something that was advertised as a benefit to owning a Nintendo Switch 2 and going out and buying a digital game and subscribing to their Nintendo Switch Online membership. They basically decided now that they have your money, they're okay with just pulling away this feature. Now, part of the reason I was so upset about this is because when Nintendo introduced their new game sharing with the virtual cards, they had explicitly stated that you would be able to use the old system of game sharing and implied that there will be absolutely no changes. This was their lie. It was undoubtedly a lie. 5 months later, and it's still a lie. And it's one of the most disgusting and anti-consumer lies that they've pulled off in an era where they are just overflowing with anti-consumer practices. And you don't even have to ask me about it. Famous Nintendo Switch 2 buyer that does not have any buyer's remorse, Nintendo Prime, even tweeted about this back then. Now, of course, this was prior to the launch of the Nintendo Switch 2, where it was still safe for him to make criticisms towards Nintendo, where he tweeted saying, "What sucks is the 20.0.0 update should be mostly a positive thing overall. But Nintendo lied. Please, Nintendo of America, add back the original feature of 2 people sharing 1 copy of a game playing online together. You said the old system would still work. It doesn't. Not for online. You have enough wacky PR going on. Don't lie to your fans. Please patch this back in. Thanks." Now, I remember at that time the news that was circulating was that people like Doug Bowser, Miyamoto, even Furukawa were made aware of this tweet that went around. I don't know how much validity there is in that statement, but allegedly they knew about this tweet. They knew that it was something that became public to the crowds, to the masses. And obviously on their end, they knew that this was a feature that they had taken away. And supposedly after they had been made aware of this backlash online, they had considered reintroducing said feature. Now, obviously, this update happened at the end of April. The Switch 2 came out roughly a month later. The news cycle has dramatically shifted away from it. A non-insignificant portion of the Switch 2 user base are all brand new Nintendo owners that never owned a Switch 1. And even those that used to own a Switch 1 must have not had anybody to share their games with, because in their minds, they don't even realize anything disappeared. And as such, this lie that Nintendo had made and this feature that they had removed still remains nowhere to be seen. Now, I am a Nintendo Switch 1 owner. I own 2 of them at the moment. Directly off of my back, there were at least 6 or 7 of my friends that have purchased at least 1 Nintendo Switch. And those are just the people that I remember that I see fairly frequently. I'm pretty sure that number goes up to the 20s if I think about the past 8 years alone. As somebody that is still in the Nintendo atmosphere, that still plays Nintendo games on the regular, back when this happened, I specifically said I would not spend another penny on Nintendo. And I've stuck with that. I didn't stop playing Nintendo games. I still have plenty of ways to play Nintendo games, even without paying for them, whether I own them or I do not. But I definitely made sure not a dollar from me or anybody around me that wants to listen to me has been going to Nintendo since that feature was removed. And I will continue to avoid spending any money on Nintendo until that feature is reinstated. At this point in time, even if that feature is reinstated, I might not spend any money, but they are more likely to get it back if I do regain the feature that they had advertised to me, and it was part of the reason why we bought so many games and so many consoles from Nintendo, especially digitally. Now, if you notice, I continue to call it a feature, and it's very important that people understand that this was indeed a feature. Once again, I'll bring up the famous YouTuber that won't call the open world in Metroid Prime 4 ugly because he doesn't want to upset his fandom, where he explicitly shared a screenshot of Nintendo's own FAQ prior to the update, where in their own FAQs they instruct you on how you're able to do this game sharing feature. I myself spoke to customer service to verify I would be allowed to share this with somebody even if I don't live in the same house with them, even if we're not sharing a family plan, even if we don't have the same last name, and wouldn't face any bans. Obviously, I don't have any screenshots of that because this was prior to me making a YouTube channel and prior to me knowing that Nintendo would eventually take this away. But the point is that there are realistically millions of people out there that have actually owned a Switch 1 and shared their game with somebody else and gotten permission from Nintendo to do so while playing online together simultaneously. Prime's tweet continues on to say this is now removed. You can still trick it to work with single player via airplane mode, which is clearly a bug as it's not mentioned in the FAQ anymore. It was literally a feature before. And Nintendo said out loud we could keep the old way of doing it if we wanted to. They said it, then they removed it. That's what a lie is, folks. This does not work anymore the way it once did. Primey, we could really use you on this side of the fence, man. You have a voice, you have connections, and you can play a very important role in holding Nintendo accountable. But that's not what this video is about. This video is to bring this discussion back forward again, because it's been 5 months and this feature has still not been reinstated. And quite frankly, now that my channel gets a little bit more attention, I'm hoping to make this situation viral again. Those of you that have been watching my channel know that I don't generally do the regular stuff most YouTubers do. I don't ask for likes, I don't ask for shares, I don't ask for subscribers. I think I've taken 1 sponsorship and I felt so dirty that I never did it again. It kind of takes away the fun of the type of YouTuber that I want to be. But in the case of this video, that all goes out the window. This is something that I think needs to be spread. I keep kicking myself because I didn't include it in the discussion in my buyer's remorse video because that one went pretty viral. And likewise, I would like this topic to be brought back to front and center. Nintendo is on a mission to make sure everybody goes digital. That's what they want. That's what everybody in the gaming industry wants because it makes more money for them. But I'll tell you what, Sony allows 2 people to play 2 games together at the same time still. And it's a feature that's been fairly common in the industry since the late 2000s when digital games became more acceptable. It was worth it to companies to allow people to share digital games because it was still more lucrative for them in order to get people to buy digital titles. Now, obviously, of the console manufacturers, Nintendo was the last one to join this party and implement the system, and they're also the first one to rip it out. And I worry that if they get away with ripping it out, it might just become a forgotten feature of the industry. And it's no thanks to people that are just loyalists towards corporations whom like to scoff at anybody that was bothered by this by saying statements like, this was something that nobody used anyway, it was a bug, it's not meant to happen. Oh, how could you blame Nintendo for wanting more money? All of these dumb lines that they had said back when this had surfaced initially, because, you know, God forbid they criticize anything about Nintendo when there's so many people that are affected by this. But even if this doesn't ripple out throughout the entirety of the industry, there are 150 plus million Switch 1s out there, which means there are realistically millions of people that were using this feature beforehand, and it's now been taken away. Add on to it the 6 or 7 million Switch 2 users that are out there in the wild now. And I don't know, I just think this is something that realistically speaking, nobody loses out on, everybody benefits from. And since it's a feature that Nintendo had once implemented, I genuinely think if this is something that enough of a stink is made about it and it's brought back into the attention of the mainstream media, the Nintendo discussion, and not shouldered to the side of it because of all the controversies that were leading up to the Switch 2 like we had a few months ago, it might be a feature that could be reinstated again. And honestly, if it doesn't, I want Nintendo to be held accountable. This is yet another example of a time where they just decided to hide something and bury their heads in the sand and avoided commenting on something that they explicitly lied about. Like, this is very important to dig into people's minds. They actually lied to every Nintendo Switch buyer. And I just don't think this is something that should be ignored. People are discussing prices, people are discussing their lawsuits, they're discussing all of that stuff. But we should also be focusing on the fact that they've completely taken away true game sharing. And not only that, they did it without even telling their customers to their faces. And they, even worse, they outright lied about it. So, like I said, I don't really know what I'm doing here exactly. Am I supposed to tell you guys to like or comment so this thing can move up in the algorithm? I know there's a hype button out there. But all I know is that it's been 5 months since supposedly they've been made aware of the fact that the people are aware that they lied about a feature that they had taken away from us. And with a simple update of a hardware that many people had owned for 5 to 8 years, they effectively cut some people's libraries in half by removing this feature. Think of all the families out there that have children, they're not connected into YouTube, they're not really part of all this stuff. They had bought their kids games, they bought them one digital game, they could share it between the two consoles, one copy of Mario Kart, one copy of Smash Brothers, one copy of Mario Party, and their kids would play together. Or I guess one copy for every 2 kids. And then all of a sudden, firmware update, and they no longer had that feature.
True.
If I'm not mistaken, that's what happened to Nintendo Prime himself, because he's got kids and they use those games. I know in my case, my nephews all used to play Mario Party Jamboree together, and now they're just jumping on random free-to-play games because they're like, well, we're not going to go and each buy ourselves a copy of this game now. I spent a good few years trying to put a lot of effort into steering the next generation of my family into being Nintendo fans, and the company that turned them away from Nintendo is Nintendo, which I guess is par for the course considering what I'm doing now. But the point is that this is a feature that I think would benefit everybody. This is a feature that benefits so many people out there that might not even realize that it was just taken away from them, why it was taken away from them. And it's a feature that, if reinstated, could make the Switch 2 a much better console for families, because it's already really doing a terrible job at it with how ludicrously expensive every single thing is on that thing. So at the very least, if families could share their digital games with one another again, that would be a good step in the right direction, I think. But like I said, even if this doesn't get anywhere, I think it's important to spread awareness about this, because updating a previous gen console and making it worse while moving on to the next generation, completely cutting off features that people had available on the previous gen stuff, is legitimately one of the most draconian practices. This is the kind of stuff that Apple, Samsung, so many different phone companies, random computer companies, anybody with gadgets, this is the kind of thing that would have shaken media outlets. And for me, it just feels like Nintendo completely has gotten away with it. So yeah, I'm hoping to spread awareness about it again, because I think this needs to be brought back to people's attention. In any case, that's all I got for right now. Thank you for listening, and I will catch you on the next one.
Yes, our prayers have been answered. A third plane has hit the Caseytron Tower. The first 2 were videos of mine, and I think the third one might be the most damaging, truth be told. So a friend of the channel who goes by Rob's Media recently made this video. She's cush crazy. Get it? Because she's a weed addict, despite the fact that she's asking for money, and I'm pretty sure she's taking money out of that GoFundMe so she could afford more Labubu's and more weed. I haven't seen the video. I am very much looking forward to it, because this video doesn't only cover the new controversy, this covers stuff that I didn't even know about. If you enjoyed this video, drop a like, subscribe to the channel. Let's get Rob's Media and Sense to 1 million subscribers. I already knew Caseytron was horrible, but I think this really solidifies Caseytron as possibly top 10 worst humans of all time.
You know, I feel like this is honestly my moment. Like, I feel like for years people are like, oh, Casey's dumb as f, Casey's stupid, she's just a dumb stoner, she has no personality.
Sorry to pause so early. This is legitimately a Nightmare Blunt rotation. This looks like a Breaking Bad scene. Like, I could see Jesse Pinkman and his crew sitting on the floor doing all sorts of drugs out of frame as this is going on. This is hell. Honestly, I'd much rather die, like the worst death you could imagine, than to spend 2 seconds in this room.
I'm sure you've heard Caseytron's name pop up again due to a drama of Ethan Klein, especially after he announced a lawsuit against her for copyright infringement. and I will be covering that towards the end of this video.
Towards
But I
the
wanna
end of
use
this video.
as an opportunity to explore the multitude of other controversies Casey has gotten herself into. Today we'll be covering one of the dumbest members of Hassan Piker's current orbit.
As someone who just recently got into what a Casey Tron was, I am very much looking forward to this. I have no idea what to expect.
Casey Tron began streaming on Twitch around 2013, when she would have been 22 years old. She'd play games such as League of Legends and World of Warcraft, though many tuned in due to the persona she quickly crafted. At first glance, Casey seemed to be your typical booby streamer, wearing low-cut tops in order to attract horny men to her content. But in reality, Casey was a brilliant troll pretending to be a ditzy gamer girl. She'd act overconfident about gaming culture in order to rile people up, which would in turn bring more attention her way. I laughed a couple of times while watching some of her older clips. She was really good at maintaining bits and coming up with clever jokes. She'd soon gain connections with many other streamers like Soda Poppin', Grosscore, Katarino, Invader V, Forsen, Cutie Cinderella, and Destiny.
It's like 90% of Twitch streamers horrible, just bad individuals. Now maybe I'm biased because I know more YouTubers, and I don't think I know that many Twitch streamers, if any, truth be told. Like, almost everyone named here is either weird as fuck, is disgusting, or is a freak. What is going on with Twitch streamers? I used to think YouTubers had the worst reputation because, well, pedophiles. Now Twitch is worse. I'd rather be a YouTuber than a Twitch streamer.
Casey's most important connection around this time was the streamer Austin Cho, who used to go by Raj Patel. His whole bit was that he pretended to be an Indian guy, putting on the accents and everything.
I'm watching this, right, and I'm not trying to be biased because we are fair here in the sense, aka the Sensitive Society YouTube channel. So I'm gonna be fair here and just be like, the lowdown is crazy from the 2010s to now.
And a dating show called The Bachelor. Casey's appearances on these shows became beloved in the Twitch community, with many finding her to be entertaining, despite not fully engaging with the rules of the show.
I'm Casey Tron.
Who?
Some people, you know who I am. Some people will say I'm the original Twitch thought, you know, so.
That's not true, Casey.
A Bachelor episode, with Casey being asked if she'd escape quarantine in order to kiss Quackity.
Casey, if he had the coronavirus, would you kiss him?
Yes, and we would leave quarantine and we would try to spread it as much as possible, because the world would be a better place without old and poor people.
Oh my God, Casey, what the fuck?
Based? Where is this Casey Tron? If this was her right now, I might even throw $5 to her GoFundMe. What happened to Casey Tron? Not only looks-wise, but also personality-wise. Now, this is the Casey Tron that I would watch every single day on Twitch and give my life savings to. Be like, here, queen, please read my name. Please read my name and wish me a good night so I could go to sleep with this audio on repeat 24/7, 365. Now she went down the Hassan Orbiter path, and well, look where that got her. So
I said what I said.
Okay, well, I think you'd have to live with that, I suppose.
Base?
All right, okay, all right. Thank you, Ellie Moon. Ellie Moon, go ahead.
Well, and I'd already have it because we do fucking every day.
Casey then takes a massive bong rip and starts viciously coughing. The clip did not immediately go viral, but did get spread on livestream fails, leading to Twitch taking notice. They banned her account on the 17th, leading to Casey making a statement. I've been indefinitely suspended because of an insensitive comment I made last week. I don't condone hatred towards any person, and it was a poor reflection on my character. I'm just trying to take this all in right now. I ask that my audience please remain calm and rational.
This is super tame. She got banned for this, but not for stealing content later on? What the fuck? That's the thing with Twitch, their rules are so inconsistent. You don't know what is right and what is wrong. So making a joke about homeless people, which it isn't even that bad. It was nothing, and on top of that, it was a joke. It's like, oh, if you're homeless, just buy a home. LOL. It's like, it's stupid, right? No one takes that seriously. No one should. It's a dumb joke. People on Twitch have said and done a lot worse, and they haven't been banned. So, I don't know. I'm not here to defend Casey Tron here, but it's like, it's not fair. This isn't ban worthy, right? You literally have someone spreading terrorist propaganda on your website every single day, but that's not ban worthy. But someone making a joke about homeless or poor people is. It is Twitch. It is Den Clancy. I guess Den Clancy wasn't gooning to Casey Tron.
Obviously, it was a joke, but that doesn't excuse it. It was in poor taste and my fault. It's understandable why she chose to apologize for this, but I'm going to go out on a limb and defend her here. It was clearly a joke made in character, and there's a difference between that and people that legitimately thought that was a good idea to leave quarantine early. I think she was unfairly suspended, though it's funny how this was her longest ban compared to some of the other things she's been banned for.
Okay, so it was a quarantine joke. It's still, in my opinion, not ban worthy. Like, it wasn't even that bad. I've heard worse. This is what gets you banned? I don't know, it's stupid.
Yes, you read that right. We're going over a Casey-tron cheating scandal. But this isn't relationship drama we're covering. It's even more pathetic than that. In May 2021, Casey was brought on as a contestant on Ms. Kiff's game show, Schooled, a production put on by a streaming organization, OTK. During this stream, Casey-tron was incredibly cocky and would mock her opponents for losing to someone as mentally slow as she is.
Josh, I'm sorry. You are eliminated from the show.
It is
the girls win this week. Casey-tron with 1 F, Amaranth with 2, and Josh. I'm sorry, buddy. Trust me, I was on your side. I wanted boys rule, girls rule. But you're wrong. You got 3rd place though. How's it feel?
Would have preferred winning.
Yeah, definitely. Winning is definitely the better suit. You got 100 gifted subs. But
You
Josh,
lost to a stoner and a hot tub streamer.
Damn.
Get fucked. You look so
It is
dumb
what it
now.
is.
I've never lived
It
this
is-
down.
It is what it is.
I know. I'm ready to pack it up now. I'm like, we win.
Right. She would actually win this episode, beating Amaranth by correctly guessing Rio de Janeiro as the city Christ the Redeemer is located.
No hate. How dumb do you have to be to lose to a hot tub streamer and to a stoner? Like, if I lost, I would go back to university because it just ain't no way. I don't know what the questions were, but I guarantee you guys I would have won. This should have been the biggest red flags when you have a hot tub streamer and a stoner winning the competition. Something ain't right here. Something ain't adding up. I wonder what it is.
Casey-tron going from the stoner of the class to winning the entire show.
I'm sure Miskiff was thinking something is wrong.
Casey-tron taking it, winning.
Do drugs.
Hey, mods, please get that out of here.
She then gives this long, drawn-out speech about how she actually proved something to herself by coming on the show.
Like, I feel like I really proved something today, and I feel like this day will be remembered in Twitch history. The day where Casey-tron proved that she wasn't just a dumb stoner.
You are not just a dumb stoner. You are a dumb stoner who got past almost into the 10th grade. Congratulations, Casey. You won 200 gifted subs, and you are going to the finals for $10,000.
There's a finals? With who?
In 6 weeks with everybody who won.
However, there were many things
She
off
lost.
this episode, as fans noticed multiple contestants who cheated. This includes Amaranth, who was clearly looking at a second monitor, and Casey, who most definitely used a calculator under her desk.
Of course. Wouldn't this be obvious? Like, once again, not to be rude, but I mean, I really need to spell it out.
That is 23 times 153. Time is up, Casey-tron. Put your hands up. What are you doing, Casey? Oh, that's one hand. I see it. There's the 2. Casey-tron, what did you put? 256.
Were you in the middle of it? You're not done yet.
She's speechless. She doesn't know what to say.
You're on Casey. We can't
Okay,
hear you.
she just doesn't want to talk to us right now.
Oh shit, sorry, no, I was in the middle of it. Like, I started to figure it out, but then
Yeah.
I don't know where you were going with that, because 256 is not even anything in that problem at all.
Wait, you're telling me this bimbo doesn't have the brain capacity to do basic math? God, I'm shocked, I tell you. Mind blown.
First question. Which of the following is not a square?
God, this is too hard.
Ms. Kiff would call this out in its next stream, being purposely vague in order to not name specific people.
I think the reason why people cheat in my show is because they have something to prove. It's because they want to prove to other people that maybe they're not stupid or dumb, or they are, you know, they actually could be smart. But in reality, I see it all, and it ruins the show. We put hundreds of hours into the show, and the fact that people have no integrity for it, it's pathetic.
I mean, come on, Miskiff. Like, just look at the contestants, alright? You don't have the brightest people there. I wouldn't cheat, and if I'm gonna lose, I'm gonna lose my way in. And honestly, I'm not gonna be pulling up my second and third monitor. Why cheat? It's like if you're cheating in this, what else are you cheating on? You know what I mean? I don't know, it's pathetic, especially for a game show. It's like, are you really that stupid? You couldn't take time out of your day? You couldn't take a 5-minute break from your smoking session to learn how to do basic math? But once again, if I was hosting this, and I had a Casey Tron and 2 other titty streamers, I would keep my eyes on them.
Destiny would be the one to directly call her out, leading Casey to be in complete denial of her cheating.
He is going to accuse me of cheating because he has something to gain from it. You know, that person specifically, and he knows that for whatever reason, people will just believe what he says. Like I said, that one question, the 36, you know, what percent of 36, what percent is 36 of 80 is somewhat easy because it's less.
It's like 30.
Well, it's
or
less
what?
than half, right? Because you know that 36.
No, it's like 40.
36.
Yeah, she cheated. Case closed, Rob's Media. Case closed to everyone. Now, am I surprised? Of course not. Of course I'm not surprised. I guarantee you she doesn't even know how to spell her own name.
Casey Tron, aware that she could get exposed for this, began coping on Discord, writing out an entire Dark Viper-style rant through multiple messages.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying!
Yeah, who the fuck is this guy? And why is he screaming? I don't like him already. He looks like he's 50 years old. Dude, you should be with your wife, not fucking crashing out. Once again, I have no idea who this is, nor do I have the context, nor do I care to look it up, alright? He seems annoying and cringy. There's no reason to be this loud, my dude.
Why can you not stop lying? Please stop lying! What is wrong with you?
The pressure soon got to her though, and she later confessed to Ms. Kiff privately. Wanted to come forward and admit to cheating on Ms. Kiff's show. I have apologized to him and refunded. I feel badly for my actions. He just seemed like other people were cheating, so it felt like, why not? Cheating isn't fun and ruins things. It also sets a bad precedent for more to do the same thing. Let's keep things fun and lighthearted, and not be the egotistical narcissists that everyone expects. Sorry for disappointing you guys. At least I didn't hire a team of scientists. This was clearly a jab at Dream, something he took with great humor. And that day, Casey Tron hated Dream Stan so much that she became one, even going as far as trying to imitate his past controversies. She became what she despised. Dream, I'm too high for this. I can't right now. Is this real? She would briefly respond on stream following her admission, joking about how pathetic she is to make people pity her.
Before we get started on the stream, the sandwich making, I'm trying to be a good woman now and just stick to, you know, sandwich making and
traditional
not
woman.
Gaming or trivia.
Good. Gotta stay in your lane. If you're cheating, you are lame. Sensitive Society 2025. I want that to be one of the great quotes I have. Like, the only reason why she came out about it and the only reason why
she
she's
got
talking
caught.
about it is because she got caught. It's not out of the kindness of her heart. I guarantee you, if no one would have noticed, she would have went all the way with it. She would have kept the money.
Casey does address her initial denial of the situation, knowing that it made her come across as slimy.
Just to reiterate, I actually do feel awful on so many levels.
Empathy.
And yes, there was a point where I doubled down before I admitted to cheating. And looking back, I feel embarrassed and stupid about that too. I think it's, I don't know, somewhat normal stages of denial. Like, I was in denial and I was just trying to justify it.
Having a calculator to help you means you cheated on the show, though I'm sure she'd cheat on that too if asked a question about it. The overall problem is that she would have never apologized if people like Destiny and Asmongold didn't call her out. Asmon, one of the co-founders of OTK, said she should be blacklisted from future company events, cutting a major connection she had with the general Twitch community.
How do we stop the cheating? Simple. We never invite people who cheated on the show back ever again, and we never do content with them again. That's what I'm gonna vote.
I agree with that. If you cheat once, you should be automatically disqualified and you should never be allowed to enter those, because it's like, are you gonna cheat again? Are you gonna do it again? It's like, how can you trust someone like that to come back to your show and be faithful? And you're not coming back in, little bro. I don't know. Asmongold seems pretty reasonable. No, money is on the line. You're getting free promo. You're potentially winning a pretty handsome amount of money, 10K, if not more, right? You're getting gifted Twitch subs. It's like you're getting a lot of stuff, and it's like, if you don't don't think you're good enough for it, then don't participate. I'm horrible at math. I'll just straight up say it. I am not a math person, never have. And that is the reason why I would never in a million years enter a math contest, even if the grand prize was $1 million. Why? Because I suck.
Going after Asmongold when he called out protesters who were unlawfully blocking roads. Caseytron would respond by mocking his uncleanliness, as Asmon lives like a hoarding cave troll. His bedroom is like walking into a house at Halloween Horror Nights. Asmon is pretty used to these jokes by now, so he called her out on her own lifestyle. You're fat, and you spend your life smoking weed and doing drugs. If anyone's a stinker, it's you.
I mean, if you ask me right now, since what house would you rather live in?
Holy
or spend
shit.
a few nights at Asmongold's house or Caseytron's house? The first thing I would say is I'd rather die, but if I had to choose, I'll probably prefer to stay at Asmongold's house, but at least it's not going to smell like piss, laboo-boos, and weed.
What ramped up the drama is when people found this tweet. Thankfully, XQC's lifestyle hasn't led indirectly to the death of one of his parents, yet. So he has that going for him over Asmon at least. Caseytron had liked that tweet, something she owned up to on stream.
I'll admit, I did like that tweet, and I have a lack of respect for Asmongold after letting his mom with COPD live in those sort of conditions. I'm sorry. Like, you're a millionaire, you have all of the resources in the world. Why is your sick mother living like that? Like, I'll say it, I don't care. If that makes me a bad person, still miles above of Asmongold.
The double down is why I find her liking that tweet to be horrendous. She genuinely believes Asmon has something to do with his mother's death, without knowing the ins and outs of that situation. There's no proof of Asmon neglecting his mom. Casey just thinks this because she suffered from COPD, and assumes Asmon didn't take good enough care of her.
He had money to do something about it, and he chose not to. And I just don't have any respect for him.
But it's like, how could you know that? Like, this goes beyond drama or slop or whatever it might be. We're talking about someone's mom who is dead. Do you know the full story? Do we know the full story? No. Is it our business? Truth be told, it's none of our business. So for Caseytron to speak with such authority is pretty gross and, once again, in bad faith. How do you know? Were you there? Has Asmongold openly said, yeah, I didn't care about my mom, I just threw her to the corner and that's it, mom. See ya. Especially when you don't know the full story. So, dog, we're talking about someone's dead mom, and you don't know the full story either. So,
she tripled down in November 2024, tweeting, I think a great sin is being a millionaire and letting your sick mother live in absolute filth without even lifting a finger, or using any of your endless resources to do anything about it. So awful. A ton of other creators lambasted her for this, including XQC, who called out her hypocrisy in shaming Asmon's lifestyle. She responded back by claiming he abuses Adderall, and to be fair, he does take Adderall for his ADHD, but I haven't seen any proof of him abusing it. Honestly, I think Casey needs to get back on Adderall so she can stop spazzing out on Twitter.
We fitness age 80.
The biggest kicker is, she's best friends with one of the biggest incels on the internet, Mike from PA. If you don't know who Mike is, he's this failed politician turned streamer who yaps all day about committing violence on his political opponents, while looking like Haggard if he was 5'4". If anyone here is an incel, it's definitely the lord ass who thinks all Jews are demonic. Just a wholesome chunkist socialist.
So this is the guy calling us incels, right? This is... Sure, buddy. Sure. I mean, if this guy is calling me an incel, I guess I'm doing something right in my life.
Somebody asked if I was straight, and the answer is, I'm so woke that it seems like I'm gay.
Alright, bro. Bro wants to be different so bad. Sit down, little bro.
Okay, yeah, that's a good.
No one cared.
Hell yeah.
Somebody asked if I was straight, and the answer is, I'm so woke that it seems like I'm gay.
Okay, yeah, that's a good. I think that's good.
Your tone seems very pointed right now.
Of course, they haven't, as even on a good day, she'll get like 400 viewers. Now for a smaller streamer starting out, those are good numbers. But for someone like Casey who's been doing this for over a decade, it's fucking terrible. resulting in her doing outlandish publicity stunts.
What is this? What is this demonic thing that I'm seeing? Is this a Labubu? Or is this a plus size Labubu? What the fuck is this, dude? Bro, if I was 35 doing this shit, I would reconsider my life choices. If I'm 35 years old and I'm making a fucking Labubu costume, meanwhile I'm stoned out of my mind, I would call my mom and ask her, Mom, at what time did you lose hope in me? And why didn't you stop me sooner? What people need to do to pay the rent. I mean, it says here $1 equals 1 minute. Sad. If I ever do this, guys, you know that I lost. This video is way too long, and I feel like I'm a terminally online person. So I think I've had enough, guys. I don't know how to end this video, but if you made it this far, I appreciate you. I appreciate your loyalty. I appreciate you watching. Whether you're new, you just found the channel today or a few weeks ago, or you've been watching for 3, 4, 5 years, I appreciate you. Thank you for spending your time with me. And I hope you have a great evening or morning or night, whatever it might be for you. I will now go take a shower because I smell like weed even though I don't smoke. But watching this Casey Trump video really got me the scent of weed, so I gotta go take a shower now. Anyways, Sense out. Sense has left the building. Peace.
We have arrived at another pop culture phenomenon episode. Odds are you've somehow heard of It's a Good Life, even if you've never seen it. The signature lines, characters, and premise are probably as well known as The Twilight Zone itself. This episode has been parodied, homaged, given a nod to, remade, and allowed a rare sequel in another Twilight Zone series. It's a good thing you did clicking on this video, guys. It's a real good thing you did. Rod Serling opens this installment on screen to set everything up. A monster lives in Peaksville, Ohio. This monster has either destroyed the rest of the world or isolated Peaksville completely.
World just got a brand new update and everybody's acting like they fixed the game.
Nintendo fixed Mario Kart World. Mario Kart World's online is fixed. Mario Kart World is so back.
Shut up. They didn't fix shit. Can we stop acting like this update changes Mario Kart World? I can't even say this update is the bare minimum. This is a joke. I laugh at this shit. Nintendo is once again packaging literal dog shit and feeding it to their fans. A laundry list of features that should have been in the game at launch, and they barely addressed the elephant in the room, the 3 lap tracks. And that's not even the worst part. They added a brand new feature. You can now join friends playing Knockout Tour by selecting friends from online play. A feature that was inexplicably not there at launch. If you've seen my last Mario Kart video, you'll know this drove me insane.
It's 20 out of 24 and I can't join.
It doesn't let you join?
Unable to join the Knockout Tour.
Unable to join the Knockout Tour. That's all you got. No explanation, just you can't play with your friends. But I guess they fixed that? They didn't fix it.
Yeah, no, you're not in my lobby either.
Wait, what? This feature at the top of the patch notes is the most idiotic, brain-dead, baffling way of implementing online. They actually had one job, man. This is my experience of figuring out what the hell is going on with this update. And this game. I haven't touched it for almost 2 months. Do I still hate it? Spoilers, yeah, it's a clown show. And it's pathetic that people are defending this shit. Like this somehow fixes anything. Dude, this is so stupid.
How is there always some shit?
If you like these kinds of videos, please consider subscribing. It helps me out tremendously. Anyway, this story begins at midnight. My friend Kurtomatic let me know that there's a new Mario Kart World update. Okay. So I searched up the patch notes to see if, you know, they fixed the game finally. No. Maybe? This one says they increased the frequency of lap type courses. But by how much exactly? This is a normal track. You drive this lap 3 times and that's the race. Mario Kart World added a different kind of race. Instead of racing on the track, you race from one track to another track. These are intermission tracks. For many reasons, people don't like racing on these.
I hate intermissions, man.
Dude, I hate intermissions. I hate intermissions.
Including myself. When Mario Kart World launched, you could vote for a 3-lap track 100% of the time. A few weeks later, Nintendo changed this.
Okay, so usually when you play online, when you see the arrows from your current location to one of these tracks, that means you're going to play what people are calling an intermission track. However, if you picked random, you would get one of the regular tracks in this game. You know, like 3 laps, one you could time trial. Random can now pick intermissions, which is brand new.
Now you could only vote on 3-lap tracks 30% of the time. Eventually, Nintendo did update it, changing the odds of selecting a 3-lap from 30% to 40%. Just 10%. Not enough to save the player base and sales that were plummeting. Are plummeting. Mario Kart World is dying because of this. So, did they fix it? Did we go back to what we used to have? I had to find out. We had no idea what to expect going in. I wasn't even recording. I didn't think this would be a video. But I booted up online, joined my friend, and started waiting for the next available race. Was it gonna be no intermissions? 1 intermission? 2 intermissions? Once the race finally finished, I got my answer. 3 intermissions. But maybe we're just unlucky. Shit. Very unlucky. Fuck. Extremely unlucky. Okay. Extraordinarily unlucky. Something seems off here. It was at this point that I started to record.
My gosh!
Are you? There's no way. What's happening? No, we're just unlucky. We're just unlucky.
No, they're actually just trolling us. They're trolling us. There's no way.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
I don't want to see it. They actually just hate us.
So how much did they increase the odds by? Well, I did 120 races, and out of those races, I concluded that they changed the odds by about 5 to 10%. Dude, that's such an FU to the community, like, actually. So if they did increase the odds by 5 or 10%, why does everyone feel like we're playing more intermissions? Because we are. In theory, if everybody voted for the 3-lap track option, it would be 50-50. But who do you think still plays worldwides? Mostly people that like intermissions. Even when there is a 3-lap track option, a lot of people still vote for intermissions over that. In actual worldwide lobbies, you're gonna be playing intermissions like 60% of the time. I genuinely dislike this.
Let's try a knockout tour.
Let's try a knockout tour, yeah.
At the very least, we can do that.
I'm just joining a race. I'm assuming that makes a room. Can you join me?
I'm not seeing anything.
That's not good.
So it wasn't working, but then it did work.
Oh, there you go.
Little weird, but I was able to join now, and it put me in a lobby where it said, "You will join the next available race. Sit tight." So I did. After 4 months of waiting, I was finally gonna get to play my knockout tour with Penguin. Something we've wanted to do since the game came out. It was finally happening.
Are you guys in the game?
No.
I just want to clarify.
Are you in the game?
Wait, what do you mean?
Are you racing right now?
Yes, I'm racing right now.
Wait, what? What is this
Are we
shit?
in separate free roams?
We're in separate free roams.
We're all in our own games.
Something was wrong. Me and Kurtomatic joined Penguin before the knockout tour started, yet it put us in a lobby by ourselves.
Like when you press pause, but I don't see you, Xander, like in my player list.
Wait, I see Penguin, but I don't see you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
No, like, dude, this is so
How
stupid.
is there always some shit?
A full knockout tour race lasts 8 minutes, so I didn't want to wait for Penguin to finish his race. Okay, can we like reset this? I don't really want to wait for a whole knockout tour.
Yeah, look how long the bar is at the bottom. It's the waiting bar.
We all quit out and decided I would be the host. Maybe it was just a weird bug. I mean, I'm looking at my screen and you guys, like, there's open spaces. So, like, surely you're going to be in this lobby.
Yeah,
surely.
Same for me. There's open spots.
So on all of our screens, there's open spots in this lobby, but it won't let either of my friends take one of those spots. Instead, it fills them with bots. Oh my god.
Just play a knockout.
Oh
Surely
my
we'll get
god.
in. Just,
I have
just
to
one quick
play
knockout
a
by
knockout
yourself.
tour and then you guys can join?
Yeah.
Remember, a knockout tour is 8 minutes long. What the fuck is going on, dude?
That is a long ass fucking call.
You guys want me to like screen share while I do this or something? Like, do you feel like you're racing now? Is that better?
Oh, it feels so amazing. It's like I'm really there.
So as I was racing this knockout tour, I thought about ways I could get my friends in faster. I wanted to see what happens if I lose this, to be honest, because maybe that would get you guys in faster. After losing, I clicked next race. Now we all saw the race would start soon.
Race will start soon.
Yeah, it says that for me too. There might be an exploit.
The exploit is to just lose as fast as possible, tank the VR. So this time it actually let all of us into the knockout tour. Together.
Look, we're playing knockout tour. We're all having a good time.
These patches, though, like they're actually just evil at this point. They know what they're doing. They're just evil people.
I would rather them not release it than release this shit. Unfortunately, I lost pretty early on. I lost. Now I can spectate the players that are still alive, like my friend Penguin. But of course, spectating looks horrible.
I will say, though, these camera angles are awful. I'm watching your face and everything behind you.
I guess changing the camera angle is too much to ask for. You're stuck having to look at this shit.
I am not gonna qualify. Fuck.
Once Penguin lost, none of us were in the race anymore. So, of course, we all click next race.
Next race. All right.
Kind of a shit show, but it can't get worse than this, can it?
No. I'm not in lobby.
What?
You're not in a lobby?
Oh my gosh, bro.
Are you actually not? You're joking. You're fucking with me. Wait, I'm in Ice Rally. You guys are not in Ice Rally?
Bro,
wait, Kurt, don't drive for a second. I want to see if you're in my game. Just like,
I'm at the
break.
back. You see me? Drive on.
No, you're not in my game. What? This was weird. All of us clicked next race, and now all of us are in different lobbies. It disconnects you every time? Okay, everyone quit. This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life. It makes no sense that it kicks you after one race with your friends. So Kurtomatic came up with a pretty good theory.
I think the only way to, like, multiple times in a row stay in the same lobby with your friend is I think we had to all wait for that race that we did. We had to wait for the other players to finish.
So Kurtomatic is saying, even though all of us lost the race, in order to stay in the same lobby, we would need to watch the race through to completion. So we booted it back up and tried again. Okay, I'm starting a new knockout tour. Like,
the room is full, please wait. I joined frame 1.
So now we have another issue. Penguin can't join because it's telling him the room is full. Huh. You sure about that? Wait, so you guys, it didn't even let you join?
No, I'm in. Yeah, but I'm not playing the fucking game.
Once again, because they were joining me, they had to watch me play a knockout tour before they could even join the lobby. If you think this is super confusing, I agree.
Wait, I'm in a private lobby with you guys now, look.
Yeah, now it says race will start soon.
Nope.
Wait, it just kicked you guys out. Wait, what? I'm not even in my own lobby. Dude, for a moment there, I was not in my own lobby.
No, we're fine. We're fine.
Okay, we're good.
Hold on, we just need to find the tack.
Once again, we were all in the same knockout tour. This time, we were gonna see if we could stay in the same party by not clicking next race until the race is over.
Guys, nobody lives. And I'm disqualified.
Me too. Well, now we get to spectate.
What are we doing now? Are we just waiting for the randoms to finish?
Yeah.
We're hoping.
Once the race finished, I checked the lobby and we figured it out. Do we want to play this out? I don't want to play this out.
You said hop on Donkey Kong?
I'm down, bro. I'm actually gonna uninstall this. Wait, before I do that, let's just look over some of these other patch notes. Just so we're comprehensive. That this update is pathetic. Up to 2 players can now play free roam while waiting if the game was full. That's a lie. When me and Kurtomatic joined Penguin, we were in our own free roams, playing solo, not together. In free roam, you can now transform into the character pulled into the UFO. Cool, so I guess they're trying to fix the Kamek item. You know, the item that would unlock a character for everyone except yourself, which was such a random and weird way to unlock characters. Now you can use the UFO in free roam, which is such a random and weird way to unlock characters. Fun. The free roam map now displays peach switches you've done and peach medallions you've collected. Great, so a feature that was missing at launch. When spectating a knockout tour, you can now choose who to watch. Whoa, that's awesome. Can I choose what angle to watch too? No. Okay. Decreased the time between when an item box is taken by someone and the next time it is revived. What I'm hearing is there's going to be more items on the road. Did we really need that? So yeah, I'm uninstalling this game, and I think you should too. It's not fun, and I have no faith that these updates are going to fix it. And I am gonna say it. I told you so. Much better. Thank you all so much for 100,000 subscribers, but we're still a little bit away from beating Chipotle. They fired my ass for giving too much food. So subscribe, appreciate it. Alright, see you next time. I need to make a speedrun of joining your friend in a Mario Kart knockout.
Join your friends percent.
Get into a lobby, fucking instantly lose.
We have arrived at another pop culture phenomenon episode. Odds are you've somehow heard of It's a Good Life, even if you've never seen it. The signature lines, characters, and premise are probably as well known as the Twilight Zone itself. This episode
rocks have a story to tell. They look peaceful, just off the coast of the beautiful Greek island of Paros. But like many unassuming pieces of coastline, it can be dangerous when you get too close. This would be the story in the year 2000, when a massive Ropax ferry running on autopilot struck and sank at these very not so scary looking rocks. Today we're looking at the MS Express Samina and the series of events that led to her final resting place. The disaster would leave many people scratching their heads, as the collision shouldn't have happened. She was meant to be on a different course, and even if collision had occurred, it shouldn't have caused her to sink, but we'll look into this and find out later why. My name is John and welcome to Plainly Different. This video wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for my YouTube, Patreon and Ko-fi members. If you want early access to the channel's videos, then you can, for just £1 per month. As always, the links will be in the pinned comment below. And also whilst you're there, check out some of my other bits like merch and other bits and pieces that I sell on my Reverb page, as well as the music I make. Background. This is the MS Express Samina. It was a Ropax ferry. More simply put, it is a roll-on, roll-off passenger carrying ferry. But its life didn't start out as the Express Samina. Instead, a few name changes and a country change would stand between the start of its life and the end of its life. It actually began working as the MS Course under the French flag. She was built at Chantiers d'Atlantique, Saint-Nazaire, France, for a company called CGT. This first chapter would last from her birth in 1966 until 1982, where she sailed under 3 French operators, Compagnie Générale Transatlantique, Compagnie Générale Transméditerranéenne, and Société Nationale Maritime Course Mediterranean. I know I butchered all of that French pronunciation. Anywho's, from 1982 she would get her first name change to MS Golden Virginia under the control of the Stability Maritime Company. This change of name and company also coincided with the change of her flag to that of the country of Greece. 6 years later she would be sold yet again in 1988 to the Agapitos brothers. She was pressed into service in the Aegean Sea. Her final sale and name change would happen in 1999, when ownership was taken up by the interestingly named company Menon Flying Dolphins, a Greek-based ferry company. Her name was then changed to her final iteration as the MS Express Samina, again tasked with sailing around the Aegean Sea. We are very close to the disaster in our story, but first we need to quickly talk about the ship's particulars. She had a length of 115 metres with a width of 18.1 metres and a draft of 4.36 metres. with the Imperial units just listed here on screen. Her 2 engines powered her gross registered tonnage of 4,455 up to a top speed of 21 knots, 39 kilometers or 24 miles per hour. She had a capacity of 1,500 passengers and up to 170 vehicles, in which all of this was accommodated over 11 levels. She had fin stabilizers as well as an autopilot system, which aided in keeping the ship on a predetermined course or bearing without the need of human intervention, although often it is required that the system is under constant supervision. Her hull was subdivided by transverse bulkheads into 12 watertight compartments with 11 controlled watertight doors. She was relatively forgettable as a ship and was built to the standards of her time, although by the late 1990s she was getting long in the tooth, approaching 35 years old, which makes me feel very old being 36. But her remarkableness would end on the evening of the 26th of September 2000. Now it's time to move on to the next part of our video, the disaster. It is around 5:15 in the evening on the 26th of September 2000, and the MS Express Semina is about to leave the port of Piraeus, Greece. She has 473 passengers and 61 crew aboard. In addition to this, she also has 17 trucks and 34 cars. She is bound for the island of Paros on an oval journey that has stops at the aforementioned Paros, as well as Naxos, Ikera, Samos, Patmos and Lipsi. Her estimated time of arrival at the port of Paros is meant to be around 18 minutes past 10 PM, but this would not be the case. At roughly 8 o'clock the ship passed the Cape of Kephalos of Kifnos Island. Visibility was reported at the time to be around 7 to 10 nautical miles. In order to counteract the ships bumping around on the sea, the crew deployed the stabilizer fins. However, unbeknownst to the crew, only the starboard stabilizer unfolded. At around the same time, the ship was placed into autopilot. With the predicted course, she should have happily sailed along this line. However, with just the starboard stabilizer deployed, she was actually being dragged off course towards starboard. This shouldn't have been too much of an issue, as it would have been picked up by the crew on the bridge. However, everyone had kind of buggered off, leaving the ship automatically cruising
Buggered
towards
off.
it. This was an islet around 3 nautical miles away from the entrance way to the port of Paros. At around 10 minutes past 10, a member of crew had actually checked the course on the MS Express Semina and realised that they were heading to a very, very bad destination. They attempted to change the course, but at this point it was far too late. At 12 minutes past 10, the ship hit the reef of Portus Islets on her starboard side. The collision caused 3 raking damages to the ship at both below and above the waterline. The largest gash was 6 meters long above the waterline, and also the crash caused severe damage to her starboard stabilizer, ripping it from the hull. The ship carried on its bearing, but just 3 minutes after impact she was beginning to list by 5 degrees to starboard. Water was pouring in along a 3-meter gash below the waterline. This was where the stabilizer once was on the starboard side. It was also where the engine room was, and this was not very good. Initially, none of the passengers on board really knew what was going on, but it would be hard to ignore as by 25 minutes past 10, the ship was listing 14 degrees. This then allowed water into the 6-meter gash that was originally above the waterline. Needless to say, this then further accentuated the list. A distress call was sent out, and it was picked up by a nearby NATO exercise fleet. The ship's power supply subsequently failed, plunging the decks into darkness. As the ship continued to list, only 3 of its 8 lifeboats aboard were able to be dispatched. At roughly 32 minutes past 10, she had listed 33 degrees. 18 minutes later, at 10 minutes to 11 PM, the ship
I
was
did
lying
not
on
notice
its
that
side.
there were people
Many
still here.
had to jump into the water wearing life jackets. During the sinking, complete chaos had hit all those aboard. The crew started jumping off the ship themselves, leaving passengers to fend for themselves. This would contribute to the death toll later on. The first responders were made up of Royal Navy and Greek Port Authorities vessels, as stated by BBC report. A helicopter from the aircraft HMS Invincible, which was exercising near Paros, rescued 12 survivors who were stranded on a rock, 2 of them suffering from hypothermia. HMS Liverpool, HMS Cumberland and RFA Fort George also joined the Greek military, local fishing boats, pleasure craft and the Coast Guard vessels in the huge rescue effort. Many survivors were stuck clinging to rock protruding from the sea. By the time 11 PM had come around, the ship was fully submerged. From start to finish, she had fully sunk in just under an hour. The sinking caused the death of 80 passengers. Interestingly, in addition to this death toll, one other person is attributed to the disaster. They were in Paris at the time of the accident. They had died of a heart attack. This was the port officer on duty. Likely, his demise was brought on from the stress of the disaster unfolding in front of him. The MS Express Semina sank to the very bottom of the ocean, where she is still to this day. Almost soon as the waves calmed and her battered body settled amongst the fishes, divers were sent down to the wreckage. This was in preparation for the investigation. Officially sanctioned divers were sent down to the wreckage and video was shot and important locations of the vessel were noted. However, it was also said that before this happened, some unknown divers went down to the wreckage. This leads us on to the next part of our story. The investigation and aftermath. In January 2001, the Court of Appeal for the Aegean Sea appointed a 5-member committee to investigate the cause of the sinking of the MS Express Semina. Their report was released a day before the first anniversary of the accident. During the investigation, the crew came under extreme scrutiny. The captain and mate were arrested and charged with manslaughter due to, as stated by a tourist guide website named Greek Island Hopping, allegations that at the time of the collision, the crew had left the bridge to watch a replay on one of the ship's TVs of a goal in an important local soccer match. The results from the report resulted in charges against 17 persons. This included ship's crew, Coast Guard and shipping company officers. But put a pin in that for later on. But although the crash was the result of clear negligence in the ship's navigation, another investigation would be launched to find out the reason why she sank, as it was fairly thought that the extent of her damage shouldn't have resulted in a rapid lack of buoyancy. The investigation was called Investigation into the Sinking of the Ro-Ro Passenger Ferry Express Semina by A. Papin Ikelau et al. This would delve into the mechanics of the sinking, especially when she probably shouldn't have with the damage she had sustained. She had watertight compartments after all. However, it was found that 9 of her 11 watertight doors hadn't been sealed off. The crew had often sailed with the doors open instead of closed. For example, in proper operation, the doors should always be shut and only open to allow access, after which they should be closed immediately. The crew had left them open and was planned to close them on the ship's main panel after any incident. However, due to the collision happening in the engine room, remote control was lost during the power loss. This then relied on the crew going to close the doors individually locally, which clearly didn't happen. The sinking was solely down to the fact the doors were left open, which of course was ultimately down to the incompetence of the crew. Now the legal ramifications were pretty bad for the indicted persons. One would avoid criminal proceedings though, by using a less than ideal trick, as on the 29th of October 2000, the manager of Minoan Flying Dolphins decided on not being alive anymore by the help of gravity out of a 6-story window.
The easiest
ship's officer would be found guilty of criminal negligence.
Easiest trick in the
and
book,
was sentenced to 19 years, while the captain received a 16-year sentence. 3 other members of the crew were
Going
handed
to
down
jail
much
uses
lighter
one
sentences
easy step.
ranging from 15 months to 1.5 years. In the aftermath, Griefs would put on a limit of 30 years for service life of vessels in the country's fleet, although this would be relaxed with the provision of following strict safety standards. Interestingly, Minoan Flying Dolphins, the ship's owner, was planning on going public with a stock offering around the same time of the crash, but understandably they walked back this plan. Interestingly, the company is still in operation today, albeit under the name Hellenic Seaways. So that's my video on the MS Express Semina sinking. It's going to be a 5 on my scale, and this is what I've got for my root cause analysis card. Do you agree? Let me know in the comments below. This is the Plain Default production. All videos on the channel are Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike licensed. Plain Default videos produced by John in the currently very warm corner of southern London, UK. And all I have to say is thank you very much for watching, and Mr. Music, can you play us out please?
base in Michigan. Before a crowd of 75,000 spectators, wing walker Todd Green attempted a daring mid-air transfer from a vintage Stearman biplane to the skid of a hovering helicopter. It was a stunt he had performed before, one that thrilled audiences and cemented his reputation as one of the best in the business. But this time, something went terribly wrong. In a horrifying moment, Green lost his grip and plunged nearly 200 feet to the ground, leaving the stunned audience in silence. His death was not only a devastating blow to his family and the airshow community, but also one of the most shocking accidents in modern stunt performance history. So what exactly happened that day? Let's talk about it. This is the death of Todd Green. Todd Allen Green was born on March 2nd, 1963, in Michigan. He grew up around airplanes and stunt shows thanks to his father, Thurman Green, a respected aerial stuntman nicknamed The Grip. Eddie had made a name for himself climbing around on an aircraft mid-flight, and it was only natural that Todd would eventually take up the same daring profession. With aviation in his blood, he combined skill, composure, and a showman's flair to carve out his own reputation as one of the most talented wing walkers of his generation. Todd was widely respected in the airshow community and was a member of the International Council of Airshows and the Experimental Aircraft Association. Friends and colleagues emphasized that he pursued wing walking not out of the recklessness of thrill seeking, but out of the love for the art of entertaining audiences. Cool. Kyle Franklin, a fellow stunt performer and former wing walker, highlighted Todd's mastery, saying, "He's only one of 2 people to ever do that transfer, and he was very good at it. I've seen him do that many times." The transfer Franklin referred to was Todd's signature stunt, moving from a biplane to the skid of a hovering helicopter mid-flight, a feat only a handful of performers in history have ever dared to attempt. Franklin explained that what made Todd stand out was not the reckless bravado, but his professionalism. He said, "Most of us in this business aren't necessarily adrenaline junkies. We just do it because we love performing, being in front of the crowd and entertaining them." Todd was extremely good at what he did. Outside of the shows, he was regarded as a devoted father and partner. He had a son, Tyler, and shared his life with his fiancée, Dawn. To his friends and family, he wasn't just a daredevil in the sky, but a grounded, hard-working man whose life revolved around both his family and his passion for flight. The Selfridge Air Show in Harrison Township, Michigan was one of the state's biggest aviation events, bringing in more than 75,000 spectators over the weekend. Families packed the grounds, children pointed skywards at roaring jets, and aviation enthusiasts came to see both modern military demonstrations and vintage stunt acts. Few performances carried as much anticipation as the wing walkers. On Sunday, August the 21st, 2011, the spotlight was on Todd Green. Standing on the wing of a bright yellow Stearman biplane, he prepared to attempt his signature maneuver. In this maneuver, the biplane would fly steady beneath, while the helicopter positioned itself close above. With only the rush of the wind and the noise of the engines filling his ears, Todd would climb upright on the biplane's wing, release his hold, and lunge for the helicopter's skid. This stunt was about precision, timing, and showmanship. The pilots of both aircrafts had to maintain formation to the inch, while Todd needed to make his move in the narrowest of windows. The announcer urged the crowd to watch closely, hyping up the tension. Many craned their necks, some raising their cameras, others simply staring in awe. Those familiar with Green's reputation felt confident. He had successfully completed the stunt the previous day. High above Selfridge, the moment arrived. The biplane steady, the helicopter hovering close, and Todd Green standing on the wing, was ready to do the stunt once again. As the crowd watched, Todd steadied himself on the upper wing of the Stearman. His movements were measured and calm. Above him, the helicopter held position, close enough that he would reach the skid if everything lined up perfectly. On his first attempt, the aircraft weren't quite aligned and Todd pulled back. Moments later he tried again but came up short. Then came the third attempt. Spectators reported that the helicopter seemed too high, or the biplane a touch too low. One said it was clear he couldn't get to the helicopter. At that point, the crowd was quiet because the air felt wrong. We just wanted him to stop. Todd lunged for the skid one last time. According to the official preliminary report, he released his grip on the airplane before the helicopter was in proper position. tried desperately to grab hold again, but there was nothing there, and in an instant, the sky dropped beneath him. Thousands of eyes followed as his body plummeted roughly 200 feet before striking the ground. Onlooker Jeremy Mitchell said, "I thought it was part of the stunt. It wasn't until the ambulance came that it sank in. Emergency crews rushed across the tarmac, but the damage was already done." The stunned silence at Selfridge lingered long after Todd Green had hit the ground. Spectators didn't know whether what they had seen was real or simply an extreme twist in the performance. Technical Sergeant Dan Heaton, spokesman for the airbase, confirmed that Green had fallen well clear of the crowd, about 1,500 feet away, ensuring no spectators were in danger. The FAA and the National Transportation Safety Board launched investigations. Early statements pointed to the timing as a critical factor. According to the National Transportation Safety Board's preliminary report, the helicopter pilot said Green had released his grip and lunged for the skid before the aircraft were properly aligned. Amateur video showed a large bird passing near the stairman's wing just before the fall, and stronger winds than the day before were noted as possible contributing factors. The county's medical examiner later confirmed that Todd Green died instantly from multiple blunt force injuries sustained in the fall. He was only 48 years old. The tragedy marked the first fatal accident at Selfridge Air Show in more than 15 years. Kyle Franklin summed up the mood in the community saying, "We are a very close-knit family. Whenever we lose one of our friends, it really hits you hard." The investigation concluded that the primary cause was an early release during the mid-air transfer, with Green letting go of the biplane before the helicopter was properly positioned. They found no mechanical failures with either aircraft, confirming the stunt was resulted from a combination of timing and human error. It was put down as an accident. In the days following, the airshow and aviation community mourned his loss. Friends, fellow performers, and fans shared stories of his skill, professionalism, and generosity. He was remembered as a master of his craft, with Kyle Franklin saying, "Todd didn't just perform stunts, he elevated them. He set the standard for everyone who followed." His family, including his fiancée Dawn and his son Tyler, were heavily supported by the community. The community organised tributes and memorials, holding moments of silence before taking to the skies. New performers often cite him as an inspiration, and even in death, Todd Green's presence lingered in the skies he loved, serving as a testament to both his artistry and the extreme risk that came with it. May he rest in peace. As always, this is not an AI channel, I do everything myself, and if you appreciate my work, subscribe, and if you want to go the extra step to support the channel, maybe consider becoming a member. Let me know what you thought about this case in the comments below, and as always, thank you for watching.
Will the Real Martian Please Stand Up is absolutely a fan-favorite Twilight Zone episode. It's got one of the most famous twists that turned into an iconic image for the original series. But putting its popularity and memorable status aside, is it one of the higher tier installments of the show? Or is this a case of style over substance? Two police troopers investigate the crash of an unidentified flying object in a snow-covered forest area.
I need a drink after that. Holy where to begin?
Man, what a crazy year. One second, my channel starts to take off because I'm covering daily retrospectives of 3D Mario, culminating around the time of my conclusion of Mario Galaxy 1 and the beginning of my Mario Galaxy 2 daily retrospectives. And then the next second, Nintendo decides to charge $10 for Welcome Tour, and I absolutely lose my mind. The glass is shattered, the nostalgia gets a dagger through it, and then somehow, as if this was all planned by some greater power in Nintendo headquarters, Galaxy 1 and 2 is released for the Nintendo Switch 1. Life is funny sometimes. Anyway, I just want to be a little bit upfront about this. If you're somebody that follows this channel pretty regularly, I'm talking you've watched all of my recent videos, you keep track of all of my posts, some of the information of this video might be a bit repetitive. But I did want to make this video because it's all relevant to the Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 release, and since that game is about to launch, it's already getting its reviews, I'd like to have a single video discussing this. Now, obviously, as soon as this was announced, there was a pretty big uproar online. Super Mario Galaxy 2 coming to the Nintendo Switch is something that many fans have just been praying for over the course of the past 5 years. Ever since the 3D All-Stars collection did not include Super Mario Galaxy 2, there was always this dream, we'll call it, that we'd get a Super Mario 3D All-Stars sequel that included 64DS, 3D Land, and Galaxy 2. And of those three, Galaxy 2 was the one that probably the most people were vocal about. So to see it brought into the Direct, and of course to see people have to go online after the Direct to figure out the prices of how it was going to be packaged, definitely soured a lot of people. For some context, 3D All-Stars was released with 3 titles inside there, Mario 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy, and it was sold for $60. Many people calculated it as if they were being sold as $20 each. Obviously, you couldn't buy them separately, so it wasn't exactly the case. For all we know, Nintendo could have valued Galaxy as a $40 game, Sunshine as a $20 game, and 64 was a free pack-in. Maybe they knew they were going to be including it on Nintendo Switch Online later. But the point is that when we got those 3 titles for $60, I can't imagine most people expected that when we'd get Galaxy 2, it would be sold alone for $40. Now, Galaxy 2 at $40 already is pretty steep, especially when you consider that when you're playing it on the Nintendo Switch 1, there isn't really too much of a difference added onto it in comparison to what we saw from Galaxy 1 in 3D All-Stars. So somehow this Wii game that was upscaled to 1080p, the same way that Galaxy 1 was in the 3D All-Stars package, is meant to be a $40 value. But it gets worse than that. That $40 value is only for the digital. If you want Galaxy 2, and let's say you already own 3D All-Stars, and you specifically want Galaxy 2 physically because you happen to really appreciate physical games, which according to Nintendo's financials, most fans do value physical games more than digital, you're going to have to repurchase Mario Galaxy 1 all over again in order to get Galaxy 2, which means a physical copy of Galaxy 2 for you is going to net you $70. There is effectively no other way to have a copy of Super Mario Galaxy 2 on your Nintendo Switch physically, which means for the low price of $130, as a Switch 1 owner, you get Super Mario 64, Super Mario Sunshine, Super Mario Galaxy 2, and 2 copies of Super Mario Galaxy 1, which obviously is absurd. But it gets worse again. 3D All-Stars cannot be purchased anymore. Over the course of the past 5 years, I haven't met a single person that was satisfied with the fact that Nintendo sold 3D All-Stars as a limited edition copy. But most people were upset because they wanted to buy the game. The artificial scarcity behind this decision overinflated the value of the game to the point where even the aftermarket price became ludicrously high. Now, mind you, they made a crap ton of copies of this game. A vast majority of people that wanted Super Mario 3D All-Stars got Super Mario 3D All-Stars. You're talking about over 9 million copies sold. That's more than the amount of people that bought Super Mario Maker 2. That's obviously more than any third party was able to sell on the Switch 1. You outsold Kirby in the Forgotten Land, and you're only 3 or 4 million behind 3D World. But the game, even when it was discontinued digitally, was still on the shelves for quite a while. So most people that wanted this title got it. And the people that didn't, they had to drop between 70 and 120 bucks on eBay in order to get their physical copy. But the point is that at the end of all of this, the worst part of the whole scarcity and limited release of 3D All-Stars is finally coming into full fruition with the release of Galaxy 1 and 2. And many people joked about it too. They were like, why would Nintendo make that a limited release? So many people would ask that, and always the answer would be the same thing. It would be like tongue-in-cheek. They'd be like, well, of course, so they can sell the game later. Now, I think a lot of people expected a level of greed. They just didn't know to what level of greed they were going to be getting. They didn't think it would be a combo pack of Galaxy 1 and 2 for $70.
I'm surprised they're still
But this whole
up for
release
it.
of Galaxy 1 and 2 together effectively sours and puts a black marker on the beautiful memory that was 3D All-Stars for so many Nintendo fans. And I say that positively. I realize so many people listening to this also were very critical of Nintendo when they were talking about 3D All-Stars, and a lot of people saw the writing on the wall from the very beginning. But for a lot of us, me included, a very proud owner of 3D All-Stars for a very long time, we didn't understand it back then. And I say this without any shame. It is very much my fault. I am part of the problem as to why Galaxy 1 and 2 is being released in this package. And a big reason why I say it without any shame is because I already went through all of the shame back in April when they started announcing all the prices for everything on the Switch 2, including the $80 Mario Kart. So I've kind of desensitized myself to this over the past 5 months, realizing that I was foolishly letting myself get ripped off for a very long time. And that's part of the reason why I'm still sitting here. I will not let Nintendo get away with this again. Not for me, and not for anybody that feels the same way that I feel. Now, if you notice, I'm making it very clear that 3D All-Stars Galaxy 1, as well as this double package of Galaxy 1, are the same game. The Switch 1 version on both copies are effectively going to be the same thing. Some people online have been posting differences where textures were upgraded, but other people have been posting pictures where it looks uglier on this new version, so it kind of cancels out. But more or less, you're looking at almost an identical experience. This is not going to be the equivalent of the love and the detail that we saw put into Metroid Prime when you compare the GameCube counterpart with the Switch release. This is very much going to look almost as similar as if you were playing this game on Dolphin, and Galaxy 2 as well. And I say that because a lot of
big moments for you guys.
If you guys don't know, we are doing conductor elections.
Every so often, a show comes along that masterfully navigates the art of build-up, weaving in plot threads so tantalizing that each episode leaves you begging for more, almost beckoning you at the end each time the final line is uttered, all the way up to the climax. Alien Earth is not one of those shows. Up till now, the way this story has been handled is anything but smooth, consistent, and enjoyable. It's been rough, jerky, and the kind of storytelling that leaves the viewer thoroughly unsatisfied every time the credits roll. But as with most things in life, one can always hope for improvement, even if it's a long shot. So will Alien Earth give us the happy ending we all deserve? Or will it just continue to tease us with great ideas and never follow through? We open up with Raj in his room along with the recently face-fucked low sperm count Arthur.
Fuckface.
If you recall, we last left off with one of these two dragging the other through a conveniently human-sized ventilation duct in order to escape the lab. Well, that vent seems to have not only gone through the magical gap between episodes, it also led directly into this room because somehow he wasn't caught. So much for that added security because literally no one is watching the cameras or even bothering to do any spot checks. While Raj is shoving Spermy under his bed, Jerome comes knocking, presumably to collect on the promise that Raj made to play with him. But instead he discovers the person who was basically his surrogate father figure on the floor. Obviously he's freaked out and wants to know what the fuck happened, and since Raj is about as convincing as a 1970s toupee, he's unable to calm Jerome down and instead turns to gaslighting.
You would have to blackmail or whatever you call it, dead mother? Dead brothers did everyone. Will you help me?
In the lab, Billy Idlefin is surveying the damage done and locking down the specimens as best he can in order to allow the humans to come in and capture the flies, which are still out of containment. Not really sure why he doesn't just do it since he's already in there, but whatever. As this goes on, Peter Pansexual watches with a horny look on his face, completely unfazed by the fact his irreplaceable multi-billion-dollar hybrid lies dead at their feet.
Organic matter must have been scarce in their world, so they eat mostly minerals.
There goes that 6 billion. No more kids in the lab.
Except Wendy.
Yeah, of course.
Though I guess this is an understandable reaction considering this particular hybrid was too retarded to just slide the tray in and shut the fucking door. There is also zero explanation as to why these flies didn't just eat their cage if they have a diet consisting exclusively of minerals, which seems like a massive oversight. It's very obvious that Billy is over this both in story and real life, and honestly, can you blame him? Reviewing the security footage, because apparently they now remember that that's a thing, they see that Sheepo Gorath is clearly more intelligent than they originally believed. But before they can test that theory, Wendy shows up as if she was simply waiting off screen for her cue, since there is absolutely no reason for her to be here right now.
What happened to Isaac?
Science.
That's a great fucking non-answer. While we're at it, I have a couple other questions. What happened to the Hindenburg?
Science.
How about Chernobyl?
Science.
And you know what, while we're at it, what about Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Science! Well, back to this technological tragedy. Wendy, confused over what she's seeing, grapples with the idea that perhaps they aren't quite as indestructible as she originally thought.
No, we can't. We're premium.
Don't.
She, of all, people, should know that this is not true. Considering just a few episodes ago, it was her that was nearly at death's door. But that would require that the script have some goddamn memory or attention, which is clearly not the case. Despite the efforts of Peter Pansexual to calm her down, she realizes that she and the rest of the hybrids are definitely in danger.
We're not safe.
She then uses her xenolinguistic skills to create a distraction before she storms off to her room. Funny how we've been shown multiple times that Xenos in this show can break welded doors in any other window, but this special glass is a problem. As she leaves, they make a startling, unexpected discovery.
Someone turned their trackers off. Fuck.
So here, hold on. Here's a novel idea. Turn them the fuck on. Joe arrives at Wendy's room and the two discuss the situation about TBD's death. And Joe reiterates that they need to get off the island.
Can't they track us?
No, not anymore. Arthur.
Hey!
Which just further hammers home that the added security isn't worth shit because someone should have noticed this by now. Wendy decides that not only are they going to try to escape, but they're going to take all the other hybrids with them.
You'll be the first to die, but I like your enthusiasm.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Despite Joe's protests about their limited window of opportunity, Wendy refuses to go without them. Hilariously, not even an hour ago, she declined to leave, which means that Joe was so convinced that something would conveniently change her mind that he went ahead and mapped out an escape route anyway. It's almost like it was all predetermined and the character knew it already.
Would you leave without me?
No, of course not.
I'm not so sure this is true. He seemed like he was gonna get the fuck out of Dodge either way at this point. The first one they attempt to collect is Carrot Top, who is being consoled by Wheels over her recent memory wipe.
Wheels.
I've got all my money.
Wheels.
Nobody's messing with my insides.
Wendy and Wheels argue over the motivations of Peter and Prodigy as a whole, and Carrot Top decides she wants to leave.
We're all gonna die here, and then the bugs will crawl in and we'll all be ghosts. I don't want to be a ghost.
Well, that was pretty goddamn easy. Funny how she shouldn't remember this, but does. Wheels refuses to go, despite the fact she's surrounded by armed guards and deadly illegal aliens.
I'm deeply hurt.
This is the best place I've ever been.
Shit, where the fuck did she live before this? Los Angeles? Wendy makes Wheels promise not to sell her out, which, you know, I'm sure she's not gonna do that at all.
We are so fucked.
Before she goes on to use her forgotten sleeping dog's hacking ability to unlock the creatures. Peter Pansexual and Billy Idlefin go to interrogate Dr. Cougar about her husband, but since she's the worst wife ever, she not only has no idea where he is, but barely seems to give a shit at all about any of this. But because this script is written with the idiot's guide to screenwriting, Peter gets no answers because before he can, he's summoned away due to the Xeno rampage. Boring. While that shit's happening, Raj and Jerome have somehow evaded every patrol and are close to leaving the facility with Spermie's body. Why they're struggling to carry this 160-pound Tom Green lookalike is beyond me, as they're both supposed to be super strong, but it's not like consistency has mattered up to this point anyway. However, before they can exit, they are stopped by Billy Idlefit, who questions them.
What are you doing? The man from the ship. He's been talking to me? I know that. I mean, what are you doing going that way?
What's this dude's motivation? It seems like it's all over the goddamn place.
Fuck if I know.
He's loyal. He's not. He loves the kids. He hates the kids. Morrow is a rival until he's not. Seriously, pick a fucking lane. Out in the jungle, Joe, Wendy, and Carrot Top come across the graves of the children's human bodies. You'd think that this discovery would come with some sort of epiphany, but out of all the scenes, this is the one we barely get any conversation. We don't even get anything in the way of visual cues. Instead, we just get this emotional dissonance as Wendy stares blankly off into the distance, as though she's waiting to be told how to feel. Is she realizing she's not actually Marcy? Is she angry, sad, relieved? We don't fucking know because she doesn't give us anything. The one time when we would have benefited from her getting emotional and over-explaining, and they chose not to. Elsewhere in the jungle, we rejoin Raj and Jerome, who are still struggling to carry an extremely underweight, I guess we'll call him a man.
He looked like a man.
When they notice that one of the patrols is coming their way. What follows is so comically stupid, I wish I was making it up. Because in order to hide, they run approximately 8 feet, drop Spermie's body right out in the open, and barely hide behind a bush. And because these are the worst soldiers ever, they not only fail to hear any of this, but not a single one of them even looks in that direction. Which maybe I could have overlooked if it wasn't for the fact that in that 10-second window, Spermie woke up and somehow climbed a goddamn tree. Not only pulling this off with every soldier failing to see him do it, but also neither of the hyper-aware hybrids who were right the fuck next to him either. As the two retards search for Spermie's body, the dead facehugger falls from above, scaring the utter synthetic shit out of them. Spermy then re-emerges in a spot they just checked with no memory of what happened to him. Instead of just coming clean to the only person who probably ever gave two shits about them, they concoct a lie about poisonous gas and Spermy's wife being on the beach, which makes about as much sense as asking for change of a nickel.
Confusion is a side effect of the gas.
But as they wander toward their destination, Spermy's amnesia slowly wears off, and despite Raj and Jerome's insistence, he's able to sniff out their bullshit.
Children have to learn how to lie, and you two are still learning.
Promising to help them if they return to the lab, I guess he still doesn't remember that his ass got canned. They turn to walk back, just as, well, you know the drill.
Boring!
As Jerome sits there in shock over what just happened, Raj slowly morphs into an angry phone scammer.
What did you do? No! Why did you redeem it?
He then grabs the carcass because apparently he believes, fuck it, this is good enough. In Dr. Widow's office, we see Wheels come for a shoulder to cry on. Not much is said, but it does call to mind that earlier in the show they hinted at a rivalry between her and Wendy that literally went nowhere and hasn't been mentioned since. So just toss that onto the pile of wasted plot threads. Well, with that brief nothingness over, we cut back to Jerome and Raj still dragging Spermy's dead body through the jungle. Despite the many times we've been told that they are in a hurry, they still seem to have had enough time to stop, cut up wood, and fashion a goddamn raft for some reason. Normally this would have made a ton of sense if these two were humans with standard biological fatigue and physical restrictions. But once again, they and the word assemblers seem to have forgotten that they are machines with super strength and near limitless stamina. Just toss the vegan barista-looking motherfucker up onto your shoulder and run really fast. We already were shown that they can do this earlier in the show when Wendy ran along the beach. Why are you wasting so much time? In fact, they could have gotten here hours ago with the facehugger still attached. As they arrive at an alcove, we see the goddamn Wayland-Yutani Navy SEALs arrive, led by Morrow. I'd make a joke about how this shouldn't be possible because of the added security, but as we've seen, that shit doesn't matter. I just find it kind of funny that this group of elite commandos is being led by an out-of-shape security guard. They're all probably super fit dudes with 5% body fat, and as we've seen with Morrow previously, well, not so much. Not saying he's the fattest guy we've ever seen, but I mean, come on.
One of these things is not like the others.
Realizing quickly that the chest burster has already done its burster thing and bursted, Morrow isn't exactly happy with Raj.
I told you to come alone.
He's my best friend. You can't hurt him. You don't understand. Everything went wrong.
You know, that could have been a tagline for this entire production. Speaking of everything being wrong, Peter Pansexual has officially moved Sheepo Gorath to a secondary location in an attempt to communicate with it.
Because pi.
It's the ratio of a circle's circumference.
Look, you fucking retard.
Remember, they're just jokes. We're all gonna die soon.
Even operating under the insane assumption that every species in the universe uses the same method of calculating circumference, what makes your dumbass believe that this goddamn thing is going to understand our numeric symbols?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hit you with an... I don't know.
That hasn't even always been the case here on Earth. Yes, nowadays we have a universal standard, but historically we've had several systems before this, many which were happening at the exact same time. Well, despite the complete idiocy of this supposed intelligence test, it's some the fuck how works. You know, if they put a sheet of paper below that, it could have been the script for the next episode. Since communicating via fecal matter isn't ideal, Peter decides that he needs a human host. So my suggestion would be that he does not get one from Mumbai.
One of the scientists, maybe? No, a mold scrubber.
Wait, that's what that fucking dude in the hallway was? A goddamn mold scrubber? They actually spent screen time showing us that shit? And for what exactly? They made it seem as that was going to be a big reveal at some point. Well, no matter, because Peter knows exactly who he wants to use.
I know just who to use.
Back out in the jungle, Joe, Wendy, and Carrot Top, despite going against all logic, get ambushed. I guess we're just supposed to forget that Wendy doesn't just have standard super hearing, she has extra special mega super hearing. But she just can't use it at this moment, apparently. Also, how the hell did they know to be at this exact spot?
Fuck if I know.
These three could have been coming from any direction. Seems incredibly lucky for the soldiers and the script that they just happened into this trap. Wendy attempts to warn the soldiers and Carrot Top hisses at them because why not? Before the Xeno is summoned to toss everyone's salad. We are then treated to close-up daylight shots of the most underwhelming xenomorph ever.
What is that? What the fuck is that?
I know there's a bit of history of the costumes not always being the best looking, but there's really no excuse here. This wasn't an issue due to budget restrictions, this was just terrible decision making. This thing looks fucking awful, and it's only made worse by choosing to set this scene during the daytime. But more on that later because Wendy has given it some commands.
What did you say to it?
Hide and follow. I think.
Somewhere else in the wilderness, the chestburster from earlier is found and captured. And pretty easily at that, considering their whole thing is to emerge and hide until maturity. There is no shortage of crevices, caves, and craters to conceal itself on this island. Why the hell is it just out wandering?
No fucking idea.
Morrow and his SEALs arrive at the main Prodigy facility where, wouldn't you know it, they too are ambushed.
I can't believe this, man. We suck.
Though this is really just a way for Billy Idlefit to flex on him by showing him his newly acquired pet.
Nobody likes a sore loser.
The Prodigy soldiers then beat the SEALs and Morrow senseless.
You two are grounded.
Out at the docks, the stupid trio arrive to attempt to leave. By the way, none of them know how this boat works. Only to be fucking ambushed. Again. At this point, I'm convinced that if you look up the definition of the word repetitive, a picture of this show would pop up.
Whoa, hey.
Where did they all come from? Hilariously, we're all meant to believe that this entire battalion was just casually hiding behind this goddamn crate. Joe attempts to defuse the situation by pleading with Rashidi and Black Russian to no avail. Carrot Top then taunts the soldiers with her stuffed animal, which leads to what I can only describe as a slight overreaction.
Damn.
That escalated quickly.
Holy shit, redhead bitch crazy. Well, seeing as how there's really no turning back from that, Wendy and Carrot Top proceed to have a fist fight with the soldiers.
Somebody hit somebody!
This results in Black Russian pumping Carrot Top full of lead despite explicit orders to not shoot them under any circumstances. And because the internal rules of the synthetics are not exactly clear, Carrot Top is barely fazed by this. Carrot Top then grabs Black Russian, but before the former can thoroughly alter the eating habits of the latter, she is lit up by Joe with electricity.
No!
Now, at the risk of another mistake in my analysis involving electricity and conductors, I'm going to guess that these synthetics are not insulators as this worked on her. But this creates a huge problem with the small fact that she's fucking holding the person he's trying to save. This would have severely messed up Black Russian as well. Either way, Wendy isn't exactly happy with what just went down and screams at Joe as yet another out-of-place licensed song that I'll try to sneak into the video plays. Are you an aspiring electrician? Or perhaps you're just some weirdo who gets his rocks off by shocking his own balls? I ain't judging. Well, whether or not your interest in voltage and amperage is purely professional or recreational in nature, please remember safety first. And to help you understand the ins and outs of electrical currents, we at Wayland-Yutani are here to provide you with the necessary tools to make sure you don't die in a smoldering heap of now useless organs. Introducing our new how-to guide, Electricity, How Much is Too Much. With this handy book, you'll learn the exact levels required for whatever task is thrown your way. Whether it be restarting a heart, putting down a synthetic, or raising your own pole, by the time you're done reading, you'll know the bare minimums to be considered an electrical engineer for this company.
Biological survey. No geology.
So visit our website today and request your free copy. Terms and conditions apply, but odds are you don't qualify and you'll be paying for this shit. And while you're there, check out some of our other award-winning how-to guides, such as autoerotic asphyxiation, the fine line between coming and going.
Kyle died accidentally while masturbating.
And become a self-proclaimed expert in whatever field you choose. The episode begins with the corpse of Spermy being feasted on by crustaceans. Don't worry, we've all been there. Dead to the world on the beach, with crabs.
Return to crab.
Oh, tequila. After the mood has been set, we're joined by the Xenomorph, who decides to have a stare down with one of our clawed friends as if they just weighed in for a UFC fight. It's time! Considering all the talk about Ice Age in this show, it's good to see that another Pixar character is getting a cameo.
Mine.
Seeing as how this particular dead body is already spoken for, the Xeno moves on, wandering through the forest, presumably to locate Wendy. But instead it finds Dr. Cougar Widow, who looks to be dressed as if she just got off of a boat from the old country. Now you might be asking yourself, what the hell is this woman doing out here since there's, you know, a deadly goddamn creature on the loose?
Who cares?
Well, with no lockdown or logic in place on this island, she has decided that this is the ideal time to go lay some flowers down on the gravestones.
It's just growing pains.
What? What did he say?
Look, bitch, I know your specialty is psychology, but I hate to break this to you. Dead bodies don't grow. But whatever helps you sleep at night knowing that you murdered 6 children. Turning around, she comes face to face with the second scariest thing that she'll see in this episode.
Rip.
Because she's integral to the plot, her armor is inches thick, and like several
yeah,
others
she
before
runs
her, she's
away.
not immediately killed for some reason. Which of course gives a conveniently placed group of soldiers consisting of Rashidi and Black Russian enough time to save her dumb ass. Hold on, rewind, show that shit again. Where the fuck did that bullet even come from? They're behind it. Are they curving the goddamn bullets now? Do physics even exist on this island? Does logic exist on this island? Do bullets do any damage on this island? Which is really lucky for Dr. Cougar Widow, since she's 6 inches away from the thing with acid blood that would melt her face off. The Xeno once again runs off into the jungle, allowing Rashidi and Black Russian to give the most obvious briefing of all time.
It's not safe here, man.
No shit.
Why was she even allowed out here in the first fucking place? Especially when you account for the fact that you've been sending out heavily armed troops that keep getting unalived. I'm not sure if you're using the Zap Brannigan method.
I sent wave after wave of my own men at them.
But xenomorphs don't have a preset kill count. Wouldn't it make just a tiny bit more sense to, I don't know, take up a defensive position and wait? Not like we haven't seen this exact strategy work well before. Well, with that out of the way, let's check out some of the other retards of Special Needs Island, shall we? Mr. Clean suggests that Peter Pansexual evacuate, but since he's now obsessed with Sheepo Gorath, he refuses. Likely due to his false sense of security, having officially imprisoned Joe, Morrow, and all of the hybrids, including Carrot Top, who has been brought back online for no apparent reason whatsoever. Actually, it makes you wonder why the hell they haven't just turned them off. It's been shown that you can do this. Why are you allowing the insubordinate, angry children with superpowers to just hang around and plot your demise? Also, what happened to we can see and hear everything that they do? Was that also disabled? Why the fuck have you not turned these functions back on yet?
You ask a lot of questions.
But as we already know, failsafes are not only discouraged here, they might as well be outlawed. My favorite little tidbit is that they also locked up Wheels, who did absolutely nothing wrong.
I'm not even supposed to be here today.
I guess you forgot that she was on your side. Probably would have been a powerful ally that you have officially lost. Jerome asks her if she was the one who snitched on him and Raj, hilariously forgetting that Billy Idlefit let them out. So like, no one needed to say a word. You were carrying a body right out in the open, in front of a high-ranking official. As the conversation continues, Wendy informs the rest that they found their graves, which sparks a debate over whether or not they can die for, what, the 4th time now?
We can't die.
Isaac died?
That's not gonna happen to us.
It could have fly at his face.
This is of course not a disagreement that needed to be had. All they have to do is look around and count. They started as a group of 6, they are now 5, meaning one of them no longer exists. Whether or not you use the argument that he died during the transfer process, there is no disputing that existing is a requirement for life. Even after all that, Wheels is still insistent that she is indeed the favorite, to which Wendy points out a few facts about Peter Pansexual's favorite book.
In the book, Wendy Darling is Peter Pan's favorite. And then she grew up, and that made Peter mad. And so he kidnapped her daughter, Jane. We're all in this cell, because we can't be kids anymore.
We're all ghosts.
Which of course means that they need to be the ones doing the scaring. Ooh. Thus begins the part that can only be described as the 90s teen revenge comedy section of the episode, as the 5 of them split up to go get even with the specific people who wronged them, which is kicked off by Wendy using her insane technopath capability to boost her xenomorph control power in order to contact her friend in the jungle. Yeah, that ain't fucking broken at all. Billy Idlefit mentions that there is no need to worry as the lab is on its own system.
Is it now?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Even though Wendy hacked into it in the previous episode?
But is it?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Peter Pansexual then flies into a fit over Morrow.
He came here to kill us all and steal our toys.
Ignoring Billy's suggestion to calm down and be smart, Peter continues to rant about Yutani with all the intimidation and aura of a 12-year-old rage-quitting a Call of Duty match.
Let's fucking go!
Though it is confirmed that he indeed suffers from a psychological disorder.
Sir, a defining symptom of ADHD as severe as yours.
I'm sure this surprises absolutely no one. Wendy then begins to fuck around with the comm systems, interrupting Peter and Billy's little powwow, which further fuels the flames. Though there really is no reason to get this pissed. Just walk down to the lab like you've done 20 other times and talk to him, dude.
Morons. They're all morons.
Hey, shit-talking the showrunners is my job. At least now that we know that Peter suffers from ADHD, it makes sense of his tendency to just move on from major plot points very quickly without resolving them. Because he once again turns toward his obsession with Sheepo Gorath. Honestly, at this point, I think he should just rent a room.
Yes! Oh, yes!
Though I once heard that if you face them toward a cliff, they will push back.
Shut the fuck up! I was talking to the sheep!
Just saying, it's worth a shot.
Just to be safe, I think I'll feed you someone weak.
If only there were someone currently on this island who had the muscle mass of a prepubescent girl. But who could it be? Elsewhere in the compound, we see that Dr. Cougar Widow has successfully been led back to her office. It's here that she does what I assume everyone needed to do in order to get through this production. Get completely hammered. It's at this time that Wendy decides to fuck with her by playing recordings of their therapy sessions.
I might have superpowers. I'd really like to be invisible.
We'll be okay. Won't we? Won't we? Won't we?
Hey, that's fucked up.
Returning to the holding cells, we see Joe and Morrow, the latter of which has been fashioned with a nice cybernetic arm disabling canister. Why would they even need to have something like this in stock? This seems like an incredibly niche set of circumstances. Wouldn't it have been easier and more effective to just remove the arm altogether?
Oh.
And since Joe has the memory of a brain-dead goldfish, he asks Morrow about his recent whereabouts.
You really on that ship when it crashed? You shot me.
This question and statement combo do not compute with one another. If you know he's the one who shot you, you know he's one of the people who was on the ship. How does a mistake like this even get past the first draft phase?
I saved your life.
Can you please remind us exactly what he did? Now you'd expect me to freak out here, but I'm not going to. I see the 3D chess this guy is playing. That was just the old preemptive shocky pad thing. The soldiers continue to search the facility when an elevator randomly appears behind them, which, doesn't seem suspicious at all. But only Rashidi bothers to even question the convenience of the situation. Well, wouldn't you know it? It turns out that obvious trap was indeed a trap.
This elevator will explode in 30, 29.
What the fuck kind of elevator has a self-destruct function?
Fuck if I know.
What purpose could that even possibly serve?
I don't know.
Could you even imagine the conversation with the contractor?
Why are you asking so many questions?
I see here that you put in a request for an elevator that occasionally blows up. I mean, it's probably not going to be up to code, and I'm going to have to call my guy, but it's doable. May I ask why, though?
Well, you see, I really want to kidnap terminally ill children, transplant their brains into super powerful android bodies, and then taunt them till they want to kill me.
Okay, sir, say no more. Where it says reasoning, I'll just mark off that owner is retarded. But whether or not this was a true feature of the lift is irrelevant, as this was just Jerome fucking with them. Seeing as how it's been a while since Wendy had an internal or external conflict involving her brother, it would seem that it's about time that we had both simultaneously.
He shot Nibs.
You actually killed someone.
This is immediately followed by flashbacks of Joe reading a letter that was sent to him when she was still a human.
Dear Joe, I hope you're good. The mashed potatoes are pretty good. And the jello. Cherry's my favorite.
This would have been a nice emotional moment if it didn't feel cheap and unearned. You see, audience manipulation is a delicate balance, and this feels forced at this point in the script. Mostly because it's just a catalyst to have her progress the plot by opening the door for Joe and Morrow. Good thing they gave him a bludgeoning fist instead of just taking that shit off. Also, I love how they flat out rip off Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle here.
We better save the children, because I'm gonna burn this place to the ground.
Come on, Boogie, let's burn this motherfucker down!
Well, I guess his arsonist ways begin with attempting to get revenge on Billy Idlefin. First of all, why didn't he just walk in and shoot him from a distance? That's what guns were invented for. If you don't like someone who's over there, blam! No more person over there.
Blam.
Second, if Billy could tell that Morrow entered the room, why the fuck did he wait so long to react? Well, since guns are apparently the least effective method of murder in this universe, they decide to have a fist fight.
I can't believe this, man. We suck.
One that there is no way Morrow could possibly win, but let's just ignore that because somehow he breaks Billy's back.
It's pain time, baby! Woo!
But because Morrow went to the cliche school of villainy, he decides that now is the ideal time to monologue.
You know the story of John Henry and his 10-pound hammers? Fighting the machine who can dig deeper, faster. In the end, man will always win. It's a question of will.
Why would you base your triumph speech on a guy who died in his own story? And one who was fighting against a machine at that? This brief moment of retardation gives Billy the opportunity to knock Morrow over and choke him unconscious with the worst arm triangle I've ever seen. But I'll let that slide because he is literally a robot. However, one thing I can't forgive is the fact that Billy could just kill him right now and chooses not to. This might be a first time in screenwriting history, a double pacifist run. And just when you thought you had seen the dumbest shit possible with this show, along comes Peter Pansexual with his one lone guard to taunt the pissed off super friends who control the computer system. Being a fellow alumni of CSV, he also decides to monologue at the worst possible time.
Who am I supposed to play with?
Motherfucker, you look dirty.
He then channels his inner Heath Ledger Joker.
When I was little, my daddy was a drunk.
My father.
You want to know how I got these scars?
And a fiend.
Revealing that he built Mr. Clean and used him to kill his father, which actually is the first good plot twist of the entire show. Since he loves the sound of his own voice, he continues waxing poetic about his own genius and the fact that the hybrids belong to him.
Of course. You do. Sweeties, you're floor models.
Continuing to expose himself as someone who should be on several lists, he idiotically walks directly into the cell with the 5 murder bots, who proceed to kill his only guard before deciding to let him play one last game of hide and seek.
What the hell is that?
You know what, come to think of it, we actually haven't seen Mr. Clean in a while. I wonder what he's doing. Turns out he's just creepily hiding in Wendy's room waiting for Joe, with the goal of tricking him into yet another trap, which I'm assuming is just a really good guess on his part since no one knows that Joe was let out of his cell.
Mr. Cavalier asked me to find you personally. Your sister is with him. This way. I think you'll like what he has to say.
This dude clearly ate lead paint chips as a child. Because this episode can't sit still for more than 20 seconds, let's check in on Dr. Cougar Widow. Since she has the awareness of Helen Keller, she doesn't notice Carrot Top descending into her office. Wait, where the fuck did she even drop from exactly?
No fucking idea.
I'm pretty certain in previous episodes they showed a chandelier right there. Well, either way, the Ginger Reaper then goes on to steal a scene directly out of Smile.
Oh, Jesus! Oh, God!
Yeah! The second soulless killing machine she encountered today. In the lab, we see Raj and Jerome approach Billy Idlefint on the ground after having his back blown out by Morrow.
Where were you 10 minutes ago?
This line actually got me to chuckle. That happened only a few times, and unsurprisingly, it was always Timothy Oliphant. One thing that's unclear is exactly why he's completely paralyzed here. He's an android. Human spine rules shouldn't apply. Well, since he can't move, the two hybrids hogtie him to Morrow, who reveals to Raj that he didn't hurt his mother. Well, no shit, you've been locked up here. But just for good measure, Raj hits him so hard in the face with a metal canister that it should have fucking killed him. Mr. Clean takes Joe to Peter Pansexual's room, where to the shock of absolutely no one, he's double-crossed. Just as it seems he's gonna have his eye socket fucked by Shuma Gorath, Wendy crashes the party to save him. Mr. Clean grabs Wendy and tosses her ass about 20 feet into a wall, and I'll give you one guess as to what he does next.
I don't know.
Go on, it's pretty obvious.
I don't know.
Did you say monologue? Because you would be absolutely the fuck right.
I told him it was a waste of technology. An eternity of, are we there yet?
He's out of line, but he's right.
But after all that, the fight comes to a rather anticlimactic end when Wendy remembers that she can control machines and locks him down.
Boring.
She then punts Shuma Gorath, who ends up escaping into a conveniently small eyeball creature-sized drain in the middle of a bedroom. Joe apologizes for electrocuting Carrot Top, despite the fact it was non-lethal and she was literally about to roadhouse throat rip the shit out of someone he cared about. But you know what? He was definitely in the wrong here.
Bullshit! Bullshit!
Wendy then goes on to say that she identifies with the aliens because they are honest, unlike selfish humans.
We're food to them.
No, you're food to them.
Speaking of selfish humans, Peter Pansexual is busy skipping around the facility as if he's unaware that there's not only pissed off androids after him, but there's also a ton of deadly aliens. ADHD is really something, isn't it? He then uses his radio to offer a bounty on Wendy, which would be great if 97% of his soldiers weren't already dead. On his way to get the fuck out of here, he finds himself in the very location you always want to end up, a darkened corridor.
This is advanced darkness.
And I guess he must have felt his asshole tighten because out of nowhere the xenomorph appears right in front of him.
Surprise, motherfucker.
But if the swinger community has taught us anything, it's not really a party until others show up. as not only do Wendy and Joe arrive, but so do the remaining nameless cannon fodder security team. I'm not even gonna question why they're not shooting him anymore. You win, script. Just kill whoever you want. Well, as the Xenomorph turns that group of NPCs into his next set of alien turds, Joe does the first and only masculine thing he does in the entire series.
Bitch.
In the lab, fresh off of their Hellevator experience, Black Russian, Rashidi, and crew are looking for something. When Black Russian notices movement above her head. Why the fuck didn't she move? There was a good 5 seconds to react and she just stood there like a goober. I'm sure at least some of you can recall a time in your life where a spider or something was descending from above you. What was your immediate reaction? Because surely it wasn't to just stand there and get fucking eaten alive.
Black Rush.
Some of you can recall. Surely it wasn't to just stand there and get fucking eaten alive. Oh, and by the way, Rashidi gets captured by Wheels. Out on the beach, we see a still very dead corpse of Spermy when Shumagorath, who covered a shit ton of ground, might I add, slithers up and plants himself inside of one of the dead eye sockets, effectively bringing him back to life.
Welcome back to that same old place.
As shit keeps going south, we see that off in the distance, Yutani has sent an entire goddamn army to the island. Which raises the question as to why she didn't just start with this shit in the first place. Especially since her special forces are now dead and her cyborg security guard is in a containment cell with her worst enemies. A containment cell where Wendy makes one of the dumbest statements you'll hear today.
You think you're a good person who did good things. All you did is put 6 children in the ground.
You know, I don't feel like I should have to be the one to break the bad news here. But here it goes. You were all gonna fucking die anyway.
True.
You had terminal illnesses. She then turns her ire toward Peter Pansexual.
You were never a boy. You've always been a man. A mean, angry little man.
Hey, being a person who has frequently said as a kid I was more like a grumpy old man, I'm offended that you placed me in the same category as this creeper.
True.
Wendy then looks defiantly directly into the camera with that same blank, emotionless stare she's used about 24 other times in this show and declares,
"Now we rule."
As the episode fades to black and Pearl Jam's Animal sneaks in at the last second. Wait a minute! You're telling me after all that, all we're gonna get is a shitty cliffhanger?
Yep.
Seriously? Okay, what the hell? After 8 episodes of inconsistent, herky-jerky, and downright nonsensical garbage, these motherfuckers don't even have the decency to settle anything. These showrunners have some serious egos if they think that the product that they put forward is assured any type of continuation.
That took balls.
I wish that I could have the type of confidence in life that these retards are showing in their own mediocrity. Anyway, let's try to end this video like a human. Calmly. What I'm trying to say is that season 1 of a series, much like a movie,
Give
should
me
always
a
be a
moment.
mostly self-contained narrative with maybe 1 or 2 avenues for plot progression if you get renewed. Take the original Star Wars, for instance. With the benefit of hindsight, we obviously know that the story didn't end with the destruction of the Death Star. Darth Vader was jettisoned into space with no guarantee he'd survive, and if this was a single movie with no sequels, it would have been a complete story. But there was just enough there to leave us wondering what if. But here, every single plot thread has been left open-ended, meaning if this doesn't get picked up for season 2, nothing is resolved. But seriously, why would the network even want to greenlight another season of this overpriced, incompetent pile of dog shit? In regards to the production quality, there's been a significant drop-off as we progress further into the series. The first few episodes looked fairly good. Sure, there were some flaws and sometimes things looked cheap, but it wasn't so egregious that it took you out of everything. However, a combination of what I can only assume was wasting the budget early on, probably not aided by the pointless licensed music, and piss-poor choices such as Xenomorph in the daytime made it hard to ignore how bad this shit looked in the later episodes. I mean, seriously, look at this thing's head and tell me it doesn't look like a goddamn
rubber
This
mask.
wasn't the only hint that they were cutting corners, by the way. As the show continued, there was an over-reliance on flashbacks, increasing in frequency, seemingly to pad the runtime. Either that or the word assemblers had such little trust in their own script that they felt the audience would need constant reminders of key plot points. Whichever one it is, though, does not excuse the prevalence of recycled material. So for this video, I've decided to do something I've always considered but didn't really have the right project.
I just saw a very wild clip. Politicians are no strangers to weird takes, but what Ted Cruz just said is so shocking. I actually can't believe this is real. I double-checked if this was like AI or like a bad lip-reading video or something dubbed over. It's not. He said it with his whole chest.
Senator Booker also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rapes? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened when the National Guard went to D.C.
What in tarnation? Pardon me? Can we roll that back, put it on the Jumbotron, please? There's no way he just said that out loud, right? What a crazy Freudian slip. Or maybe not even a Freudian slip. It looks like he is reading off a piece of paper for his monologue here. He might have wrote that down as like a really strong stamp that he needs to get across here about people need to come together to stop attacking pedophiles. What? Teddy, sweaty and ready out here trying to defend pedophiles or some shit? Man, those Epstein files are never coming out, huh? Heavens to Betsy. Now, you have to imagine that's not what he meant to say, so you would think that he'd pretty quickly scramble to set the record straight so there's no confusion on where he stands. I don't think he wants to be known as Ted Stop Attacking Pedophiles Cruz, but he never goes back to, like, explain what he tried to express. Also, nobody in the room challenges him on it, like, hey, Ted, quick question before moving on. Did you mean what you said at the end there? Like you said, you know, stop murder? Okay, good, yeah, alright. And then stop rape. Alright, good, yeah, no, rape's bad. Let's stop that. And then you said, stop attacking pedophiles, and I couldn't help but be confused because, well, attacking pedophiles is good, like, that needs to happen more often. In fact, I'd argue we don't attack pedophiles enough. So what did you mean there at the end, Ted? But there is not a soul in this building that says anything about it, not even a peep. So they just move on.
Robbery fell by 57%, homicide fell by 58%, sex abuse fell by 40%. Those are real results, and Detective Pemberton?
Goober just carries on business as usual, as if nothing is abnormal about what he's just stated. No one in the room says anything about it, not even a whisper. That's crazy to me. Now, I attempted to do the impossible of putting together the jigsaw puzzle that is Ted Cruz's enigmatic mind, but that's like dividing by zero. I can't quite figure it out. I tried to understand like what he wanted to say but fumbled based on the slide that he pulls up, which is stats. Robbery, homicide, sex abuse. Homicide ties into the first thing he said about stopping murder, but then the second thing he says about stopping rape, well, that ties into sex abuse. The third thing, robbery, is not anything he ever said about stopping. So where the fuck does the word pedophile even come from, and how does the word attacking pedophiles even squeak out from between his foul butt cheeks? I've seen, like, long versions of this, not the whole thing. Maybe at some point it comes up as like a, you know, previously on Dragon Ball Z I said this, but meant that. Maybe, but I haven't seen that. I checked both of his Twitter accounts, because apparently he's got two, and he posts, like, 8 times a day, and he hasn't uttered a peep about him saying to stop attacking pedophiles, that we should come together to stop attacking pedophiles. So maybe there's a chance that's what he actually believes. It's not that far-fetched. Just look at how the current administration handles everything in regards to Epstein, jumping around from lie to lie to lie about, oh, the Epstein files, they aren't real. The Epstein files, no, they were on my desk, but they're also not real. Also, there's no the new thing, there's no credible information that Epstein trafficked minors to others. There were no clients, there's no list. Also, Maxwell gets moved from a prison to a fucking summer camp, basically. So maybe Ted Cruz is just going full mask off, saying like, alright, enough is enough. Can we stop attacking pedophiles? The Epstein files are never coming out. Like, maybe that's what was on his mind. All in all, it's a pretty interesting strategy here from old Ted Cruz. The think about the pedophiles approach. Why won't anyone think of the pedophiles' feelings? No one's considering that. Stop being mean to pedophiles. Can we all come together and agree on that? Holy shit. It's unbelievable, man. Anyway, I just had to show you this. That's really about it. See ya.
Well, that happened.
One of the more prominent types of posts I get in the comments section here and at Event Horizon revolve around the controversy regarding the interstellar object 3I Atlas and whether it is or is not a comet. This is actually a more in-depth question than you might realize, in that while I am personally convinced it's analogous to a comet, albeit one with unusual attributes, regardless of what you think 3I Atlas is, it's actually not quite correct to call it a comet. It is, in fact, an exocomet. Or is it? In fact, the proper way to say it may be that it used to be an exocomet. More on that in a bit. This is a term that was sort of lost in the fray of the controversy, but it reminded me of a paper from a few years ago that's relevant. The 2017 paper is by S. Rappaport and colleagues and details how they searched the light curve data from the Kepler spacecraft, looking for signatures of exocomets in that data, and found strong evidence for their presence in some other star systems, and how they actually show a very specific hook-like profile in light curves of that type. This was interesting at the time because in those days, Tabby Star was making regular headlines as each new paper came out, and the main hypothesis to explain that star, which that star is still partly a mystery to this day, was a hail of cold comets entering that star system from its Oort cloud and all colliding and spreading cold dust in the system, resulting in the bizarre light curves that were being seen at the time. It turns out the Rappaport paper actually called that explanation into question because the Tabby Star light curves were not showing the hooked tail signature of exocomets. To this day, the evidence for periodicity, which would mean that whatever is obscuring the star is in orbit of it, remains weak, potentially pointing towards some kind of interstellar dust cloud passing by in the foreground, but not affecting any nearby stars, suggesting that it's either very small or fairly local to the star itself, but not in orbit of it. The question of the nature of 3I Atlas, of course, comes with the claim that it might be an alien spacecraft. This is based on one interpretation that the size of the object appears very large, and the larger something is in the universe, the rarer it tends to be, which means we should not randomly see such a large interstellar object passing through this early in the game, where we've only recently become capable of detecting such a thing. Indeed, it should on average take thousands of years of observing before you spot one that large.
True.
But the interpretation is not the only one. The Hubble Space Telescope's data seems to suggest a much smaller size for the nucleus embedded inside a large reflective coma, giving it the illusion of being large when it's not. Everything else about that object and its somewhat anomalous features was largely a thought experiment. The original Hibbard and colleagues paper makes that clear with a conclusion that it's probably a comet. But the point was, what you might look for and interpret when looking for artificial technology using this object as a reference. Oddly, that paper is often attributed incorrectly directly to Avi Loeb, when in fact, Loeb was the third author on it. Of course, the media sensationalized it, but that's what they do. Loeb's point basically is that we have absolutely no idea what aliens do, what they intend if they can get here, or how to even recognize it if they do. So you really should try to figure out what to look for if you are to do close SETI. Well, one thing to look for is anomalous behavior, which the comet does have, but I do not think it's enough to go into alien territory. The reason is that I do not think a rationally behaving alien spacecraft would outgas the materials that it is, and wasting them. And they are the same chemistry of a normal solar system comet, just at levels very different from our comets. This looks like unthinking, wasteful outgassing rather than technology. Nature does not care about efficiency, whereas technology tends to focus on efficiency as best it can.
True.
Why waste when you have a brain behind it that understands the value of not wasting? Some have said aliens might try to mask themselves by acting like a comet, but they did not do a good job here since we noticed its anomalous behavior. There's also a much easier way to do that and hide. Grab a natural comet, latch onto it with your craft, and no one would ever be the wiser that you are hiding on it, because it would look stereotypically like a comet and show no anomalies. Find a boring one, and there you go, stealth achieved. Also, it's completely fair to expect that since 3I is from a completely different and much older star system than our own, with a completely unknown history of what it encountered along the way, that it might look a bit different from a solar system comet. Incidentally, and this isn't often mentioned, there are indeed ways cometary material could behave that's much further outside of what we're seeing with 3i. There are ways this object could have been far stranger. Examples of that would be a signature of certain radioactive isotopes, outgassing materials not typical for a comet with no known way for them to be there, and so on. It can get much weirder than this. Indeed, Tabby Star was actually significantly more interesting from the alien point of view than 3i, because things developed in such a way that for a time, its stock was rising on that count more than anything else I've seen in years of doing this, other than the recent detection of difficult to explain without past life chemistry on Mars. It even got to the point that a paper was released that surveyed a large number of targets with optical SETI searches, and the study yielded one single candidate out of several thousand targets, and it was Tabby Star. The researchers, however, noted that they believed the detection had been an errant cosmic ray entering the telescope, not an optical signal detection. But one wonders if they had other detections that were not Tabby Star, and if they would have come to the same conclusion about those, and negated the whole point of their survey. But back to the nature of 3i Atlas and what to call it. I think the best term I can come up with is a rogue comet, in the same grain as a rogue planet, flying interstellar space after getting ejected from its star system of origin. Interestingly, it actually is marginally possible, though very unlikely, due to the much lower mass budget of large objects in the galaxy compared to small things like comets, for a rogue planet to come cooking through and potentially disrupting a star system. It's a non-zero chance, and probably has happened somewhere in the universe before, but not common at all. But ultimately, this is just playing around with human terms and labels.
We must
Atlas doesn't care what we
be
call
ready.
It. But now to the elephant in the room. My last update did not include the infamous anti-tail of 3i Atlas. I left it off because preferential outgassing towards the heat source is a pretty straightforward concept. I suspect that's what it is, especially with its odd profile and uncertain history. But I've also seen mistakes made, even by professional astronomers, regarding cometary anti-tails. Lots of comets have them, but they really aren't anti-tails. They are a perspective effect. You're seeing material that came off the comet in the path that the comet just came from. It's not something that the comet itself is doing, it's how you're viewing it. That's not what's going on with 3i Atlas's anti-tail, which is not a matter of perspective. The comet actually is doing it on its own. And it's at least a very rare thing for a comet to do, but it may not be rare at all for a rogue comet that's been in the interstellar medium as long as Atlas has. So I'd want to see a large sampling of rogue comets to see how rare that phenomenon is. I'm also interested in seeing if the anti-tail disappears. As it stands, now that Atlas is leaving our sight and heading behind the sun, in just a few days, begin the observations from Mars and the rest of the solar system. So far at Mars, 2 missions from the European Space Agency will attempt observations, along with NASA's Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. And then the JUICE spacecraft on its way to Jupiter will also make observations. But don't expect spectacular images of 3i Atlas from these spacecraft, as they simply were not built for this kind of work. It's merely that they have instruments that can be used to take data on the object. But the data they will get will be useful, especially in regards to MRO, because it should be able to constrain the size of the nucleus and end the size debate, whether it ends up large or small. It'll be interesting if it ends up large. One major question remaining with Atlas is, where is all the iron? The object shows nickel outgassing, but very little iron. I think this may be resolved soon in that it's possible that the iron is there, and we simply were not able to see it in the initial observations. It would not surprise me in the least if we see a new measurement and detect the iron, because iron and nickel are formed in the same way in supernovae together. This is why when we look at metals and meteorites, we always see iron and nickel together, but with a much larger proportion of iron than nickel, so you'd expect that from Atlas as well. But there may be a detection problem in this one, and that may change the situation with iron dramatically. But the line between cometary material and asteroid material is blurred. They share many things, including iron. A worn-out comet devoid of its original volatile icy materials basically becomes a carbonaceous asteroid. and asteroids with deep volatiles left can, if briefly, outgas light comets. The question of iron and nickel also blurs both classifications, but objects like asteroids and comets are intriguing because they tend to contain the precursor chemicals for life. Comets often contain many carbon compounds and even amino acids, but even in higher iron environments like asteroids, there are mysteries regarding life. For fun, this is an etched slice of an iron meteorite, originally from the core of a destroyed planetesimal or large asteroid. I recently acquired it, and it was found some years ago somewhere in Northeast Africa. You can see the iron and nickel chemistry in the alloys of those metals differentiate in a slow cooling environment to form crystals in the parent body after it formed, called Widmanstatten lines, that are revealed when you etch the sawn face of a meteorite slice with acid, as you can see here. This particular specimen features an anomaly, a series of what appear to be inclusions situated in a line. That's a very unusual feature for an iron meteorite, and it's hard to see what might have caused it. But iron meteorites tend to be poorly studied, so I'm not sure if this phenomenon is present in other irons and just hasn't been noted, or whatever. All I know is that it's visible on both sides of the 3mm thick slice. Anyway, for fun. But the nature of those inclusions and the others in the specimen is even more intriguing. The inclusions seen in iron meteorites involve several different minerals. Many of the component alloys and minerals in irons either do not occur on Earth or are very rare natively. One such mineral is schreibersite, present in the inclusions in this meteorite, and in fact, the moon. This one has a few known surface geologic sources here on Earth. It's super rare on Earth otherwise, but is common in metallic meteorites. It is an iron-nickel phosphide, phosphorus, which is necessary for life. Indeed, it is a fertilizer, and the rare phosphorus problem is one of the proposed solutions to the Fermi paradox. This may strengthen or weaken that solution, but here's the mystery, now somewhat obscure. In 2007, it was suggested that schreibersite and other phosphorus-bearing minerals in meteorites may have been the source for Earth's surface phosphorus that all life absolutely depends on, to the point that we mine so much phosphorus for agriculture that we will eventually run out of ready deposits of it. Earth does not have infinite surface-accessible phosphorus. Asteroids, however, have plenty of it, a boon for anyone growing food in space, and it's likely to be something we take advantage of if we get to the asteroid mining stage. This might be something important that comes from the Psyche mission on its way to explore a metal-rich asteroid as I speak. Look for phosphorus. But in 2013, researchers were able to produce pyrophosphite in the lab from schreibersite. Basically, they put it in warm acidic water, like you would find in a warm volcanic environment, which was much more common on primordial Earth than they are today, though they do still exist, of course. And lightning is a wild card here, as far as energy sources for chemistry on Earth. But the production of pyrophosphate was almost chilling, and here's why. We may have seen part of the prebiotic chemical evolution of life on Earth in this experiment, in an area that independently has in other ways moved to the top of the list for where a biogenesis happened: volcanic hot springs. This is a possible chemical precursor in nature to pyrophosphate, and that is in turn associated with ATP. This is adenosine triphosphate, and it is the energy source of metabolism in all life on Earth. This chemical works like money. It allows energy transfer, transactions if you will, between cells. This is how muscles and nerves work in the human body, and it very well may have come from chemicals delivered by meteorites like my rich in schreibersite rusting away in a hot spring might well have done some interesting things. But back to 3I Atlas. Interstellar objects like 3I are important to study for countless reasons. This is brand new scientific territory, everyone, and we get to watch it unfold. But if we get to determine whether these objects have phosphorus, perhaps easier said than done, but sample return would be wonderful here, we may have a very interesting probe to a further mystery of life on Earth, and indeed testing a Fermi paradox solution. There are indicators that phosphorus is rather spotty in the Milky Way, but the data on that is not robust yet. But by measuring phosphorus in nebulae, the result was some star-forming regions seem to be poor in it. and that means that any systems they form are likely to start out with little phosphorus, which, if our planet is an indicator, is a shutdown for life in those star systems that form in that environment. Well, that means that their ejected rogue comets should not have much in the way of phosphorus. Well, if we have a sample of measurements of phosphorus from objects like 3I Atlas, 2I Borisov, etc., then the galaxy just handed us a growing random sampling to look at and see if phosphorus is indeed spotty in the Milky Way, and we got lucky on that count, or we would not be here, or it is in fact everywhere. Only time will tell, and figuring out how to measure phosphorus in these objects. But anyway, mysteries upon mysteries are hidden here with interstellar objects. Much more than superficial stuff floating around right now. And I will continue making updates as new information comes in on 3I Atlas, which we should know something more from the probes by mid-October. Thanks for listening. I am futurist and science fiction author John Michael Gautier, currently reminding the long-term listeners, and new ones, welcome, that October and the Halloween season is upon us. So for this last video of September, I declare spooky season is now open. I've accumulated some good spooky but real science ones this year. So get out the pumpkins and the hot fall beverages of choice, and get comfortable, relax, and sleep crowd. Put on the comfy bunny slippers and get ready for bed, and let's do this. And be sure to check out my books at your favorite online book retailer and subscribe to my channels for regular in-depth explorations into the interesting, weird, and unknown aspects of this amazing universe in which we dream.
On the 20th of December 2023, the government of Afghanistan held a ceremony to mark the reopening of the Salang Tunnel in the Hindu Kush mountain range. The project had taken almost an entire year and cost an astronomical amount of money, but had been desperately needed. The tunnel, a vital link between the northern and southern parts of the country, had been so badly damaged that it was barely passable. Now, rebuilt, it looked magnificent. A modern piece of infrastructure for a country desperate to recover from decades of instability. Looking at the gleaming new entrance to the Salang Tunnel then, you might never know that it was and is one of the deadliest tunnels in the world, having claimed not hundreds, but thousands of lives since it was first opened in 1964. The 1950s and 1960s were good decades for Afghanistan. After many years of war, civil war and unrest, a relative peace reigned. Part of this was due to global events elsewhere. The world was transfixed by the developing Cold War, a fierce rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. For Afghanistan, for this brief period of time, this conflict was of significant benefit, as both world powers sought to influence Afghanistan and build a strong diplomatic relationship with this vital country in the heart of Asia. The Soviet Union provided arms, and the US supplied economic aid to Afghanistan throughout the 50s and 60s. Both powers funded and oversaw a number of large infrastructure projects across Afghanistan. New housing, new hospitals, new transit, and most prominently, new roads. The Salang Tunnel was one such road. Constructed with the assistance of the Soviet Union, it connected the northern provinces of Afghanistan directly to the capital of Kabul via a direct tunnel through the Hindu Kush mountains. Using the tunnel would shorten the journey from one side of the mountains to the other by 300 kilometers or 190 miles, saving over 60 hours of travel. For this reason, the tunnel was almost always very busy. When constructed, it was envisaged that it might see up to 2,000 journeys per day. Within years, however, between 5,000 and 10,000 vehicles were passing through the Salang Tunnel every day at peak times. The tunnel was of a functional but very basic design. It was a concrete tube, 2 lanes wide with limited ventilation and lighting, and an asphalt road surface. The level of traffic it saw caused an immense amount of wear and tear, and the tunnel was soon largely unlit leaky, and with a bumpy, hard-to-navigate, pothole-ridden road surface. Minor accidents within the tunnel were relatively common, and overloaded trucks could become wedged against the curving roof of the tunnel, causing further delays. As vehicles crawled along the potholed road surface at a snail's pace, sometimes taking 20 minutes or longer to traverse its 2.6 kilometer or 1.6 mile length, the tunnel would fill with almost overwhelming fumes and become so dusty that visibility even in the lit portions was almost non-existent. In 1976, a much-needed ventilation system was retrofitted into the tunnel to reduce the build-up of fumes and dust. Unfortunately, within a few years, this system began to frequently break down. Indeed, the ventilation system was broken down on the 3rd of February 1980 when a minor traffic accident took place in the tunnel, halting traffic. With freezing temperatures outside, drivers caught in the jam were reluctant to switch off their engines, as this would leave their vehicles without heat. Soon, choking exhaust fumes filled the tunnel, and 16 Soviet troops, part of a convoy that had been passing through the tunnel at the time, asphyxiated and died as a result. This, however, was not the deadliest accident that would ever take place within the tunnel. By 1982, Afghanistan was gripped by war. The Soviet Union, allied with the Afghan military, were fighting guerrilla rebel groups known as the Mujahideen, who were sponsored by multiple foreign powers, including the United States. During this time, the Salang Tunnel was a critical route for Soviet military resources, although it was used with caution. The long, treacherous roads up to the tunnel were isolated, and were often used by rebel groups to stage deadly ambushes.
I know what I must do.
On the 3rd of November 1982, a convoy of Soviet troops travelling from Russia to Kabul entered the tunnel. The convoy consisted of around 30 buses packed with soldiers. Midway through the tunnel, the lead vehicle hit a fuel truck and a huge explosion took place, with smoke and flames blasting along the tunnel and engulfing multiple other vehicles. Once again, the ventilation system was out of order, meaning that smoke soon filled the tunnel completely. Soviet troops at either end saw smoke and flames and assumed the worst. It must be a rebel attack. In an attempt at containment, they blocked vehicles from exiting the burning tunnel. Very soon, the air in the tunnel was unbreathable. A combination of thick smoke, vehicle fumes and dust made it deadly for almost everyone trapped inside. Within minutes, hundreds were dead. After the fire was extinguished, an immense recovery operation began. For several days, one truckload of bodies after another left the tunnel. Debris was cleared. The names of the dead were read out on local radio, with some daily broadcasts lasting 20 minutes or more. There was, clearly, a very high death toll, but the official published loss of life was 176. Many local sources suggested that the actual number killed was much higher, with estimates ranging from 400 to 2,000. The upper estimates would make the Salang Tunnel fire the deadliest tunnel fire ever to have taken place. Despite the loss of life, the tunnel was cleared and put back into use. The war ground on, until eventually the Soviet Union withdrew from the region in 1988. In the fighting that followed this sudden shift in power, the Salang Tunnel was badly damaged. The ventilation and lighting systems were completely disabled, and both entrances were reduced to ruins. For several years, this once grand piece of infrastructure was an unlit, icy, rubble-filled corridor through the mountains that could only be navigated on foot. The tunnel was finally reopened in 2002 after the invasion of Afghanistan by the United States. It was such an important highway that its clearance and repair were funded by the joint efforts of multiple nations. However, even once the Salang Tunnel was back in use, it was not well maintained. Soon, the roadway was once again ravaged by potholes, the ventilation system was in poor working order, and minor accidents within the tunnel were frequent once more. In addition to all of the dangers of the tunnel itself, avalanches on the perilous mountain roads that led to the tunnel were also common. The average year would see 250 recorded avalanches, and most years saw at least a few lives lost to them. Avalanches in 2002 trapped hundreds of people inside the tunnel, where some suffocated before they could be rescued. Then, in 2009, a powerful avalanche killed 10 people, sweeping snowplows, trucks and cars off the road and burying them beneath a thick layer of compacted snow. On the 18th of December 2022, a year after the US ended its 20-year occupation of Afghanistan, history repeated itself. A fuel tanker was involved in an accident in the middle of the Salang Tunnel and exploded, creating a fireball that engulfed many other vehicles. At least 31 people were killed, with some victims burned so badly that it was impossible to identify them afterwards. A further 37 people also sustained injuries in the fire, and once again the Salang Tunnel was rendered impassable while a cleanup operation took place. In early 2023, the new Afghan government decided to undertake an ambitious project to rebuild and improve the tunnel. It was one of the most remote and most important highways in the country, and making it safe and passable would be an important step towards economic independence. After months of work, including the installation of new lighting and new ventilation, and the resurfacing of the potholed roadway, the Salang Tunnel was reopened with a grand ceremony on the 20th of December 2023. At this time, freshly rebuilt, it appeared to be a clean and modern, albeit narrow, road tunnel. It would be possible then to traverse the Salang Tunnel and not know its long and bloody history, nor to be aware of its status as the most deadly tunnel in the world. On the 18th of February 2003, a fire began on a subway train in the South Korean city of Daegu. A series of terrible mistakes and miscalculations would follow, which would ultimately result in the fire claiming hundreds of lives. It would later be discovered that the fire had been started deliberately, making it the single deadliest crime to ever take place in the country. Throughout the second half of the 20th century, the city of Daegu in South Korea expanded rapidly. From the end of the Korean War in 1953 to the end of the century, the population increased tenfold, putting a huge strain on the city's resources and infrastructure. In the 1980s, it was decided that an underground rapid transit system was needed to help ease the overwhelming amount of traffic on the roads. Construction started on the Daegu Metro in 1991. It was by no means a simple project. Carving out a system of subway tunnels underneath the bustling metropolitan area was fraught with danger. In 1995, several years into construction, a gas explosion killed 101 people, including 42 middle school students. This shook the city and resulted in increased safety measures for the construction of the rest of the metro system. It was a chilling reminder of how dangerous an underground rail network can be. By 2003, Line 1 of the Daegu Metro had been in operation for around 6 years, and had already been extended several times to reach a length of around 28.4 kilometers, or 17.6 miles. At the time, Line 2 was under construction, but it would be 2 more years before it was ready for passengers, and 4 more years after that before Line 3 was added. Junggangno Station is right in the heart of the city, very close to a major
Get your ass
shopping
over there.
area.
We got work to do, boy.
It's the second busiest station in the city and consists of 2 tracks and 2 platforms arranged on either side of these tracks. Trains going in opposite directions pass directly
Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna go
alongside
grab
one
a
another
snack.
as they transit through the station. The subway trains that were used at the time were made up of 6 individual carriages, each of which had 4 sets of passenger doors on each side. These had a largely plastic interior with vinyl seating and plastic door handles. The outer casing of the train, however, was made from aluminium. Most residents of Daegu use the metro at some point in their day-to-day lives, whether to commute to work, attend appointments and meetings, go shopping, or to meet friends and family. One such resident was taxi driver Kim Tae-han. After suffering a stroke in 2001, Kim had found himself unable to work.
Could get a bunch more supplies.
Isolated and unwell,
Make a
his
rat
physical
trap.
and mental health had been deteriorating steadily ever since.
I've only got 2 people
Kim
for
had sought
now,
help,
until
but
tomorrow
believed
or
that he
later.
had been treated poorly by medical staff
See
at
how
a
it
psychiatric
goes.
hospital
Let me go
he
get
had
some
attended.
snacks.
His son later reported that
Blah blah blah.
Yo, what is going on?
Let's see what we can get at this dump. We need food. Bullshit.
Welcome back to Slop Live. Today's Slopic, apparently I Show Speed almost died. Speed is currently doing a live stream tour around America, and in one of the streams he does a 1,000-foot jump from the Strat Tower in Las Vegas, and his harness supposedly broke, with multiple tweets going viral pointing this out and saying the cord was ripped, which is pretty damn scary if true. Here's the video now. If you actually watch the video, it's pretty clear that it's just artifacting from the poor pixel quality on the screen, or even potentially a reflection of light at the right moment to make it look like it's broken. And if you go to pretty much any other frame in the video, you can see it is still fully intact, and a carabiner isn't just going to break like this. So despite all of these tweets getting tens of millions of views, once again, nothing actually happened. Thanks for slopping by.
Episode that made use of a more comedic tone. Sometimes with these scripts, an intentionally funny mood would be a detriment. It'd come off too forced or awkward, but because of George Clayton Johnson's script, James Sheldon's direction, and the effortlessly likable presence of Dick York, this story works as a comedy with an undercurrent of earnest sentimentality. One morning on his commute to the bank, Hector B. Poole pays for his newspaper with a quarter that lands on edge. Immediately after, he begins hearing people's thoughts. While attending to his job, he's able to listen in to his coworkers and customers' innermost musings. For example, this enables him to discover his coworker Helen's crush on him, and that his boss, E.M. Bagby, is cheating on his wife and has a getaway weekend planned with his mistress. Soon enough, Poole informs Bagby of a plot by a customer to borrow $200,000 from the bank to bet on horses under the guise of a business loan. Also, the bank's oldest employee, L.J. Smithers, ponders on how he's going to walk out with a briefcase full of the bank's money after work and escape to Bermuda that evening. Poole continues to inform his superior of these schemes, but it's hard to convince anybody of his premonitions without them thinking he's gone off the deep end. George Clayton Johnson had sold a couple short stories to the Twilight Zone the previous season, which were made into the episodes The Four of Us Are Dying and Execution. But with A Penny for Your Thoughts, Johnson was adamant that he be allowed to write the teleplay. It took some convincing, but producer Buck Houghton eventually relented, and most of the staff were pleased with the results. Johnson wasn't as prolific on the series as the other writers that helped Serling, like Charles Beaumont or Richard Matheson, but he's probably right under them on the amount of episodes he was able to write. He penned 4 more after this one. A touching story Johnson told in the commentary track, as well as a 1978 interview available on the Blu-ray set, had him recalling how he was allowed on set while they were shooting this installment. He really looked up to Rod Serling, who showed him off and talked him up to a few guests that were around that day. Complimentary words that went a long way for Johnson and gave him more confidence moving forward. It's always great to hear those kinds of stories about Rod. By all accounts, he seemed like such a swell guy. Johnson also remembered how Dan Tobin, the actor who played Ian Bagby, suggested to him that this concept could be made into a series. Each week, a new person would come into possession of the on-edge coin and gain the ability to read minds. The writer even came up with a pilot script that followed a man who made a fortune gambling with this power. The series never materialized, but A Penny for Your Thoughts cemented Johnson's style, and we'd see him do much more in the years to come. This was the second episode to air, directed by James Sheldon. He'd proceed to direct 4 more installments with a few well-known ones to his name. Sheldon's approach to the comedy here worked well, but the main aspect to it that landed best was the star, Dick York. York had appeared in 1 episode the previous season, but his natural comedic ability and innate charm was on full display in this story. Of course, we know he'd go on to become more famous for his role in the sitcom Bewitched, but his 2 Twilight Zone appearances are memorable. They show off his range and what a star in the making he really was. With its more airy nature, A Penny for Your Thoughts doesn't bring up too many deep emotions or, no pun intended, thought-provoking themes. But it accomplished what it set out to do and is executed well. The true moral of the story presents itself near the end. After convincing Bagby of Mr. Smithers' thoughts of theft, they stop the old man before leaving, only to discover that he hadn't taken a dime. Poole is fired for the gaffe and apologizes to Smithers, who asks Hector how he knew of his thoughts. Smithers explains that he often daydreams of taking the money and staying in town, but never actually plans on doing it.
Beautiful exotic places where there are no books to keep. Where I'm not a little man with no future and no past. But I'll never go through it. You know what? I'm old, set in my ways. I guess I'm a coward.
It's a surprisingly poignant monologue by actor Cyril Delevante that gives this story more heart. I enjoyed that quite a bit. After hearing this, Hector is spurred on by Helen to stand up for himself to Mr. Bagby, who just offered Poole his job back after hearing the customer that came in earlier was arrested for gambling with company money. A more confident Hector requests a promotion, but after Bagby refuses, Poole blackmails him with the knowledge of his vacation of infidelity that weekend. The manager submits to Poole's demands, the last of which guarantees a trip to Bermuda for Mr. Smithers. Hector leaves with Helen as they pass the same newsstand from earlier. He tosses another quarter into the box that knocks over the one that landed on edge that morning. Suddenly, Poole's gift is gone. He can no longer hear others' thoughts. Relieved and delighted, he walks off with Helen as the episode ends. This is a fine story with a very likable lead. The only semi-major problem I have with it is how Hector blackmails his boss at the end. Johnson mentioned in the commentary track that he also worried he'd lose the audience with that turn. There were ways around this issue where Poole didn't have to come off as slightly complicit in Bagby's affair. Simply standing up to him and demanding what he earned would have sufficed. Or maybe he'd take the more altruistic route of telling his boss to stop his extramarital affairs. Although I will say the addition of a gifted vacation for Mr. Smithers was a sweet notion that brought me back on board a bit. Just a flaw, in my opinion, in an otherwise pleasant and heartfelt installment. If you want to see all of George Clayton Johnson's episodes or are a fan of Dick York, I'd say give this one a view, but it's not required watching in the grand scheme of the series. If you're looking for the best of the best, a penny for your thoughts is worth more than 1 red cent, but it's not what I would call essential. Either way, the next time you think you're reading someone's inner thoughts based on their expression alone, remember that sometimes we all think about actions we'd never take, or take those actions without thinking at all. A moral to keep in mind whether you're in or out of the Twilight Zone. Long Live Walter Jameson is an expertly understated story that puts realistic implications onto its extraordinary premise. Charles Beaumont wrote this episode, and his trademark darker leanings are evident in its underlying themes and principles. It also featured some clever makeup effects by Willie Tuttle that hold up incredibly well. While shooting this episode, The Twilight Zone finally debuted on TV. It was a bit of a slow go for a while, but it eventually became a mainstay for CBS. Critics immediately loved it, and it curiously gained favor with a very young audience. All of their hard work was riding on the reception of the debut episode, but that obviously didn't affect their work with this production, as it's a quality entry in the series for several reasons. College history professor Walter Jameson is a captivating lecturer with uncanny, in-depth knowledge of the subject he teaches. His friend and colleague Sam Kittredge has a daughter named Susanna that Walter is engaged to. Kittredge invites Jameson to his house for dinner, where they have a long gestating conversation about Walter's background, including a question Sam has been apprehensively anxious to ask. Just how old is Walter Jameson? Most famously known for his starring role in the classic 1956 sci-fi horror film Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Kevin McCarthy plays Walter Jameson in this episode with the subtle gravitas needed to pull off such a mysterious and weighty role.
Let me read you a few extracts from the diary of Major Skelton. The date is Tuesday, September 11th, 1864. Sherman was drunk with victory. He himself started the awful fires. The fires that destroyed that great citadel of grace and beauty.
He's a very enigmatic presence in the first half of the episode, as his tit-for-tat conversations with Sam about marrying his daughter bring a real captivating aspect to their back and forth.
All right, I'm 51. Too old for Susanna, is that it?
In a sense.
The fact that they're playing chess just ups the atmosphere. The conversation then turns to aging in general, after Sam starts comparing his degrading features to that of Walter.
In 12 short years, I've turned into an old man, while you haven't aged at all.
Edgar Staley plays Sam Kittredge with such a great sense of intelligence. He had a full career into his old age and was even on the Tales of Tomorrow episode, What You Need, which we covered in our review of the Twilight Zone version. Here, he wants his friend to know that he's onto him. Sam circles Jameson before bringing out some evidence that may prove Walter is not who he says he is. There are two big reveals in this episode, so we're getting to the twist section with a lot more story to explain. Sam shows Walter a picture of the Civil War major that he read the diary of in his history class. Jameson looks exactly like him, down to the ring he wears and mole on his face. At first, Walter denies it, but Sam is persistent, especially since this is the guy that's about to marry his daughter.
You and I have been very close for 12 years. You are that man in the photograph, aren't you?
Yes.
Walter is over 2,000 years old. Long ago, his fear of death was so great that he paid an alchemist to experiment on him. After being in a coma for many weeks, he awoke alone, but from that point on, he no longer aged. Then we hear about his regrets. Walter has had to watch all those around him die, including his own children. An old man himself, Sam envies Jameson, but the history professor who lived through the subject he's teaching says it's not all it's cracked up to be.
It's death that gives this world its point. We love a rose because we know it'll soon be gone.
Walter says he's lived for so long that he wants to die, but lacks the courage to end his own life. He's had many close calls over the centuries, but death never came.
I thought if a man lived forever, he'd grow wiser. But that isn't true, is it?
You just go on living, that's all.
From here, Sam's concern turns to his daughter. He knows that Walter has been married many times and doesn't want Susanna to see her husband leave when she becomes too old. Apparently, Walter tried to resign and move away 6 months prior because he could tell Susanna was falling in love with him. It was Sam who convinced him to stay, and now, despite all his experiences, Jameson can't bring himself to leave the girl.
I can't let you marry my daughter.
And why not?
Against Sam's wishes, Walter tells Susanna that they're getting married tonight. He'll return in 15 minutes to pick her up. Earlier, we saw an elderly woman spying on Walter, and after he heads home, Jameson is confronted by her in his house. This is his last wife, Lorette. She knows him as Tommy Bowman, and saw his new engagement picture that was in the paper.
Now you're going to marry someone else, and leave her the way you left me. I can't let you marry her, Tommy. You're mine.
She then grabs the revolver Walter keeps in his desk.
Tommy, it's wrong. You can't go on hurting people.
Walter is shot and Lorette leaves. Sam enters the house after hearing the noise across the street. He arrives to see Walter rapidly aging. Jameson seems to be welcoming his fate.
Nothing lasts forever. Thank God.
Susanna comes in to investigate, and although her father tries to keep her from the sight, she sees Walter's empty suit, dust, where his body once was.
Dad? What is that on the floor?
Dust. Only dust.
The episode ends there with the long overdue and merciful death of Walter Jameson. Estelle Winwood played Lorette with an almost sympathetic demeanor. She kind of picks up on the fact that her Tommy is wary of his unnaturally long life and ends it when he couldn't. That mix of sympathy, revenge, and protection of any future woman he might leave made for an appropriate example of Walter's long history finally coming back to bite him. The acting across the board here was really good, and the slow story pacing and minimal setup made this a focused, engaging watch. The director, Anton Leader,
This means I have an extra day, so I'm
will
going to get
return
as
for
much
one more
supplies as I can.
episode in the 3rd season. Probably the most memorable and impressive part of this installment are the aging effects. The first one, showing the age lines appear on McCarthy's face, are amazing. They accomplished this by applying red makeup and lighting the scene with the same color. To reveal the full look, they switched the lighting to green, which brought out the appearance of instant aging. Of course, this is really only effective in black and white, but it looks so good. It's an example of the effective ingenuity that can be accomplished through practical effects. This technique was used before in other big film projects of the time period and still looks great today. The other two makeup stages were made with a life cast of McCarthy's face and also looked pretty convincing, but it's that first stage that's the most stunning. Credit to the makeup department, specifically William Tuttle, for their amazing work. Long Live Walter Jameson is a high-grade, Charles Beaumont-written episode of the show. You should definitely check it out when you have some time. Although, time works a little differently in the Twilight Zone. Nile marks the end of an era in the Twilight Zone. Another pair of visionary storytellers closed out their time in the land of shadow and substance with an admirable, if not a touch derivative, final piece of work. Jordan Herrick is a prolific columnist whose next article focuses on a popular film actress named Pamela Morris. He interviews her at her sizable home where Egyptian decorations adorn the property, a tribute to Morris.
Was he laying here in bed and you moved him over off the ground?
Oh, and when I got up, and that's when I saw the blood. And he goes like this. I said, "What did you do? What did you do?" "I'm sorry, I didn't. I failed. I'm sorry. I didn't. I didn't.
This is what got me hella confused. Okay. If I was you, I'd be like, what the why would you clean him up? And that's one thing I think is kind of a little,
On November 29th, 2020, police are called to the home of a distressed woman in Farmington, New Mexico, following a horrific discovery. Her husband has died. Right away, his injuries raise chilling questions, and investigators are left with the daunting task of uncovering the truth about his demise.
I'm just going to say this now, since everybody's recording. If you ever find me with multiple stab wounds in my chest, I didn't do it myself.
The following is based on official police records, and some of the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On the morning of November 29th, 2020, around 5:40 a.m., authorities respond to a 911 call made by 47-year-old Heather Fernandez Hofer, a third-grade teacher, to report the death of her 49-year-old husband, Robert Hofer. Officers find her waiting for them outside her home.
Where is he, ma'am? Get the door open and an officer coming.
Yeah.
Ma'am, did you see what happened? Where's the blood coming from on him? On his chest?
And I fell asleep on the couch and I came in here and he was on the floor.
You're all gonna leave this door.
Ma'am, can you watch eyes and check his pulse?
He's cold.
Is he cold?
Old.
When did you last see him?
About 3. And I came in just now. And I guess he got his
You have any medical conditions, or what was he suffering from?
I don't know. I got out earlier and we were hanging out in his computer room and he said he wanted to fine. I made him fine. And then I brought him to bed.
The
He said,
fucker.
It hurt.
His chest?
And I took his shirt off. And I don't know where I took it off.
Bro,
And
you
I
seriously
tried
think
to
we're
clean
gonna
it.
It's okay.
have...
Do you want to have a seat for me? I know what he cut himself with.
He said one of the steak knives, but I couldn't have.
Okay, let's not go reaching around. I just don't want you to get hurt, man. In case it's sitting around here.
Say again?
I don't want you reaching around just in case you get cut, okay?
Was he suicidal?
Not that I know of.
Was he laying here in bed with no rope to the ground?
And when I got up,
Dear Sergeant, no, the lacerations I'm seeing are deep enough and have a lot of blood protruding, but...
it's the thing. It's not. They were deep. They're not deep enough to kill him.
What medication does he take now? Like, is his medication whatever?
I don't want it like that.
They're gonna take care of him. We're gonna expect him to take care of him.
So am I for that. Okay.
I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I don't know what he did. I don't know. I don't.
It's okay.
We're gonna have somebody come and look at him, but we're gonna try and move him to a more accessible place. Is there any way that I can get you to step out and we're gonna end up coming out that way? Or do you want to wait until we move him? It's up to you. You can stay with him. It's just...
Man, we can't cover him with the blanket.
We're gonna have to move him out because our medical examiners are gonna examine him, okay?
Eventually, the officers are able to move Heather from the room. Due to the location of Robert's body, the officers decide to use a blanket to shift him, so there's easier access to the door, a choice they may soon come to regret.
We got him out of the door. They can come in.
As one of the officers takes a closer look at Robert's body, they make a shocking discovery, now realizing that this case is far more serious than they first believed.
Is it deep?
Actually, no, it has
Like a puncture, huh?
Yeah, a few punctures.
Damn it.
Got the puncture. Got the puncture. Got the puncture.
Oh man, we might have to call detectives. Call Sarge.
Yeah.
I know he's big.
I'll be back, okay, Heather?
We might have to call the detectives.
Yeah, I will. Close the door.
After notifying the sergeant about their discovery, the other residents of the home are informed about Robert's passing. Heather's 28-year-old son, Tyler Hartzell, emerges from a back bedroom he shares with his girlfriend, Elizabeth Pinto, and their 2 children, including a 6-day-old baby.
Give my mom a hug. Yeah, you can see how you Oh, mama, mama, mama. Oh, mama. All right, you're okay. Let go. Well, breathe, okay? I mean, she can breathe. I know it sucks, but come on. Come on, Mama. Some big breaths with me, okay? Big breaths. I'm gonna make you some coffee. I love you. Mama, I'm gonna smoke a cigarette so I can calm down.
Yes, outside, sir.
Yeah, I have to brush my teeth. Sorry.
We're just gonna follow you around everywhere.
That's fine. I don't care.
When detectives arrive at the home, the investigation into Robert's unusual death begins in earnest, starting with requesting permission to search the residence.
Are you okay to give...
So,
Our
That's
purpose
fine.
because of what
That's-
because
yeah.
of the circumstances. These are
Right.
this isn't abnormal. Okay, this isn't
Alright.
a normal death. So we want to
This is not
make
a
sure.
normal death? No.
Well, no, right.
No.
This is not right. So this is what we're trying to say is that you have rights. Okay.
Right. You guys are.
Okay.
But I have to throw a little disclaimer out.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. My big kids are potheads.
That's okay. Yeah, we're not.
Yeah.
We're not interested in any of that.
I just had to. I had to. You know, that
No,
was the
that's-
whole look
yeah.
on my face.
Yeah.
You know, I know you guys have to find everything and search everything, but
We're not concerned with that.
However, soon after Heather gives her consent to search the house, the officers make a concerning discovery, the details of which will come to light later. For now, they realize that nothing is quite as it seems, and they ask Heather, her son Tyler, and his girlfriend Elizabeth to head down to the Farmington police station. A convoluted story will soon emerge, leaving the detectives with the difficult task of uncovering the truth.
So, based on everything that we've looked at so far, I wanted to just interview you further. I think it's appropriate that I advise you of your rights. Okay. So what?
being charged with anything.
You're not being charged with anything. We don't have any charges against you. But again, I'm here. I've got to find out what happened. Okay. And in order to do that, I have to be more thorough in my questioning.
After agreeing to waive her rights, Heather gives some background about her relationship with Robert. Heather works as a third-grade teacher and at the local library. It was there that she met Robert about a year ago. The two had just married on September 5th, 2020, around 12 weeks earlier. Heather then begins to recount the events of the evening, beginning with her and Robert spending time together while he played the video game Fallout. She says the only time she left his side that night was to warm him up some pie.
We did have a drink.
Okay. What did you have to drink?
Gin and ginger ale.
Okay, both of you?
Yes.
Just one drink?
Mm-hmm.
Each of you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you guys, at some point, did you move from the office to the? Did he move from the office to the bedroom? What happened?
Yes,
Okay.
I walked his.
Walked him over to the bedroom. Okay, from the office. And you said something to the effect that he was complaining of some pain.
Yes.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Describe that again.
It hurts. It hurts. I'm like, what?
Uh-huh.
You know, because he one day it's his elbow, and one day it's this. You know, he kind of, you know.
Okay.
So I was like, what hurts? What hurts?
And did he tell you?
Not at that time, no.
Okay, he just says it hurts. Was he pointing to anything when he said it hurts? Okay, and you didn't inquire any further than what you just said?
Yeah.
You asked him and he didn't explain?
He didn't explain.
Okay.
Instead of joining her husband in bed, Heather went out to the couch to scroll on her phone before returning to the bedroom to use the bathroom.
And what happened then?
And that's when I saw the blood.
And was he awake or sleeping? You saw the blood.
He was awake because it was like it hurt. Again, he said that's when he said it hurt again. And I took his shirt off, which you guys have, the shirt and jacket.
The location of Robert's shirt had been brought up earlier by the initial officers on the scene. At first, Heather couldn't remember
It
where she
is
put the shirt
done.
before cleaning Robert's wounds.
But we can't really go touching anything or moving around clothes, okay? At this point. But you said you took it off of him before he went back to bed? Okay, so Heather, like I said, we don't need to dig around. If you know where it's at, we'll just...
Heather, we'll just wait in the kitchen.
I feel like that's probably it. Okay, we'll go ahead and look at it and we'll pull it out when detectives get here, okay, Heather?
We'll just wait in the kitchen, okay, ma'am?
Heather? We're just gonna step out this way, okay? I think that's probably gonna be it, but we're not gonna touch anything, okay?
I can't remember.
That's okay.
And I cleaned him up. And I'm like, what did you do? What did you do?
Uh-huh. And what did he say?
He used a steak knife.
He said that?
Yeah.
Yet when deputies first arrived on the scene, Heather speculated about what Robert may have used.
I guess he had gotten his razor out. I don't know what he did.
So it's like, if you were to do your best to quote what he said to you? What exactly did he say to you? He's saying it hurts, and you said, what did you do?
Yeah.
And then what did he say?
And that's when I saw the blood.
Okay.
And he goes like this. I said, what did you do? What did you do? And he, does the whole gesture.
Uh-huh.
And when, where, what? And that's when he said he's asleep.
Okay. When do you think this happened? When do you think that the lacerations occurred? When do you think?
Had to be before he went to bed around 11 or midnight.
So sometime like after pie and sometime before bed?
Yeah.
Okay. But to be clear, you didn't see him do this?
I didn't see him do it.
Okay.
With Heather unable to say when Robert's injuries occurred, detectives also questioned the other two adults in the home, starting with Heather's son Tyler. His testimony will eventually prove to be the most enlightening, but likely not in the way anyone anticipated. Tyler explains that in March he suffered a traumatic brain injury when he fell off a longboard and now takes medication at night, which he says knocks him out completely.
I don't know what happened when I went to bed, if I started arguing. I'm not saying my mom's giving me a hard time. I think I am, but of course, I'm not gonna be like, oh, I don't think she did it when I don't know what happened,
With this interesting beginning to Tyler's interview, investigators asked him about the dynamics of his mother's relationship with Robert.
How are things between your mom and Robert? They've always been really good, every time, even if I'd start getting frustrated with my mom about something, Robert would defend her, and he'd be like, she's my wife, so I have to do what she wants, They were always really cool. I never heard them fight. I never even had to, I think they're fighting, or none of that really ever happened. They're really sexual, though. I know that because me and my mom got that kind of relationship. She was saying, when they search my house, they're gonna find some stuff. I was like, oh, Mama. She's like, oh, I'm a Toys R Us kid. I'm like, oh, okay.
Investigators also spoke with Elizabeth, Tyler's girlfriend, and she shared her thoughts about Heather and Robert's relationship.
To kind of go off of that, how would they treat each other?
Really good. They'd be together all the time, and they always had a really good time with whatever they were doing.
Elizabeth, Tyler, and their two small children had moved into Heather and Robert's house in September, about 2 months earlier. Heather was financially supporting her son and his children, along with Robert, who had lost his job at the library due to COVID. He'd previously worked as a nuclear operator on submarines during his time with the Navy. In an EWU exclusive interview, Sonia, Robert's sister, gave some insight into how Tyler and Elizabeth ended up living with Heather and Robert.
When he realized that Tyler's girlfriend was several months pregnant and they didn't have transportation, she needed to go to doctor's appointments, and so Robert talked Heather into them going down to Albuquerque and moving Tyler and his girlfriend to Farmington to live with them.
What has it been like? What's been the atmosphere?
It's pretty good. They're just all, it's kind of like a honeymoon thing. They're all over each other, but they've also been like that since they got together and had a relationship.
You mentioned kind of honeymoonish, so that usually doesn't entail any arguing. Have you noticed any arguing or anything like that?
Not really.
Okay.
There are occasional, why she put that there, or simple little things like that, but I've never really seen them actually argue and get mad at each other.
Okay.
Back in her interview, Heather describes Robert's wounds, which she examined after removing his shirt and cleaning them.
Were they bleeding? And I know this is hard, but I gotta ask the hard questions. How bad were they bleeding when you saw them?
Not bad.
Not bad?
Not bad.
When you mean not bad, was there just a little bit of blood coming out, or were they bleeding at all, or?
Just a little bit of blood, that's all.
Just kind of oozing out a little bit, or just kind of slowly coming out, but not squirting? Yeah, okay, nothing like that? Okay. So he was bleeding, okay.
And you guys saw the blood on the bed.
Yeah, there's not a lot of blood on the bed.
Not a lot of blood.
Yeah. Heather wasn't the only one to believe that Robert's wounds weren't serious, at least at first.
In the event up, he was lying right here. The door was cracked about this much for us to walk in over him. And then his wounds look super superficial. Like they're scratches. Okay.
The investigators currently at Heather's house at the same time that her interview was taking place also noted that there wasn't very much blood in the bedroom.
I don't know how you get face down here.
With no blood?
Right, because to move, you have to be what?
Alive.
Alive, right? And if you're alive and you're now face down, what are you going to do? Bleed.
And bleed.
Right? So I don't know how you get from the bed alive,
With
I'm
that.
here dead, face down,
And
with no blood anywhere.
The mystery of the lack of blood would eventually be solved. But for now, Heather continues with the timeline of events. It's soon that the first concerning discrepancy emerges.
You mentioned that since he had wet the bed, you weren't going to sleep in the bed.
No, I went back to the couch.
You went back to the couch.
Heather had mentioned Robert wetting the bed earlier while waiting for detectives to arrive.
So then you went back to sleep on the sofa again?
On the sofa. Yeah, because he peed. Sorry.
He peed in the bed?
Yes.
Is that normal for
No.
No.
I was mad. Sorry, bad words. Truth comes out. I ain't laying in his bed.
How did you find him when you went in there at 5?
He was face down.
Okay.
He was, you know, the school laptop that was in there.
Uh-huh.
He was his face down on there.
So his face was on that? Okay.
Yeah. And he was on the ground, of course. So I rolled him over.
Uh-huh.
And
Take your time. You're safe.
he had puked.
Okay.
And I says, obviously.
According to police documents, they never located any vomit in the bedroom. Heather has also made it clear that she discovered Robert unresponsive on the ground around 5 a.m. But in Elizabeth's interview, she recounts hearing something that may put this claim in question.
Well, I wake up with the baby and everything, and so that was up a couple times throughout the night. I didn't hear anything, and then I think around 4:30 or 5. I'm not exactly too sure the time.
4:30 or 5? Okay.
It was about that time.
Okay.
I heard Heather crying, and she called somebody, or she called. I'm pretty sure she called you guys.
Elizabeth recalls hearing crying sometime before Heather's 911 call.
Barton sword.
Gun is in here, which is right up on top. Well,
We have a single lab in the state of New Mexico to process